Hi folks, how are we all doing? So, today I want to do two free things. I want to play Grombrindle, and as I said, we're going to get rid of every elf. Wood elf, high elf, dark elf. It doesn't matter. We're actually going to make our lives a lot more complicated because, obviously, ideally, as much as, Grombrindle's supposed to be an enemy of the elves, you're supposed to ally them most of the time because you're supposed to focus at least on, like, high elves, but, like, you're supposed to ally them. But we're getting rid of them. Secondly, we're going to talk about, so far, my read through the Archaon book. My thoughts on it. There are some like goofy stuff. There's some good stuff. It's a bit of a mix. And finally, we're gonna discuss something which is like, what is every faction? Because it's a video I'm gonna release on YouTube, so I want to like talk about it and do that. How are we all doing? I thought I had fixed the HDR issue, so the colors are a little bit muted today. I thought I had fixed it, and I'm struggling to fix it. Unfortunately, my fix straight up refused to start. So if it straight up refuses to launch, it probably is not a very good fix, right? So unfortunately, no fix for me. We will be watching same old, same old. Let me make sure that everything's working. I think it is. And how are we all doing? It's been a little while, hasn't it? We are just making sure. Yeah, I've got 1440p on YouTube. That is good. The quality on YouTube should be significantly better than it used to be. So that is always that's always a benefit. And how's everyone's new year going? How's everyone's Christmas going? How's all that stuff? Everybody having a good time? For me it's been pretty good. It's been a slow Christmas, as I like to say, my son and all that. So I haven't really like done a oomph party or like whatever, you'd expect, but like I've been having generally good time. It's been fun. But yeah, so I can't stream in HDR. I might be streaming in a bit more muted qualities, but I can at least record in HDR, I think, which is a start. We're working on that. We're working on that. Nobody said this was a professional podcast. This is very much my my attempts at making something. So, how are we all doing today? We good? Everyone happy? Everyone good? For me, like once again, Christmas was fun time. We had my in-laws in for New Year's. Like all of them, and that was good. It's interesting, like I don't have so many in-laws, but like especially compared to like my family, but it's still a nice time. And yeah, I've been slowly reading now. I've been pretty busy over New Year's, as you can imagine. Like I haven't even posted much on YouTube, but like I've been slowly posting, reading through the Archaon book, and the Archaon book is interesting. You see it's like his origin story, right? So you see his like fall to chaos, blah blah blah, because it's interesting. It's important to know that like Archaon used to be a Templar for Sigmar. He used to be a big believer in Sigmar. Sigmar was his thing, blah blah blah. And I mean, let's start off from the beginning. So Archaon is was his father was a non-consensual, let's put it that way. It was a not very consensual interaction between his mother and a Norscan raider. So as you can imagine, now to really add on some spice to that, just to make it even more complicated, it was probably created by Be'lakor, though the lore seems to change on that. The Be'lakor either is his father or like had a direct hand in like his creation, so is basically considered his father by technicality. So whether like Be'lakor was controlling the Norscan who did that or not, it seems to be up to debate, really. But at the end of the day, it's a small detail in the story. Like he never really finds out about it. But obviously, when he gives birth, his mother dies giving birth to him, so he ends up being raised by a Sigmarite priest. Exactly what it sounds like. He's left at a church, and he's raised by a priest. Now, it's important to note a little detail about him, which is that he is protected. Even at that young age, he is protected by the ruinous powers. Like there are several times in his life where he should have died from insert various cause, and he just simply, and it's really simplifying things, but he just does not. He gets sick by a really bad plague as a kid, and there's an excerpt where like Nurgle like stating that like, you know, him dying is technically part of what I do, right? But if I let him live, he's gonna kill many, many more. So he gets that, you know, that divine intervention. Now it turns out that that divine intervention, you know, is not always a divine intervention you'd want in Warhammer, but hey, it's a divine intervention you're gonna get. So he is literally saved from death, several times, and just, I mean, I need to deal with the various issues, and in that sense, it is. There's another time when he gets kicked because so after his priesthood, he wants to get trained by a knight because he always wanted to be a knight, and he gets trained up as a knight, and this knight's kind of like an underwhelming guy. You know, he's more interested in like, you know, using the power of his station, you know, being a man whore instead of like anything like really priestly, you know. So one time he tries to stand up to the knight because the knight, you know, is doing something that he wouldn't approve of, because once again, it's important to realize Archaon was a very like devout defender of Sigmar up until, you know, things went bad. Like, he was a big believer in the whole thing. So he takes it very seriously, and he gets into a confrontation with this knight, and it actually goes badly for him, and he takes a hit to the head, and that hit to the head should have killed him. And it's implied that once again we need to stop flamethrowing my own men. He gets implied that like he gets saved once again by the ruinous powers. So it's unclear which one, but like one of the chaos gods once again saves him from death, because once again the big theme of the book basically is you know, and this is true, like if you think about it, it's true for like any like setting with fantasy, you know, like with prophecy, but like he is destined to be Archaon, and whether he likes it or not, he is gonna be Archaon. And so the big event that changes his whole life is you see him as an adult. So Archaon's name is Diederik Kastner. Now Kastner is a name that he stole from that guy who was training him, because basically that guy ended up dead. So he kind of like takes back his sword and his horse, and because that guy was a bit of a man whore, you know, you could claim to be his kid and get away with it. So that's kind of like how that all worked out. He just kind of takes a name. The widow kind of realizes, probably not my husband's kid, but at the same time, she felt pretty generous, and she has a policy of like, because he has so many like every extra kids running around, he has a policy of supporting them. So he just kind of like becomes nobility, like light nobility. You know, like how most fantasy settings have like the king, the lords, and then like, you know, minor lordship. You know, very like you know, you own some land, you are a knight, but you're not really like a big mover and shaker kind of thing, you know? So what changes Archaon's whole life is a fight that he has with the Beastmen, because his job is not to be, he looks like there are two groups of like anti-chaos fighters in the Empire. There are those who are dealing with those city corruption, you know, those cultists and those blah blah blah, like those like those evil settings, but like in the cities. So, you know, your cults of Slaanesh and your Zechian plots, etc. And then there are things like Diederik here, which are more hands-on. We're gonna go into the Force. We're gonna confront the Beastmen. We're gonna confront evil at its source, and we're gonna handle it kind of solution. And you know, he looks down on those city dwellers and their comfortable lives, because honestly, he's out there in the woods without any of those comforts doing the God King's work. It's not the God Emperor. This is not fantasy. This is the God King, which is Sigmar Unbroken, obviously. We'll do Legendary Commerce. That's always, I mean, it's a bit of a useless one, but we do want to get to Absolutely Relentless. So he is fighting. Now, this is a terrible. If you're a Beastman enjoyer, this is no, wait 2 seconds. That if I unbuild the building, it's gonna cancel it. If you enjoy Beastmen, you're gonna have a terrible time hearing what he's. Because like, they see Beastmen who are about to make a ritual sacrifice, and he basically 1v100 them, 1v200 them. Like ridiculous odds. And like, it's important to know that even like, whether it's because he's getting that boost from the ruinous powers we talked about, or whether he's just, you know, that guy, he handles them like 1 to 100. Now, the only one that makes him struggle is the Minotaur. There's a Minotaur, like, you know, there's a wizard and there's a Minotaur in the bunch. And the Minotaur makes him struggle a little bit. But, like, he is still, for most of that fight, killing them a 1v50. But, and this is the big but, during the fight, in that fight with the Minotaur that we mentioned, two things happen. His squire gets absolutely, he doesn't have the plot armor, he doesn't have the special sauce. The squire doesn't end up in a good place. I'll let you figure out exactly what we're like. He dies. His body gets dragged off, and they start eating it. So not a great start. Secondly, he during the fight gets a shard of the monoliths. So the beastmen are using these, like, Stonehenge, structures, etc., to like do their rituals. This is very important stuff for them. And part of that is it's made of this weird stone, WYRD stone, and it's like, evil rock. Literally just evil rock, and he gets a piece of it shoved into his eye, and it starts to be a bit of a problem because, like, they try to take it out of his eye, and they physically can't take it out of his eye, even like surgery, because they try later to take it out. And it's like, so he gets the taint of chaos into his eye, and it starts ending well, but like badly. So it turns out that one of the people he saved during this whole fight, though, is a priestess of Shalia, I think. So Shalia is one of the healing goddesses of the Empire. It doesn't matter. The important part is she has a book. She has a really evil book of predictions, of prophecies, because a lot of Sigmarite priests in the Empire actually hold on to dangerous texts so that they study them. They take the, like, we need to study the evil to understand it, and then we can fight it better kind of approach to, like, how all of this works. So they take this approach of, like, now this is where I recommend you can work on his personal skills if you want, but I always recommend doing the control is pretty good. But if there's I always do Grimny's teaching. You want that research rate more than anything. But like, so, but they got a prediction. That book, that same book that they're holding on to, which is giving them predictions, literally told them, hey, your temple is going to be attacked. So you better move. And so they decide to take this book and make a run towards like another temple with it. And that's where that priest is. And that book, starts to be translated because it's not written in like empires, it's written like much older, because it's a very, very old book of prediction, the Liber Castellior, I think. And it is exactly what it sounds like, the evil prophecy book that predicts Archaon and blah blah blah. And he starts reading and he starts realizing that doesn't sound great. That's talking about the end times. It's talking about like the end of the world, and it seems to be talking about like now. It seems to be talking about like current events. So that's not great, That's not wonderful. And he's like, okay, we need to get this back to Altdorf. Okay, that's relatively doable, Altdorf is not too far. And they start going to Altdorf, and on his way over to Altdorf, what actually ends up happening is he gets confronted by a knight. So it's important to note that in the Empire, there are many, many different types of knights. So, there are the classics you'll know about. So like Knights of the Black Rose, which are the ones you see with Elspeth, right? But there's many, many other types of knights. So he is from a knight of the twin-tailed comet. But there's also Knights Panfer, and there are many other groups of knights. Do they matter significantly one from another? Maybe from a flavoring thing. I've seen people like want like more of the knight factions as part of like the game, but at the same time, what's important to realize, like for you and me, is that like a group of the Theogenist Knights, so like the guy before Volkmar sends a hit team to try to like take him out. That's already a big deal, because once again he takes his position that like, I am not only a Templar who's put my entire life on the line, right? But like, I'm literally coming and trying to give you this book. So like, why the hell are you trying to kill me? He's not a big fan of it. You know, he's not a big fan of that course of actions. And he deals with the Templars, and what happens during that fight, which is kind of a big deal, right, is that he gets the support. And now this is important to note. It's actually really unclear what they are exactly, because they're actually kind of strange. He gets the support of like Chaos Warriors, and they're described as like these like birds. So you think burn, you think like okay, Zeech, and it's like not really, because they are described in like undivided terms. And then on top of that, they are like of bone. They are these bone warriors. They have wings, and they take swords out of they take swords out of their wings, and they fight with them. And it's like, okay, it sounds a little bit Zeechy, right? But it also kind of isn't Zeechy. And then he's not treated as like a Zeech, they're treated as undivided. So it's like, it's a little bit strange, and I can't find like a model that they're supposed to be. I think they just are like a standalone thing for this book, interestingly enough. I'm not sure if that's common or uncommon yet for Warhammer. And he gets the support of these Chaos Warriors. And it's like, you know, that's a little bit weird for him. He's like, hi, why are you guys helping me? Because they're listening to him, they're obeying him, they bow down to him. It's like, he rejects it. At the start off, he makes a run for the first chance he get when they're like, everyone's fighting. He and his like little crew, like, make a run for it. They don't want to participate. They don't want to deal with this. That is a lot of casualties. We don't take that many casualties, so they just make a run for it. And so to continue a long story short, they go to Altdorf. They have a bit of a combat scene. And once again, he is 1v200ing everyone, which once again I have some quibbles with. I don't look, I understand he's the main character and he's gonna be Archaon, but he's not Archaon yet, right? So I'm not sure you should be 1v200ing. It is explained from the perspective that like he is trained by these people, you know, so he knows how they work, he knows how they fight. It's kind of explained in that way, that like, that's how he knows so well how to fight them. Because, but at the same time, once again, he's not the first, like, Empire anything to, like, succumb. So, like, I'm not huge on the fact that he's 1v50ing. Like, Beastman is Beastman. I'm sure even the most, like, favorable Beastman, like, enjoyer will agree with me that, like, Beastmen are never treated well, but that's not the point. You know, they're Beastmen. Beastmen exist to die to make other people look cool. It's kind of the same with Norska. It's part of what I'm going to talk about in a minute, right? Is like, Norska exists to make somebody else look competent until the Chaos Warriors show up. So a lot of books, including Norska, will say something like, you know, all of the Norskins were decimated by the Empire's cannon fire, but the Chaos Warrior managed to walk through it and like just tank the cannon shots. And it's like the kind of thing that, like, you know, it's a very extreme demo. Let me deal with this. It's a very, like, once again, it sounds unbalanced, but because it's Chaos Warriors and it's Norska, nobody really cares that it sounds completely overpowered, because it is. And it's the same fate for, like, Beastmen. It's like, Beastmen exist to die. You might not like this fact. You might not enjoy this fact. But it is nonetheless very true. Beastmen, his sole purpose is to die to make somebody look cool. Sorry, Beastmen fan. Look, I think everybody who knows what happened to them in, like, Warhammer Fantasy to back to old world and blah 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 doesn't exactly disagree with me, but sucks anyways. Let me try to rush Grombrindle. How do I catch this? Because he's gonna run around and be annoying. Maybe I should just have one guy chase him. Like, I can afford to take one stack of miners, right, and just chase him. We forgot about, honestly, they'll manage it pretty good. This is not a huge problem for them. They're you know, as the card says, they're decent melee combatants. Now, we need to prepare for the arrival of many, many rats. Regroup, and we'll refill the. There we go. So once again, he goes to the Empire. He goes to Altdorf, And he's like, yo, can I see the paper? Because the Book of Prediction, it has a page ripped out, which is the page that explains specifically, like who is Archeon. And it turns out in one of those like ho-ho moments that the page that explains who is Archeon that he's coming here to go find explains that the guy who will be Archeon is the one who will come looking for the page. It's like, okay, well, I guess, you know, case closed kind of moment. Once again, I'm not huge on that development. I'm not sure that was like, once it, it's a Warhammer book, especially around the end times. The writing's a little bit questionable, but hey. So basically, it is confirmed now. They treat it as a given that he is Archeon. He beats up the old Theogenist, who is not Volkmar, because Volkmar would have handled that shit hopefully a little bit better. I like Volkmar a little bit. I was like, at least more the idea of what a Volkmar is, rather than like, I don't know anything he's done that's particularly good, but he does go and like try to fight Manfred, so you know what? He has some votes, right? But so he then goes on like this exodus, and he goes to the Chaos Waste, and he effectively goes on his training arc, and that's where I'm at in the book right now. And you see this like exploration of what the Chaos Wastes are. You get this idea of like what goes on there, because like it's important to note that like a lot of people from all over the world will go up into the Chaos Waste, because you are it's kind of like your training ground for, like, as I said, for we're gonna get shot a lot if I just keep doing this. Like let me just turn around on this guy. Like, you go there to become a big deal. If you are just in training, or like you've like kind of gone evil but you haven't quite like committed to the bit, you go there and you will get like a lot of experience, you'll get a lot of training. He's actually gonna be annoying. You basically go there to train. So that's what Archeon goes there to do. He's like, he goes there to gather his group, and then he goes there to gather his legendary items. So like, for example, they cross all the way over from Kislev, and over the course of years, because you know time is very unclear in the Chaos Waste, he goes and he crosses all the way over to Nagaroth, to the Altar of Ultimate Darkness, which is like one of the things we're about to see, I think it's in the map. And it's like where he's gonna find his first item. Now he's not exactly sure what that item is, and neither am I. But like, once again, you get this like very like touch and go explanation of what like all of the various factions in factions are in the north. So you get like your Hung tribe. Now in like 2006 humor, the Hun tribe has a leader called Hugh. No, the Hmong tribe has a leader called Hugh Hmong Us. It's like, oh my god, that is an incredibly dated reference. It's like, that was a little bit. But all in all, like, once again, he meets the tribe, like he gets their support, he gets their over time. He kills a lot of people. It's kind of disorganized. It's kind of really unclear how he gets the idea to do this. He just kind of is like, okay, now I'm gonna kill everyone and take control. And it's like, okay, he's Archeon, right? So it's like, makes sense, but at the same time, it's like, it's not. It's kind of like he just kind of wakes up and is like, yeah, you know, I need to like, I understand how the politics of the whole thing works, and he just kind of like goes with it. So it's not like the most satisfying like conclusion, but hey, it works for him, right? He just. We need to move. We need to not get shot at. We're gonna retreat and we're gonna try to get behind them. I think we are losing over here because I think we have Grombrindle over here doing nothing useful. This is not bueno, and we are taking wizard shots. We don't have enough. We don't have enough front line to hold, and we're getting frozen. That's a good first start. Could I have played that better? Probably. For example, I shouldn't be chasing this guy down all day. Realistically, I probably should just let him shoot at me and I at least do something useful. Oh, you can turn. I don't think it matters. I think we have lost though. Let me cast my fake magic. Have we been roasting my men? I feel like we might have. That's the real problem. They keep just shooting at my gyros. So yeah, once again, so far it's an interesting book, but once again, I feel if you're a Beastman fan, you're not gonna enjoy it. If you just want to learn more about Archeon, like it is a good explanation of like how that like chaos works. If you want to learn more about chaos, it's probably a good book to do that. It's not, once again, it's not Gotrek and Felix. Gotrek and Felix is a better book, and at least like it has some like stuff going for. This is not Gotrek and Felix. It's not written as well, but it is so far an enjoyable read. If it wasn't for the New Year's, I probably would have finished it, but you know, New Year's gets in the way of a lot of things, and it is probably worth reading. That's my review. But what I wanted to focus on today on stream, right, is I wanted to have a conversation about something that I'm gonna do as an actual video on my channel, which is I want to have a conversation about what is the deal for the various factions. So I think we've done a little bit of that on stream, right? But I want to have like, I want to do a full deep dive of like what the various factions are in Warhammer, in you know, this Warhammer. I have to specify now, you know, because now there's several Warhammers, and like in this case, I want to talk about like all of them. So like just like an overview video, kind of like what's this race, what's their deal, blah blah blah. So I want to start off nice and simple, right? Let's talk about Beastmen. Now, the thing about Beastmen is that, you know, they don't have a lot going on. There's no, I don't think there's any, I don't know at least, I don't know of any books by like the Beastman POV, and you don't really have a POV. You exist, as I said before, you are part of the like hangers-on of a Chaos Army. So when you have a Chaos Army, there's gonna be some Beastmen, there's gonna be some Norskins, but they are gonna be like subservient to the big bad, who will be a Warriors of Chaos, because you know that's where you get all the street cred. And in that sense, like you don't tend to actually have a lot going on individually. We are losing. Okay, let's concede defeat, rematch. So because of that, you don't actually have a lot going on per se. You do have stories where you are a big deal. There's a Gotrek and Felix book where like he's about to turn like all of the empire that is in like line of sight under the shadow of the forest, is how it's described, into Beastmen. Like he's gonna do this magic ritual using this special, like, and then like dealing with him is a pretty big deal, right? But he's not a character. He's like, he just exists to be a nuisance. Like Beastmen unfortunately exist to be a roadblock, and it's kind of the same with Norska. I know that Norska in the game are treated as their own like thing, but they're not really their own thing. Norska is kind of like the vassals of like the more powerful Chaos. So sometimes they are peaceful. Like some Norskins are peaceful, etc. But most of the time you are just, you know, when a let's just get off the field. Most of the time when a Chaos invasion just comes, their job is to like line up and to be that meat fodder. Once again, they don't have a lot of armor. They aren't much taller than the average Empire men, but they don't have a lot of armor, and their job is mostly to just make the Chaos, protect, you know, add the fluff, add the meat, you know, kind of like a vampire counts. You know, they're here to like add the protection for the actual real heavy hitters of the army, which are your Warriors of Chaos. Now, Warriors of Chaos obviously breaks down into, you know, your 4 categories of Chaos. So you've got your Khorne, which is your more, you know, I'm honorable. Now the honorable thing has changed because Khorne has ordered the death of children before and stuff like that. So like, but usually speaking, Khorne is like the honorable warrior archetype. You know, I'm here to like, I want the skull of worthy warriors kind of thing. I want you to be fighting at your best, and then I will give you boot. So like a lot of bonuses Khorne will give you are for fighting. Do you want to be a better fighter? That's good stuff. That is a ridiculous amount of losses. I really need to come up with a better plan for that. Maybe I should have kept the warriors instead of just using miners, and I feel bad for losing the hammers. Yeah, that's not a good plan. So I'll work on that for when I do a Grombrindle guy, because Grombrindle is probably one of those characters that I need to do a video on at some point. But there we go, we got miners. So, like, then you got your Tzeentch. Now, if you are a nerd, you like your magic, you like your scheming, you want to be indirect about things, then you like your Tzeentch. Tzeentch is, you know, that's your guy if you like those things. If you want a revolution, but like not like you don't want to kill the people in charge. You more just want to like create a revolt, and then you do it. Then you like your Zeech. Then if you instead are more of a how do I put this? No, you're more indulgent. You know, you like a little bit of a you like to Hey, there we go. The altar of ultimate darkness. So once again, he goes all the way over from Kislev, and over the course of probably years, he goes over the Chaos Wastes. It's like, oh, it's always nice to like read about a specific spot on the map, and then you see that spot on the map. I find that as a pretty cool little detail to the game. There's still a decent army there, so I need to like prepare. But what was I saying? Norsca is in that same boat. Where there are major Norscan characters, right? There is Sail, obviously, and then there is Wulfric the Wanderer. But 99.99% of the time, you exist to make the real chaos look better by comparison. Once again, you die in the thousands to make Archaon look good in the end times and etc. Like a lot of the advances are like, you know, once again, millions of Norscan died under Chaos Advance, but like Archaon's Swords of Chaos pushed through and murdered them anyways. Like, you exist to be bottom feeders. Then you got your dwarfs, and I think the dwarfs are the first race in look, evil Vikings is not exactly a very creative concept, but technically evil Vikings who follow the dark gods of the universe and like as gods, I think. Dwarfs are like the first race that actively has whatchamacallit, that actively has some like, you know, is this original accusations? Because if you think about it, they are basically Lord of the Rings dwarf. There's like on a base level, there's nothing too original in them. What makes them better, what makes them more original on a base level, is actually the fact that they you know, they have those extra little bits of flavor. So they have Slayers, which I think, you know, anybody who's read a Gotrek and Felix book, myself included, likes our Slayers. That's an easy first win. Like, you know, adding Slayers to a story makes it better. And then on top of that, they have sorry, thinking hard. They have airships, and they have these gyrocopters, and they have this technology. You know, these are not just like we live in a cave where we mine gold. They actually have like stuff. They are a big mover in the world, and sometimes they choose not to be. Like sometimes they do just hole up. And then other times they are just like, they're going out in the world and they're making these moves, and like Gotrek and Felix, and like they have all of these things going for them. So are they derivative? Yes, they're definitely one of those factions that is like the most derivative in the setting. Probably them and High Elves. But at the same time, they do add that extra twist, which I actually feel like they add an extra twist better than whatchamacallit.
You're here. Let's talk.
2 seconds. Does he want to declare war on me? He does want to declare war on me, damn it. They add that extra twist better than High Elves. High Elves I don't feel like add that much. Then, and once again, you are a big mover in the characters. A lot of things happen with dwarves. There's a lot of dwarf characters that are well established and have their story going on. Like ones that you don't see in game would be Bugman. So Bugman, you have his rangers, right? So you have the Bugman Rangers. Now who Bugman is, Bugman used to run an ale tavern. Now for dwarves, ale is like the thing. They can live off ale because dwarf ale is like much stronger than like just like your basic ale. And because of that, like, he had his family business and it burned down by some goblins. And ever since then, he has led every single dwarf who will follow him to like exterminate every single dwarf on every single greenskin on the planet. He is a bit of a gag character, but like in a perfectly okay way, you know? Like if you're gonna have a gag character, the guy who fights greenskins as like a spec ops warrior. Because once again, he's doing it full on like, you know, sneak attacks, very indirect kind of fighting. Let me just get a bunch of money from the Empire. All of that stuff. And it's kind of just like, that's it. He's a half joke character, half serious character. But hey, unlike some, he shows up in the end times. So unlike Wurzag, so, you know, I guess Bugman gets a better treatment than Wurzag at least. But, we're gonna get declared one. Yeah. I did not handle that stuff. So 2 seconds, I just need to answer something. So, yeah. You are a real player, and that's going for you, and you are a bit derivative. Now, we're gonna get over to something that is like so unique that it is essentially its own thing. Yes, the Empire is built off the Holy Roman Empire. I think everybody with a pair of eyes realizes that, right? But it's also like a lot more than that, you know? There's a lot more going on to the Empire than simply being the Holy Roman Empire. You know, you've got Sigmar, which has its whole established religion. You have the Cult of Mor, which protects the dead. So the Cult of Mor is, you know, kind of like how you see in the game, in like, you know, the whole is the death god. So Mor is the death god. Now, in a setting with a lot of vampires and necromancer, having a cult of people who are in charge of making sure that the dead, you know, like rest is a pretty big benefit. You know, that's the kind of thing you actually kind of want in a death god. Like, it's, you actually have a purpose for him. So he that's his job. He just makes sure that like the dead stay in. Now, they can get overpowered. Like, really strong magic will like basically blow out the defenses, and Nagash can just still raise the dead even if you you know, more them, because, you know, your average like country bumpkin like priest of Mor is not gonna beat Nagash, such as his power. But still, like, they have steam tanks. They have like all of these like, there's all of these like lore and like things going on with them, and it is like, it is established enough that they are once again, you don't look like, you can think humans, right? To the extent that they are also humans, debatably derivative, right? But really not. Like, they have their own thing going on. They are like a unique faction, and it's really, it's one of those like, they really did something with these guys. Like, there's a reason why like so many books and stories revolve around the Empire in some ways. Like, because of all of those, it's this kind of like compounding thing. It's like, they are interesting enough to make stories, and because they have stories, they're even more interesting to read about because you can learn about all these little facets. Once again, there are things that are not seen in the game and might never be added to the game. So you got like halflings, which are not really explored in game, which are like hobbits. Think of like horny hobbits, and they kind of run their own like little mini like settlement inside the Empire. You've got the dwarf quarter of Altdorf, so a lot of dwarfs move to Altdorf and like live in a permanent dwarf quarter in Altdorf, where they also built the Cathedral of Sigmar, which is exactly what it sounds like, a cathedral to Sigmar. I know I'm blowing your minds here. This might be the end of our little run. I mean, it is no matter what, because I'm gonna lose from the south. Oh yeah, so attempt 1 was a failure, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? I'm just gonna relaunch. So, yeah, let's keep going. So, let's try that again. I could drag it out, but I feel like I can do this start better. So let me try to save a turn. I think the essential one is to save that turn on turn 3. It's like when you try to get to the last settlement, I think I can save a turn if if I play my cards right. I'm optimizing as usual. But yeah, it's like the Empire is definitely it's the thing that, you know, it's kind of like the Empire in 40K. It's like, what gets people into 40K are Space Marines. You learn about the Eldar and the other stuff later, but like, Space Marines are what get you into the setting. It's like, it is effective. And then like, okay, 2 seconds. So Space Marines are what give you that visibility. You know, Space Marines get you into, and then Empire, I think, does that for Warhammer. Now, there are all of the cool factions. You know, your Chaos Dwarfs are definitely a big seller. Your Skaven, but you only learn about those, I think, later. I think most people gravitate to the Empire. Empire's a lot of like playtime, right? So because of that, like, you know, that's how you get started into the set. And honestly, I'm glad for that, because once again, it's this self-fulfilling cycle. It's like, even the Archeon book gives you a lot of depth into the Empire, and because it gives you a lot of depth into the Empire, then you you know, it helps. It helps you learn about them. You learn more, and it's like etc. etc. So it's like it's cool how that works. It's like, but then as I said, you have your 4 flavors of chaos. So you've got your, you know, we've covered Zeech, we've covered Corn, and then you have your Nurgle. So your Nurgle is for like, are you suffering from like some like disease that you can't recover from? Are you suffering from like a permanent injury? So like I had for all of last year, I had like a really debilitating injury. So like I really couldn't do anything ever. Like I was just injured all the time and it was painful, and like it still is a little bit, but it's way better. So like if you end up in a situation like that, and it's like what Nurgle tempts you is to like accept it, you know? Just give in. Like it doesn't have to get better, and it won't get better, but at least you'll feel good, you know? It'll feel better for you if you just accept it as it is. And that's what appeals to people about Nurgle, is like that acceptance of your life. Or maybe you have a sick one, like a loved one who's sick, and you fall to Nurgle like trying to cure them, because like Festus used to be a doctor, and as part of that research of like disease, he became more and more like enamored in how it all works, and he kind of falls for it. So there's many options, like there's many flavors of chaos. And then finally, as I said, we have Slaanesha. Like if you are being a little bit too indulgent, hey Sink Tank, how you doing? What's up, guys? How are we all doing? A happy New Year. I know it's almost, you know, it's a little bit too late for that, but happy New Year anyways. How are you all doing today? Thank you for the follow, Commandant. Well, we had a little failed attempt at it, and I'm just trying to play through. As I said, we're gonna be exterminating every single elf, and at the same time, I'm talking about like a thing that I'm gonna do for YouTube. So almost for now, for me it's third day. For me it's the third day. For you guys it's second day. But yeah, like I'm gonna be working on like an explanation of like what the various factions of the like the Warhammer like game are. So you know, all of them, like explaining what they're about, and I'm just talking about that on stream today. And thank you. I hope you're all doing well, and I hope you had a good time for you. How was New Year's for you guys? We'll occupy that, and we'll get some more Quarrelers. Yeah, we save a turn. That was my first mistake, is like wasting that turn is good. New Year's was good. Pretty good. Like, you know, I have my kids, so like I'm not doing like, you know, party. We didn't go out to see fireworks because like 12 o'clock is too late for him, right? But we had a good time at home in that sense. We and I think somebody else rated me. So Kintoshi, I presume that's you who followed me. Thank you as well. I only got the notification for one. Ah, there you go. I can see it now. Yeah, Kintoki and Commandant Herder. Thank you for following. I appreciate. But yeah, it's more of a quiet New Year. So we went to a shrine in the morning. We got our fortunes, which I got the best fortune. So, you know, good stuff. I'll take the best fortune. So it was a good time all around. It was a good time. And as I said, just casual. We had my in-laws over to visit, but like that was during the day, because you know we have a son. He's 1 now. So in that sense, we're not doing anything too active. I think I forgot a building actually. We just had a casual time at home, but it was good. It was good. I took a big break from like streaming and YouTube, and I'm just kind of getting back on the horse, so to speak. So we're streaming today, we're streaming tomorrow, we're streaming Monday, and then we're just doing the usual schedule from now on. I fixed my YouTube quality, not perfectly. I'm trying to improve my HDR, because like the colors are a little bit muted, I feel, but I feel like it's better, and it's like I'm gonna improve it. Ah, watching streams. Well, I mean, look, for honest, most of my Christmas involved a lot of YouTube watching as well, but you know, now I'm a parent and have to be responsible and you know, all those things. So a little less of that, but I have to admit that many Christmas of my life were doing a lot of that. It's actually interesting because I would have assumed that Christmas season would have led to like more views, but it's actually kind of the reverse. There's actually less people watching YouTube and like all of this around the Christmas season. Like there's a significant drop off in views and stuff. So it's like, no, that's not what I would have expected. You know, you learn new things as you do this YouTube stuff. Oh yeah, Max in Japan YT. If any of you want to follow like Warhammer YouTube channel, either way is good. But yeah. Oh, fair enough. So that's the Twitch difference compared to YouTube. Tells you what I know. So maybe I missed out on the business opportunity. But for me, it was good. It was good to spend time with family. I think that was important. It was good for me. And then whatchamacallit? I'm just as I said, I'm getting started back up. We'll go into the book with you, and then we're gonna exterminate these guys again. So we actually do want to keep the military building, I think, and we're just having a good time. I think that's the idea for today. As I said, we're gonna keep talking about like the various factions. What do you guys like? Kentucky and Commandant, what do you guys like? And congrats on the stream streak, Sintank. Thanks for watching so often. I appreciate it. But what are your factions? What have you been playing at the moment? What do you guys like? January is bad for Twitch.
Aye, I'll see it.
Ah. How long have you been doing this? A year, I take it, or more? But I think January is bad for YouTube as well. So honestly, I'm just gonna like, I think it's more about the consistency. I'm just doing it to like be consistent about things. And once again, I'm working on like some big YouTube videos. So like, what I'm working on is the one I was like talking about a second ago. Is I am working on a guide to like, hey, you're a new player and you want to know what the lore of like all of these factions are. Well, here you go. Here's the place to do. Less of a like.
How can I
It probably won't be so appealing to, like. It won't be like less of maybe like the experienced Warhammer knowledge person will know about it a little bit more, but it's more for the new player. And then once again, so it'll be like an overview, brief overview of every faction, and then later I will develop that into like a full breakdown, like in depth. Because like, the issue is like not every faction can support an in-depth breakdown. So like, you're Skaven. You can talk, I think like most people, I can talk about Skaven for a while. I love Skaven. Skaven are great, right? But like Beastmen. There's not a lot to talk about with Beastmen, right? It's like, I hate nature, I hate civilization, I hate people, and I like forest. That is like, that is it. Like, and as I was saying, like, there's a Gotrek and Felix book where a Beastman character like almost like destroys the entire empire. Like, so because he's using this like magic ritual, so he's got these like stones, and like he has this like big like, so the Beastmen are really like big in their like nature magic, so they use like Stonehenge things. They use their, if you ever played Beastmen, they build those herd stones, right? And it's like, let me get rid of that to focus on something else now. So they build these like big stones to really like get their magic going. They get boosts from like, so what this guy was doing is he was dragging this enormous stone over to like the right location. I forget what that was exactly. And then he's going to do this ritual that like everyone under an empire forest. Now, if you've ever looked at the empire on the map, there's a lot of forest. So like everyone in the shadow of the forest will turn into a beastman. And it's like, okay, that's a pretty big deal magic spell, right? But at the same time, like it didn't succeed and you weren't getting a lot of like deep character motivation. Like there was not a lot of going on a deep level for them. Like there's not a, they're very simple, and as I said, they exist to make other people look better. So in the Archaon book, Archaon like even before he's Archaon, right? Like Archaon like still like solos them 1v100, like 1v200 basically. And like in the end times, like there's a lot of instances of like 100 beastmen died so that the actual like the real people in the army like made it to the front line. So like, and that's the same issue with Norsca. It's like Norsca is treated as a separate faction in game, but like Norsca is really just like the hangers on to like more powerful warriors of chaos. Like they do have real characters, right? They do have Wulfric, but like, nah, you're basically just there to be like, once again, to make your tanky chaos warriors look good. Because once again, the same volley of cannons that's gonna kill 100 beastmen and 100 Norscan raiders will like bounce off the armor of your chaos warrior, and he will power through. It's like, Okay. Um, you know, if you like those factions, it's a bad time for you. But then there are, you know, as I said, we've talked about Chaos Dwarfs a lot on stream. But like Chaos Dwarfs are cool, right? And especially now that they're adding more to them. But they've never been major players. They are basically the Chaos 7-Eleven. You go to them when you need a refill of like magic weapons, magic armor, artillery, war machines. You go over to the Chaos Dwarves and you buy their stuff, and a lot of characters go there, right? But they never actively like participate in the story, and then obviously they get Grimgord off screen. So, like, if you like Chaos Dwarves for the lore, you don't have a lot to sink your teeth into. Do I fight him? What do we think, chat? Should I fight him? He's got a lot of archers, which I'm kind of concerned about. I have less archers. I also half my army is beat up. But I also have way more armor than him, so I might be able to auto-resolve him. I feel like this is not he's way stronger than me, but I feel like I have to. Okay, let's see what happens if I siege him. Now, the issue is if I siege him, his other army might show back up. I haven't played Grombrindle in ages, honestly. So like I'm not used to like what the proper strategy is to handling that. It is one of those guys that I do want to make a guide for at some point, so I need to like try things out. But yeah, it's like a lot of a lot of factions do have stuff going on, and a lot of factions don't. Now, a lot of factions. Oh, here's a backup army, so he does show up. Okay, let's back up. He's not gonna fall. We're gonna ambush Stanson, I think is our best plan. How big is the small army now? I'm not sure which one that would be, but like yeah. So, in that sense, it's good. 2 dreadnoughts, 1 warsuit. Oh, your space wolves. Yeah, look, I'm waiting before I dip in my toes in. Like, I have a lot of shelf. All of my shelf is mostly AOS, right? And then I'm waiting for 11th edition. And then I'll probably just do I'll get the launch box, you know, like a basic bitch. I'll get the launch box, and that's how I'll dip my toes into collecting some because, you know, especially with the game coming out, I might as well have a few of them because I'll probably be streaming, you know, 40K when it comes out. So because of that, I do need some of those miniatures. So I'll just wait for the launch box, so that way I'm not spending ridiculously on the set. Now, you know, the second half of the box is orcs. Like, I'm not as excited about orcs as I am by some factions. Okay, that's about as fair of a fight as we're gonna get. Orcs is not that exciting for me, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I think that Necrons, I think, was like 9th edition. There was Necrons. That was pretty cool. Especially, I've read Infinite and the Divine. That's a good book. And then 10th edition was obviously whatchamacallit, the aliens, right? And like, that's good. But yeah, like, I'll get into it. So where do we want to fight them? Now, they have a chariot. That's our first issue. Where is that chariot? Is he on a chariot? No, he's on a mount. That's also a problem. But they do have a chariot that can go running around our back line. I think we want to be up here. I think our best situation is to be up here. Now we have to be careful with the helicopter, because they will absolutely shoot me out of the sky. But let's position up there nice and quick. Half the army is not moving. Honestly, that's not. I wanted that half to arrive first. That's not ideal. But yeah, for me, I've been enjoying the spearhead. So it's basically the combat patrol of like AOS. There's a whole game mode attached to it. I don't know how to play it. So I'm going to at some point. But you know, my wife is not so interested in trying out. So I'm basically need to wait a few years until my son grows up old enough to like play board games with me. Then maybe I'll get myself a willing subject. We'll see. But for now I'm just like having a good time. Ooh. But yeah, so that's but I use it to collect, and it gets me a flavor of the army, blah blah blah. Without like, I'm not playing, so they're mostly painting projects for me, right? So I don't need to collect like a 2,000 point army or anything like that. I just like to collect a little bit of flavor. So I got the Christmas box for like Cities of Sigmar, which is basically AOS's like Empire, but not a 1-to-1, but they're pretty similar. Ah, well, agree to disagree there. I like the assembling and I like the painting. I've never tried the game, so maybe I'll enjoy the game too. But yeah, the assembly, that's fun for me, and then the painting is fun for me. I just you know, it's the time, the dedication, because you know, when you want to paint, you've got to clear up space on your desk, and then you need to like do it, and just not right now, not as much as I'd want to, but at some point I'll get back to it. Okay, so the issues I'm worried about is like if I take a too passive stance, I think I lose because they have way more archers than me. But at the same time, I can't really rush out to them because you know I'm a dwarf. I'm supposed to be defensive, and I've got a lot of missiles too. I'm in this kind of awkward situation where I'm not actually sure how to win this. Ah, fair enough. I think I enjoy. Oh, that's not gonna do anything. That's a fireball. Fun to watch though. Yeah, they didn't even hit. Okay, but like I enjoyed the focus. You know, the like almost meditative. Like I'm just gonna focus on painting, and I'm just going to like zone out the world. I need someone to like help me like not think sometimes. So I really like it for that aspect. But I can see that like if you don't feel like you're very good at it, yeah, it probably is not. I'm probably not the best at it either, but I'm going through my warp lightning cannon. No, it's not the warp lightning cannon. It's the rattling. It's not the rattling gun. It's like it look like Skaven Tide rattling. It looks like a it's a rattling gun, but it's like on wheels. It's like a and it's a pretty fun model, and I'm almost done painting that. Like I'm very happy with the result of that one. Just loves painting the minis to paint some minis for me. But she didn't want to return the minis after. Ah, well, yeah, but yeah, it sucks. I understand. You can hire someone, right? But that's probably pricey. I've never looked into it. And like, I know there's a big debate is like, is it worth it? Because, you know, some people are like, oh, I like painting, so I'll get to hired. And then the issue is like, you know, people don't realize how much it takes. And then you, oh, hello. You know what? I'm kind of happy about that, except for the rinsing my own men in flames. This is, can we stop casting? Like, I know I'm kind of magic resistant, but I don't think I'm that magic resistant. But like, let me kill. Okay, let's stop that. Let's shoot him. Let's kill Malekith. And let's focus on the rest of the fight. We'll position ourselves here. It's like, yeah, but you think that, but then it's like, it's more from the person's perspective. It's like, you know, it takes a long time, and you know, I used to run a lot of hobbies as business. So I used to like buy and sell like Magic the Gathering and stuff, right? And the issue with that is like, it kind of puts you in this like, you don't really enjoy the hobby for the hobby's sake anymore. You always like, every time I'd play cards, it was like business, like, oh, it could be a business opportunity, blah blah blah. So I'd be afraid that it would like make me hate it. So yeah, it's interesting. But no, look, I've seen some very good painting. You know, look, I like painting. I'm not the bestest at painting. I'm not gonna say that I am, but I enjoy the painting. So for now, like I would lose the primary benefit because once again, I'm not gonna play with them. So there is the aspect of like they'll look neat on my shelf, right? And that's not nothing. That's not nothing. But I don't particularly need like. Let me try to like sneak up on the archers. Yeah, it does make it very expensive. Now, the good news is, as I'm sure, you know, a lot of you will know, is like, you know, if you have someone from England to bring you your miniatures, ooh, you save a lot of money. Like, anytime my family comes over, I make sure that they bring me any Warhammer, and that has two benefits. A, it stops me from impulse buying as much. Because like, if I'm waiting for the next family visit from the UK, well, then I don't really have a big reason to like buy stuff right now, do I? Secondly, is as you can imagine, oh wow, we lost my gunners. I didn't even pay attention. Then secondly, the other advantage is like it makes it so much cheaper. Like the UK pricing compared to anywhere, it's just like such a ridiculous difference that it almost like feels bad to buy minis in Japan. Sometimes like, you know, a box is too big, so like a Battle Force box is like way too big to like try to ask family to bring over for you. But like other times it's like, please family. Yeah, you need a mule. Yeah, you just get yourself an English friend and just be like, hey, come over to wherever you live, and just be like, bring me Warhammer, please. We need to bum rush archers much more actively. Let's go. That's good. That's good. That was very clean. Let's run away now. Let me rush in my ogres. I just need to rush them in. It's the best way to get into the hobby. Is just like find someone from England to buy them for you. Oh, here we go. I mean, I presume Scotland and Ireland and blah. Like, maybe fair enough. Well, I guess if you have an English, you see, look, he's named for the job. It's perfect. But yeah, like that's that. Once again, I have a bad habit. I think like anyone who gets into Warhammer, I have, you know, an impulse buying habit. So it's good to like intentionally limit myself, because you know it's much easier to, once again, much easier to like limit yourself if you know like, oh, I'm actually saving money, right? Because like if you just like limit yourself because, oh, I have to, it's not a very good motivation. If you limit yourself because like you're actually gonna save money and you'll still get the Warhammer at the end of it, it's better. We are fighting this terribly. We are still losing. This is not over yet. We need to shoot down these various units, and we need to hose these guys right here. And then you guys run in. We lost the ogres, and we lost the... Oh god. Yeah, I'm waiting for the battle for the beginner box. It'll be a good way to cheat. Like, people arguing whether it'll be as good value, because Leviathan was a really good value. Honestly, I was actually considering getting into 40k, and what made the decision for me is that the Skaven Tide box were still available, and the Leviathan boxes were no longer available. So it just kind of felt bad to buy a box that was like, where's value? Because, you know, you can buy the ultimate intro box, but like if you compare the ultimate intro box for 40k compared to what was available in the Leviathan box, it just kind of felt bad. So I kind of didn't do it, and that's how I chose to. I mean, I like AOS too, but it's just like there were parts about AOS that I liked, but I also didn't like that it wasn't like Empire. So for that reason, that's the story of like how I specifically got into AOS. And once again, I like it, I love it, and once again, I actually quite enjoy it. And honestly, the minis are much better. And I know it's not really a hot take, right? But wow, when you look at it, like, because you know you can go to the Warhammer store in Akihabara, and like they have a huge section which is just like minis on display, and like wow, it's a massive difference, like a good quality like AOS mini compared to 40k. Once again, I know it's like the coldest hot take in the world, but I still think it's very true. It's like it makes a huge difference. Well, happy third day of New Year's to you, Sintank. Hey guys, to all the rest of you, welcome to the stream. If you guys want to chat, go for it. If you guys want to just enjoy the stream, thank you for watching. I appreciate. Either way, let's keep roasting them. We are winning. Let me hose his position. We are winning. This is not the prettiest fight we've ever done, but we definitely beat in the first one. So, yeah. I mean, we're just killing the wizard. That's good. We got our flamethrowers walking in. We've won the fight, pretty much. Let me make sure that everything's going well. There we go. Is this my cleanest fight ever? No. Did we win? That's a win in my books. That's a win in my books. But, yeah. So... like, I think... what I'm curious about for AOS specifically, and it actually does matter if you are like you enjoy like Warhammer Fantasy, right? Is they have the Fire Slayer. They have the Fire Slayers, and the Fire Slayers are literally just the Slayers from traditional Warhammer, and they just made them a whole faction. And people, including myself, think that like the whole army looks the same, because I was actually looking at someone's secondhand army, and I had this funny moment where like he misidentified his own Fire Slayers, and I was like, that's kind of, there's a joke there somewhere, you know. It's like, okay, even the actual players can't recognize them as like separate things. And so part of the rumors for next year is that they are going to release an expansion to Fire Slayers. So instead of just making them Fire Slayers, they're gonna be the everything faction. So they're gonna have traditional dwarves as well as slayers again, and I think that will be a huge help, and that will definitely get me interested in. So like, if you like dwarves from like, you know, Total War, you'll actually have a home for you in Age of Sigmar, because like, if you like slayers, once again, you can do the fire slayers, but if you do want like traditional dwarves, you don't really have that. You have like Kharadron overlords, right? So the Kharadron overlords are like blimps, airships, steampunks, dwarfs, which is probably not 100% what you're looking for if you're thinking of dwarves in the traditional sense. Let me just declare war on people for money. Let me get some good relations with
Greetings on behalf of
that's a risky move, because technically they could be motivated to sail over. I don't think they will, but they might. You know, you always have that moment where like an AI does something really stupid and just sails over all the way to you. Like, so I'm actually kind of looking forward to what they released there. And you know, releasing a new faction always leads to a good value box as well. So like, that is like the #1 advice for anyone. Like, always buy the value box. Never buy flat out. Let me just get my replenishment up, because dwarf replenishment is no bueno. Let's, what is that? Is that a beastman? Yeah, it's a beastman. Yeah, I like, they don't click for me as well. Like, the boats are cool. Like, they have these models of these, like, airship boats, right? And those are, like, they're cool looking, but once again, I'm not sure I'd clearly I haven't. But, like, I'm not sure I would want to, like, own one, per se. So, yeah, so I'm glad they're expanding one of the dwarves to more traditional dwarves. I am glad they're making that change. It's a good thing for them. We're gonna take a split second, guys, and I'll be right back in a second. Oh god. Okay, can we win that? No, we cannot win that. We might get caught out again. Yeah, that was a mistake. Apologies. We're gonna be doing a little bit of an underhanded move. We're gonna be rewinding. Give me a second, folks. I just want to go get some for my wife. iPad. So let's continue down our list of factions, you know. We've got so, you know, we've got Chaos Warriors. Now, Warriors of Chaos are interesting in, technically, these are 5 different groups inside the same group. So, you know, you got your monogod Warriors of Chaos, right? Which would, depending on how you look at it, would either fall under their specific god or be independent. And, well, Kintoki, I appreciate you following. I appreciate you watching. Thank you for staying by. Seriously, it's always nice to have new people, and feel free to... The time zone difference will make it difficult, but on Mondays, so your Sunday evening, I stream a lot earlier. So I usually stream from like 6:30 my time. Now it's 8 my time. So like they'll probably be good times for you as well. So yeah, thank you for coming to stop by. So like Chaos Warriors are interesting, right? Because you've got your monogod Chaos Warriors. So you've got your like I follow a specific god, so etc. etc. And then you've got your like I either there's 2 options. I either follow no god, you know, your Archeon deal where it's like and this is really interesting. That's the one interesting thing about Archeon is like they really explore the like I appreciate saying look to both of you. I appreciate you stopping by. Seriously. But like you have your monogod wars. So your once again, Archeon is one of those where like it's actually not even one of those. Archeon's whole thing is oh, let's hope we can run away. Yeah, I'm not the puppet of the gods, blah blah. And look, that's a bit of cope because he's entirely a puppet of the gods, right? Everything about his life is so like every time he tried to kill himself when he realizes he's Archeon, he actually just like tries to kill himself, and it just like he comes back. He's not allowed to. He gets saved by the ruinous powers, right? So like he is absolutely a puppet, and it's like that. Whether you like that theme for the book or not, it is an underlying theme to the whole book, which is like, you know, your fate is decided. Like Archeon was pretty much always going to be Archeon, and they kind of walk that back. So during the End Times book, the final book, where Sigmar confronts him, because he thinks that Archeon like comes to believe that Sigmar is alive because like Sigmar didn't help him, blah blah blah. So because of that, I will burn down the world. And that's more of his motivation. His motivation is not so much I follow the Chaos Dwarves. It's more like I'm angry at Sigmar. Make of that what you will. Like that is his motivation is not that deep. It's basically like some Sigmarite priests like betrayed me. And it's like, and like my god never really acted for me. And it's like, so for those who don't know, it's actually this little detail that was revealed is like Sigmar is trapped in the vortex. So you know the Elven vortex? He got tied to the wind of one of the winds of magic, and he gets trapped in the vortex.
Waste my time.
Just to vibe basically until so when the vortex breaks, Sigmar is released again and starts being able to act, and he has these interactions with do I want to take that auto resolve? I think I do because that's a lot of shades. I don't want to fight that many shades. So like Sigmar gets released and they have this conversation with Diederik, which is like, you know, you could have been so much more. And I feel like that's a little bit of a walking back on the previous theme. It's like, I didn't feel like that was a theme before. I didn't feel like that was a significant, like the theme of the Archeon book is like, this guy was always going to be Archeon. This guy has always been Archeon, and this guy will always be Archeon. Like, there's not a lot of like variety to a story. Like, and once again, in the End Times book, they try to change that. They try to be like, well, it's his decision. He could have been a hero to the Empire, and he just went down a dark path. But I really don't feel like that was set up significantly. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it is pretty clear that like there are so many forces, and maybe that's the point. Is like if you like pushed harder against those forces, but there were so many forces like pushing him to become Archeon that he basically doesn't have a choice in the matter. Because once again, like every time he tries to kill himself, because he does try to kill himself, he does try to do those things, he does try to like take his life, he does try to like, he doesn't want to be Archeon. But the issue is that he simply is not allowed to die. Simply put, like he just is not allowed to end it. So, like every time he tries, he dies. Every time he naturally dies, he's back. Like he just so. In this sense, it kind of feels like he didn't have a choice, but Sigmar tries to say, oh, like you did, and once again, that feels like a little bit of a retcon to the theme of the actual book. And having retcons out of nowhere like that kind of makes the message a little bit unclear, because once again, in a fantasy setting with prophecy, right? It's kind of hard to be like, oh, you can be whatever you want, but also everything is set in stone, and we have prophecies that say it. Like there's a bit of a mixed message here. We are not having a good time. If I don't fight him, he's gonna recruit 2 more units, but I can retreat over here. Yeah, I need to come up with a better strategy on how to handle early game in the future. But once again, Archeon is definitely not a character that is like deeply compelling. So if, like once again, I haven't reached the end of his book. Maybe it's better later, but like, Archeon exists. Archeon. At the end of the day, Archeon's role in life is to end the setting. So it's already a hard battle. Because, like, you know, people are not going to like him, necessarily. And then on top of that, it's like, his motivations for doing it are like, I'm angry at God, so now I will destroy the whole world?
Never.
You know, it's kind of like a, okay. Like, yeah, once again, it hasn't sold me. It's like there are books where I've read and I'm like, wow, okay, I like this or that character now, in the Empire. I actually kind of like Malik. If he's got a lot going on, they're a little bit flip floppy about his characterization, but at least he has something going on of a personality. There's at least stuff going on with him. Archeon is not one of those. Archeon is definitely not one of those characters. Oh, another big detail going on to Malekith is like at the beginning of the End Times Malekith book, Malekith just basically deletes Skarbrand. Like no effort, no obvious effort. He just kind of like one and dones him, and it's like, oh, okay, you can do that. Good to know, because I feel like that would not go down so well in game. But like, yeah, just like he just kills him. He stabs the sword in his skull, and he defeats Skarbrand just nice and quickly, because like Skarbrand, and this is one thing that the game doesn't really do, is a lot of the greater demons have these like auras. So like when a greater demon is on the field, it's not just like when a demon's on the field. This is like dark magic aura, so a lot of people get influenced. So when Skarbrand was on the field, all of the Dark Elves were becoming more bloodthirsty. All of the Dark Elves were like kind of getting like angrier, like it was harder to keep up battle discipline, like all of these things that like, once again, you don't really see that in game, but like maybe they should, maybe there's a way to like add something like that. But like, is there one that has ancestral blood? No, they don't have any of the important ones. They don't add corruption, so we'll just do a lord. Yeah, we'll do that. And it's like, once again, so he just like, okay, I need to go solo Skarbrand, and he does, like, unlike most people where it's like, if you go solo Skarbrand, it probably wouldn't end very well. He just successfully solos Skarbrand at the beginning of the like, okay. I feel like he shouldn't just be able to casually solo Skarbrand, but he can. Because, you know, later in the end times, they really, all of the incarnates, so once again, Malekith is boosted up by the Wind of Shadow, like, proper juiced up. And then there's like 5 other people with him who are all boosted up with a full Wind of Magic, and they really struggle against Kavanda, which is like another bloodthirster. So, the fact that he's so casually bodies Skarbrand, who, like, don't get me wrong, he got a bit disabled in the head, right? So, he's maybe not the smartest one, but like, he's still a pretty big deal bloodthirster. It's kind of hard to explain why they're all struggling against Kavanda later. Kind of a little unclear why that is. I think it's just like, you know, different writers, ending the setting, we need stakes. But yeah, I don't, we definitely do not get the right Age of Reckoning. Okay, so yeah, we are not playing this at our bestest. Enter a new age. But yeah, we're just having a good time. It's interesting. Once again, I like. Look, I haven't like, it hasn't been so bad that I'm like stopped reading.
The dwarfs need me.
I'm gonna add your worst eater. Yeah, it's like, this has not been my best campaign, absolutely. But it's definitely like we are working. We have a little stable foothold, and like the dwarves have so much power that like, as long as I'm like semi-competently expanding, I'll be able to get like some land later, and I'll be fine. But yeah, look, we're getting our main province, right? So like, we'll be fine. It's just like, this is definitely not like a start that I can make a guide out of, because like, this is not a good start. I need to make it better. Let me recruit on my border. But yeah, like, it's not a bad book. It's not one that I would like, oh my god, this is a must-read book if you want to learn more about like the Warhammer setting. No, it's not one of those. But it is a book I am reading. It is a book I don't mind. Base weapon damage plus armor. 35% speed is pretty good. Is it worth reading? Once again, if you really like Chaos, you really want to learn more about Archaon, you really want to do all of that, it's probably a case for it. For me personally, I don't feel like I gained, like, I'm not a big Chaos enjoyer at the best of times, and like, this is not the book that made me like go, oh, I want to go play an Archaon campaign. Maybe I will, just, you know, for some variety at some point, but it's not because of this. Yeah, so that's it. So then we're going to Dark Elves, and like, you know, Dark Elves are just, I think Dark Elves are definitely more unique than High Elves in that sense, because like, going down our list of factions is like, they actually have stuff going on. Hey, have a good night. Thank you for watching. And once again, Happy New Year. Even if it's over. I feel like I don't need to take that many losses. We absolutely can just fight this. Have a good day. Like, High Elves, Dark Elves have the issue of, like, have the advantage of actually being unique. It's like, okay, we're slaving elves. That's already a pretty, like, not like, okay, Dark Elves have done it now, but like Dark Eldar did it, but like Dark Eldar is New York. Like, we're slaving elves, riding the seas on these black arcs, which are these like island ships formed from pieces of our floating continent. It's like, they've got a little bit of spice, you know? You can't look at a Dark Elf and be like, that's unoriginal. And I actually think they are probably like one of the more original out of the free types of elves. They are definitely the most original. You know, they have gladiator pits. They keep harems. So they're like, but they're also not like, they don't have that dark Eldar thing of like, oh, we're evil because we don't have a choice. Like, you know, because if we're not evil, you know, we Slaanesh will like take our souls. Look, don't get me wrong. I'm sure Dark Eldar don't hate what they're doing. But technically they do have like a justification, you know? Dark Elves don't have any of that. Like, Slaanesh likes elf souls, right? But Slaanesh doesn't like have like that grip that they do on like, in like, we got some archer horses coming. But they doesn't have that like grip on their souls that they do in like fantasy, where like if they're not acting super duper evil, they just do it for the love of the game, you know? They just do it because like, hey, if I'm gonna get some like human slaves and then like I keep the women and like, you know, you do everything you might expect with some, you know, human women slaves. And like they have gladiator pits, but once again, they are an entire society like built on backstabbing. So like you have a girlfriend, okay, that girlfriend can still report you to the government. You have you have an ally, he'll still probably betray you. They are kind of like Skaven-y in that way, but they do understand higher. There's a little bit less of that like, I'm gonna try to get my Skaven are defined by like every Skaven thinks that he's like the main character, but like not every dark elf thinks that he can be Malekith. A lot of them realize that like maybe I might not be the most loyal to Malekith, but like Malekith is still Malekith, and Malekith will fuck me up. So like I will show my respects to Malekith, you know? So that's the distinction between like Skaven and Dark Elf. But actually they're kind of pretty similar. They both take slaves. So Skaven takes slaves as well. It's not really emphasized in the game because, you know, the same way that they call Chaos Dwarf slaves like labor these days. It's like, which is funny because like Dark Elves are still called slaves, right? But Chaos Dwarfs, which are basically the exact same thing, they call it labor, and it's kind of the same thing, you know, they do with like Star Wars, you know, when they call like the Lego Star Wars, they call Jango Fett's starship, you know, the Slave One, they call it Jango Fett's starship recently. It's like, that feels unnecessary. It has a name, and like the name is Slave One, so it's like there seems to be this like thing where like we're gonna avoid saying the S word, but the S word is already in the game, so it's a bit of a strange priority to like be like, oh, we're not gonna do it, but also it already is there. But once again, as I was saying, the difference between Skaven and Dark Elves is that like most Dark Elves realize that they are never going to be Malekith, because Malekith has like the special sauce. As we keep joking around these parts, is like Malekith is the son of their greatest leader, so there's a lot of loyalty from that, because like Anirion is the dude. He's basically Elven Sigmar. So there's that going for him. If you add on to that, he is himself a pretty powerful guy. Like you are not gonna, most people are not gonna out magic Malekith just in general, because he's wearing a crown, like a crown of sorcery, I think it's called, which like really buffs him up magically. So like you are not out magicking him, you are not outpowering him. So the only people that are like trying to get like up, oh god, like the only people who are like significantly trying to usurp him are his mother, and like his mother Morathi is actually, this is going terribly, is actually a pretty big deal in her own right. Like out of all the people, like Morathi is one of those like sorcerers that's been there since like the beginning of time basically, and like she can stand up on her own. Like Morathi like actually is like a contender for like one of the stronger beings in the setting, just because she's been there for so long. So like, you know, even elves last like maybe a century or two, but like Morathi's been there for 6 centuries. So has her son effectively. So like they both have been there for 1,000 years plus. They've both been there, you know, they're the wife and the daughter of their like god. So like the wife and son of their god, because a lot of the Dark Elves will still respect Anirion, but they will respect Anirion more when he was holding the Sword of Cain and he was a bit more evil. So it's this interesting thing where they technically they both sides of the elves will honor the same person, but they will honor like different aspects of the same person, right? So for Dark Elves, what they really like is they like Anirion when he was holding the Sword of Cain, and for High Elves, they like Anirion like what he was before Sword of Canaan. And so technically, once again, technically it's the same person, but it's just like that that little difference makes all the difference. And it's kind of neat how that works, like that they are technically worshipping the same guy. They're just worshipping different aspects. I mean, it's a nice little bit of flavor. Once again, there is flavor to be found. Like I was a bit like reductive about when I said like high elves are not the most unique thing ever, and they're really not. Like if you've seen Lord of the Rings, which you know, most people playing this game, look at my demographics on YouTube, are probably in the age range where you've seen Lord of the Rings. Like you know what they're about at a certain level. There's nothing particularly spicy. It's more like the execution. It's more like things like the Phoenix King and like all of that. It's like the little details, but they're not quite like, once again, like dwarves, where it's like, okay, here's our airship. That's a pretty good level of spice. You know, here's our actual airship, which we built, and dwarves have petrol. They don't use it so much, but they do have petrol and stuff. Like there's a lot going on technology wise. So they're not quite like, you know, if you've seen like The Hobbit, you know, you look at like the mountain they're trying to reclaim. Like there is clearly some technology there. There's industry, there's stuff going on, but it's not quite like industrial, you know? Let me just shoot these, please. Okay, it's not. We're just losing. I think we'll live. I think the reality is I'll live because I have Grombrindle, and I'm not sure they can kill Grombrindle. But this is not a clean win, is it? Again.
It is an order.
All allies within range. Oh, that's a pretty good spell, actually. Maybe I should have done that more at the start. We might want to redo that fight. We are not having a good time trying to play Grombrindle today. We are struggling. And that's good. It's a challenge. Odin Ogmargardsson. Ormgardsson. And yeah, they have caster lords now. That is annoying. That is actually kind of frustrating, because like a good way to deal with Norse, like Norse used to be like just kind of box up, because usually they will hire a lot of like these shitty missile units, and you can just kind of rely on the fact that you will usually have missile superiority over them to win. But now they can, like, you know, magic cast on your box, so it's a bit of a problem. Now let's adjust the strategy. There's not much to adjust really. It's like I either win or I lose. So we want to keep a bit of a formation, but we don't want to keep a too tight formation. Let's try to split up.
For the High King! Hug those dwarven legs!
Let's do this. Let's take the air. Let's try to get them back as late as possible into the fight. And then we want Grombrindle to fight up front this time. Let's change up my strategy slightly. Grombrindle is kind of like the anvil to this entire army. So if I can have him fight while everybody focuses on him, that would be ideal. I don't think I'm going to be so lucky, unfortunately, but we can definitely give it a try, right? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to be reading next. I think I want to read more Empire next. So I'm going to try to find, like, there's a lot of Empire books, and that's what I was saying. Is like, the Empire is not only built up by its lore, but it's built up by all the, it's kind of like the Imperium in 40k. It's like, you want to read about the Imperium, you can read about, like, Gaunt's Ghosts, and you can read about, like, you know, Caiaphas Cain, and you can read all of these things that, like, really add that extra oomph and flavor to the Empire, but, like, the Empire on a base level doesn't necessarily have. So it's really cool in that way. There's, like, because once again, there's so many stories, there's so many, like, there's so many groups of people in the Empire that you really get that, like, extra lore that technically the faction doesn't really, like, support. Good, we're good. See, we're distracting people using Grombrindle. So we shot a few people. That's good. I wanna go over there with the helicopter, the gyrocopters, and the flaming damage will shut down their regeneration, which will be good. They have some sort of resistance. They have physical resistance. Doesn't matter. We have magic damage on Grombrindle, so that's good. The chariots are going in. I think we're just gonna live with that. There's not much I can do about that. I think we're good. This is going much better so far. Now here's the rest of the unit stuff. So we need to be ready. Once again, let's just handle these skin wolves. Burn them to shut down their healing. And let's jump these as quickly as possible. Son's having a bad day. I hope he's okay. Check if he keeps. I'll go check up on him. He's with my wife, so I think it's fine. Okay. So let's rotate and let's just shoot. But yeah, I want to read more Empire books because like that's the fun part. I think, like, you know, that's what I enjoy. A lot of people, like, there's two schools of thoughts, right, about like what you enjoy in Warhammer Fantasy. You either are enjoying the like, you know, your average faction, you know, your simple guys fighting against the evils of the world, or you're much more of a, I want to support the unique like fantasy factions. You know, I don't want to play boring humans in a land of like demons and magic. You know, so there's two schools of thought, and honestly, both of them are pretty valid, right? Let me super boost. Where do I want to be? I think we want to super boost here. It's like both. I can see the argument for both schools of thought. I'm definitely much more in the like, you know, I like my regular men and women, and my Skaven, so that's definitely a fantasy aspect to it. But I like my regular people in my fantasy world. It really adds like the flavor to the thing. Like, what else are you fighting for? Or well, once again, if you enjoy chaos, maybe you don't want to fight for it. You want to destroy it. Yeah, that's a problem. But like I enjoy my regular people. So, oh god, damn it, pull out. So for that, in that sense, I quite enjoy having just like the regular men and women fighting against impossible odds, knowing that like not only do you, because they know about chaos, right, to a certain level. Now obviously witch hunters make sure they're not too much known, but like people know that there are chaos, like there is evil in the world, you know. So having like knowing that like not only are you living like pretty tough medieval times, right, but like you are living when there are like actual forces in the world who are actively trying to kill you. Huh. That's pretty neat, you know. Okay, we're losing that again. Okay, this is our second restart. We're not gonna fully restart. We're just gonna like rewind the turn. Not a bit cheesy so far. Once again, I don't want to straight up restart because I've already done that once. But like, let's restart the turn. Yeah, that is what I like about Empire, and I like that about a few other factions that are similar to that. But it's mixed about like, is that good or bad? So everyone, how are we all doing? To the people watching on YouTube or Twitch, Happy New Year. How are we all doing? What are you looking for? So people watching on YouTube, what guides do you want to see? What are we all looking for? So for the schedule for YouTube is I'm gonna make a Drazarif guide and I'm gonna make a Malekith guide, and then I'm also making a Miao Ying short. Those are like the things that I have, and then as I said, I'm gonna do a lore explanation. It'll be much less like just me thinking off my hand. It's gonna be much more like written down, scripted, like a lore explanation of like what's the various factions in Warhammer 3, like what's their lore, like how like some factions don't have lore. Once again, Beastmen and Norska don't really have a lot of lore, and then some factions have like so much lore that like I can't really go over it pretty quick. So there'll be a bit of a distinction between the two, but generally speaking, it'll be a good time. That's the plan over the next week or two, yeah. See, that's the thing about Twitch is like if you address the audience, you have people who leave. You know, so I'm not sure what the proper way to handle that is because I feel like I don't know. I like having a conversation with people. Yeah. Let's keep going then. Here's the thing, right? Is let's see, orcs. Orcs are definitely do have characterization. Skarsnik has a lot of characterization in his End Times book. Like you can't simply go orcs have no characterization. But the thing is like Skarsnik is the exception. Skarsnik's whole deal, right, is that he is like an incredibly smart greenskin, like surrounded by morons. Like everyone around, he can't talk to like he has one wizard friend who's like kind of on a like is pretty smart for a greenskin, but like even he is like, you know, is not really doesn't really understand everything Skarsnik says. So because of that, it's a pretty isolating life for him where he's like he is the smartest orc, and like once the greenskin, and once again he can actually like interact intellectually. He can come up with plans and he can do all of these things that like a lot of greenskins can't, right? But at the same time, he is surrounded by like endless bumbling idiots, and he just has he's kind of depressed about it. Like sometimes he's like, oh sure, that's what I meant, like because like they misunderstand what he's saying, right? Because he's trying to explain like complex ideas to them, and then like they misunderstand him, so he's just like, okay, yeah, sure, that's what I meant. Okay, we're moving on. Like kind of moments. It's like it is a bit of a comedy. It's like more of a comedy thing, right? But like, I can kind of understand that situation like a little bit. It's like, so I'm saying he has characterization, but like I don't think a lot of greenskins have deep characterizations that are meaningful and that like have a lot of depth. So it is a bit nuanced. Like I haven't read. I don't know if there's like a Grom the Paunch book, and like how much of a in depth the Grom the Paunch book is, because I know he has a story. I know you goes, there's a lot going on with him in terms of like his story and all that, but I'm just not sure how much of that is like explored. And I want Wrath and Ruin because I do want an explosion spell. So that is something. And then we get on to who else is in the game. Vampire Counts. Now Vampire Counts is one of those factions which now that I've actually read like, and I haven't even read like a Vampire Counts book specifically. Now that I've read the End Times, which actually does have a lot of vampire counts, you actually start, because Manfred and Vlad are big players, you actually start getting a big idea of what is missing from the game. So if you don't know, vampire counts like basically have different like groups of them. As you can imagine, because a vampire creates more vampires, etc. It kind of creates this hierarchy within vampire. But different vampires have different philosophies about how the world, how they handle things. So, for example, someone that is coming in a DLC in a little while is Neferata, and Neferata is an ancient vampire. Like, she's a Lamian queen, I think it's 100% what she is. She's from like the same faction as the Tomb Kings. That's why she has a rivalry going on with Khalida of the Tomb King. And now her whole deal is that she can, if she needs to, like just build up an army and like come steamrolling, but she prefers the much more like spy route. So what will happen is like, you're in the Empire court, and like, those two women over there, they're a little pale, right? But you don't think anything of it, and maybe they don't get out in the sun much. But it turns out that those are vampire agents working for Neferata, and she has this like massive, extensive spy network the world over, where she's one of those like, she stays out of a lot of things, but she is one of those like Illuminati level, like I'm controlling everything, the whole world answers to me kind of characters, right? So there's Neferata, and once again, so she almost exclusively, anyone in a leadership position in her group is a girl. She's all about that girl power, So because of that, she like, once again, she'll seduce, like, because a lot of the leadership are men. It's easy to make like seductive female vampire spies. Now, they do have a few men because sometimes you need to like. But they don't get positions of leadership. You don't get a position of leadership at a group. You just kind of exist as a vampire guy. Which, hey, immortality, right? A la Twilight. Probably not the end of the world for you. We're gonna lose that, but hey, Valkia's not home, so we can go take Valkia's home in the meanwhile. Let's hope that we can hold here. So like, you don't get any leadership, you don't get any rights, but you do get to be an immortal vampire. So. It depends up to you. But then you have the Vlad von Karstein vampires. So those are the ones you see in Warhammer. So that's your Manfred, your Isabella, your Vlad. There's also one called Conrad, which you don't really see in the game. And now Conrad and like Vlad's whole thing is the much more traditional vampires. We are gonna rule. We live in castles. Blah blah blah. And you know what? He's pretty good at it, because the standard thing that everybody says about Vlad is like, when Vlad took over Sylvania, like, we are gonna lose all our territory. Jesus. The issue is like, we're too far away to like move back down. We better hold good. But like when Vlad took over Sylvania, like a lot of people were happy with it because like the quality of life improved. And it's like it's a hee hee ha ha moment. But like still, they are controlled by a vampire, and like their entire religion, like says that's bad. But hey, they're pretty down for it. So you know what? I guess it works out for them. They don't seem to mind it too much. Like once again, they are ruled over by a vampire. Good for them, I guess. And then you have some of the other groups which are less defined. So there's less big characters. Your Neferatas and your Vlad von Carsteins are definitely the big movers and shakers. But you have some of the other groups. So you've got like vampires. So you got the Blood Knights. The Blood Knights are a group of vampires who discovered that, okay, if you drink the blood of a vampire, of a dragon, you will, the first, that vampiric first, like the blood of a dragon is so powerful that like you won't need to drink blood anymore. So not all of them have pulled it off. There's very few of them that have actually pulled it off, but if you have pulled it off, you are safe from the vampiric first, which pretty much makes being a vampire pretty much all upsides, except for the whole ignoring the sun thing, like the sun thing. So like they are very focused on their like melee combat. They're very focused on being like almost righteous. Like they're very like militaristic. They're very like, we are gonna do things the proper way kind of thing. And you know what? That it works for them. And then you've got like much more isolated. A lot of vampires are just like, I'm gonna murder, kill, and just kind of just do my own thing. They don't specifically have like a plan for it. They're just kind of like vibing. So they're doing like magical research, or maybe they're like just like being a monster in the night. You're much more stereotypical vampire. Like I'm just gonna like attack this village, kill everyone, drink their blood. So, but yeah, there is Neferata and stuff, and like there is actually quite a lot going on. Like it is actually a pretty complex faction in terms of lore. I'm just hiring every single unit I can have access to money wise. There's a lot going on, and yeah, I agree. Like it's interesting that like two of the vampire count like factions are necromancers. So Helman Gorst's not even a real character, and like what's his name, the one with Krell, I forget his name, but the one with Krell, he is a necromancer. He's not a vampire, right? So 2 out of the 5 legendary lords for the vampire counts are just straight up not vampire. And it's like that feels a bit weird. So once again, they're adding Neferata, and a lot of people were hoping for, once again, like a Champions of Chaos style DLC where they would add a lot more like legendary lords. They would add a lot more like thing to that. But so far it hasn't seemed to be the case. It hasn't been the case. There's no hint of it. Like, now look, let's be honest. CA has changed their plans like 17 times. I think like since announcing, they announced Neferata would be a standalone DLC, and then immediately they just changed that plan to go do something else. It's like clearly there's a lot going on at CA, and they don't have a good idea, and like they really need to get their stuff under control, right? Because like that's the big worry for like everyone, myself included, is like, okay, CA kind of seems unstable, and like what do you do if they don't stabilize? Because like at the end of the day, like as much as we all like to complain about it, I think we all want Total War to exist as a series. Like there are things we all complain about the series, like the monetization and blah blah blah, but for better or worse, especially because they have wasted so much money over the years, we kind of do want them to stick around, and they need to actually make money. So like it seems weird that they keep flip-flopping on DLCs every 2 minutes, and that they don't seem to have a consistent plan. It's kind of concerning. But hey, you know what? They actually seem to have 2 to 3 DLCs this year. Probably realistically, we're looking at 2 DLCs. We're looking at the Cafe DLC, which seems to imply Tigerman, right? Because they mentioned claws and roaring, and technically, that could be a dragon, right? Because dragons have claws, dragons roar, right? But the implication seems to be like they're going to be adding Tigerman. As I said, but it could be the fire dragon. Now the advantage of the fire dragon, right? So the whole lore of the fire dragon, which once again, Cafe lore as it exists today is relatively new. Like Cafe lore didn't actually exist the way it does now until very recently. It's actually been built by the ground up by CA. So like the fire dragon, his whole shtick is that he actually hates. He is in charge of defending the southern cafe. And he actually is really resentful for that because he sees it as kind of like a boring station, and he has to spend his whole time dealing with the Monkey King, which like is implied to be rather annoying. He's a bit of a shitter, you know, a bit of a goofball, a bit of like an annoying little asshole. So he is deeply kind of resentful for all that. Not enough to like actually like fight anyone. You know, he's not gonna do the fire dragon heresy, but he is still not the happiest little camper about his position in life. So let's see, where are we defending? We are expecting reinforcements. I don't know where the reinforcements come in on this quest battle. I want this one for the lack of trees, but I think we're just gonna take this one over here. Like, so and then obviously there's the Monkey King. And now the Monkey King has been like mentioned before. The Monkey King is absolutely coming. There's been a bit of like, oh, is the Monkey King coming? Because like it seems to like be put it off over. But the Monkey King is probably coming. I agree with that take, but they don't seem to be in a big of a rush. And now, you know, monkeys, they make a lot of noises, right? But they don't necessarily roar. Like the specific word was that, you know, they're gonna come clawing and roaring. Now monkeys have claws, monkeys don't roar. So the DLC is 100% not gonna be the Monkey King. So there is that. Now let's take this position here. They do have a wizard. They have a beast wizard, I think, right? Yeah, it's always a beast. Like the beastmen have a beast. So like I'm kind of looking forward to it in that sense, but yeah, I'm kind of like curious what they do. Now, let me take oh, they have a dragon. It's not cool. I don't want them to have a dragon. Let's take some miners and we'll take them behind my front line, like my middle line. Because he's probably gonna jump these. And let's just shoot. Let's just shoot. Come on, shoot him. That's a lot of forces suddenly. Let's have Grombrindle pull back, actually. Oh, he's actually taking pretty good damage. Let's go. Let's charge in. Let's minimize our losses by charging in. Let's try to shoot that, and let's go. We finished a melee. Let's go in. We'll keep you two to protect the rear, and there we go. That's our plan. Like, there's a lot that is going to be at. Look, once again, they have said and they have committed, at least on paper, that they're going to add more they're going to add more DLC after the update. But I think, like, you know, as we've said many times on the stream, is like, when a CA says something and CA does something is not necessarily the same thing, unfortunately. So let's hope it's honest about it. Look, once again, in the past few weeks alone, they've already changed their plans several times over. Like, once again, where is a lot of the DLC that they, like, the Neferata DLC became the Neferata free DLC? It's like, okay, it's free, right? But at the same time, it's like 10 seconds ago it was a DLC. It's like, that seems like a bit of a shift. And it's weird that they're still having these like changes of plans. So we need to deal with some of these archers. It's weird that they're still having these changes of plans so late into development, because you'd think that they'd be kind of established by now. We are definitely cooking my own men a bit too much. Stop. Okay, we got reinforcements coming in. Well, I think we're gonna... I might lose this. How gyrocopters are getting hit. Okay, I now know where the reinforcements are coming in from. Let's readjust our battle plans. So, in that sense, like, what was I say? It's good. I think the End Times DLC is going to be a make or break. Now, the big question is, what is the End Times DLC exactly? Because there's the logical assumption is that it's going to be a chaos, like an expansion, you know, like Fall of the Samurai. If anybody's played like the games, you know, Fall of the Samurai is basically a standalone expansion to the game. It's its own like game, and some people actually prefer it to like traditional Shogun. But That would require a lot of work from CA, and I'm not sure I entirely trust them with all of that work. I'm not sure I would trust current CA and how they're managing the game I'm not sure I want to, like, the issue is, like, over here, this is kind of a well-designed map in the fact that, like, they don't want you to come over here, so they've added a bunch of trees. The open space is over there, but the open space is also where the reinforcements are coming in. I still feel like I'm gonna take it. So, like, whatchamacallit? Like, if they make a proper End Times DLC, which actually properly, like, makes proper gameplay, it'll be really cool. I think a lot of people would want that, right? But if they just half-ass it, or worse, it's like buggy and messy and blah blah blah, then, like, I think I speak for everyone when I say, like, that's not what I want out of a DLC, and that's not that would not like help their bad reputation, because, you know, right now they have a huge issues like, how do we fix our, oh my god, I forgot that I didn't build him up to be a melee fighter, so, like, he is actually taking quite a lot of hits. Okay, we're actually holding. Can we kill the dragon, or am I gonna lose? I think we definitely need to do it with a bit more archer fire than we did. Let me try to adjust. I think this is working. So the reinforcements come in there, which is a bit close. Let's roast them. Let's do this. There, he doesn't have any of his melee stats, so he's definitely not fighting as well as you would have expected. Oh wow, there's some reinforcements on the other side too. But there's some chaos. There's a lot of chaos spawn. Okay. Am I bothered about chaos spawn? No, I think my front line can hold off some chaos spawn. I think that's okay. As, like, out of all the options it could have been. Let's roast these. Now let's shoot the dragon. Let's go, wizard. Let's adjust positions. Okay, we got the Lord down. That's good. We're roasting a lot of people in the woods. It's also very good. Grombrindle is chasing down a archer. I'm not sure that's the best use of his time. I think I'll pull him back. They'll probably shoot at him, but it's not a big deal, right? So it's fine. Now this is a problem though. We can't catch them. We need to distract the horse archers while we actually have important units to actually try to, like, kill them. Let's actually, like, jump these. We'll at least get a few hits in. Let's roast what we can. This is going a lot better. There's some weirdness going on, like, what are we shooting? What are we actually shooting at? Oh, we're trying to get that wizard. Okay. Now we're gonna retreat behind the lines. We just need to be careful about what we're shooting at. We need to make sure that we don't lose that gyrocopter, because that's a pretty leveled up gyrocopter. I'd like to keep it, I think, ideally. They don't have regeneration, right? No, they just don't have no hide and forth. So you guys, fire this. There's no point for a front line holding it if I don't actually have a back line shooting. Now we're gonna have you position. No. Okay. Adjust. Okay, let's go down the sides now. Let's go here. Did I just lose Grombrindle? I lost Grombrindle somewhere, right? Ah well, we lost Grombrindle, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rotate here. We have a wizard with a spell. A very good spell, but it is a spell. And we're gonna cast here. That we missed. Okay, that's going well at least. Chosen. Now let me position myself here. Let me readjust these. Because as I said, we actually need the front line to actually do some fighting. That'd be good. Let's readjust them, and then let's fight here. Alright, go. Just hose these. You shoot. Thank you. Yeah, that's better. Oh, pull back. Think we'll lose like the unit of mine. There's 2 units of dwarf warriors. Oh, there's actually quite a lot of units just running on in the back over here. I didn't notice how much of my army is like on the other side of the planet. I probably should have saved up my ammunition. Oh, okay. No. You know, we're gonna try to roast them. We're gonna get a shot off. We're gonna let these miners die in exchange for getting some shots off on those chaos spawn as they come in. What are you guys doing? Can you just shoot, please? That didn't do as much as I'd hoped for. We'll make a run for it. And we'll just kind of shoot whatever we can. There's a lot of chaos spawns still coming.
Move to attack.
Those are chosen with great weapons. Go turn and fight that. Well, they're almost out of ammo. So we'll just do our best to fight those chaos. Like, we're not going to win. We can definitely use the wizard. He's not a wizard, but you know what I mean. To, like, get some good damage ticks in. Let's position the flamethrowers over on the side. So now let's cast that. That'll help a bit. That'll definitely help bring up the damage. We'll have him assist. Damn it. We are roasting a few of my own men again. You have to watch out with that a lot. With flamethrowers. There we go. How's it going over here? We are losing. Maybe we can army lost them.
For mountain and hall. Come out. Yes. Iron drakes.
There we go, we win. Not the cleanest fight, but hey. We won though, so I'll take it. I'll take it. Ooh, that's a bit expensive. We lost Grombrindle, which is not ideal. But overall we survived, so that's good. But yeah, losing Grombrindle is a bit sucks, unfortunately. Checking the phone. Yeah. Not ideal. So, you ever had those situations where you have a campaign where he's like, I should restart it? I guess he does have a tough campaign, doesn't he? I just need to I need to figure it out. I think I need to figure this out. I need to play this out. I think it doesn't matter. I think we'll recover. Not the end of the world. We do have his armor. That's good. We don't have Malachi yet, right? We have one more turn till Malachi.
I'm ready.
Can I hire Malachi? I can. So, once again, the mod to let you recruit, confederate, recruit, defeated legendary lords. Oh, that's a problem.
I will decapitate you.
Fool.
Losing Grombrindle now is gonna suck. This campaign might very much be over.
Summon me if you dare.
Which will be amusing. I think I'm gonna go hit my head against the wall another time though. I feel like I can make this work. Maybe I'm bullshitting myself, but I feel like I can definitely turn this around. It'll be fun. So yeah, Happy New Year's to all the new folks watching. How are we all doing? For me, it's pretty good. Like it's been a calm New Year's, you know, with my son. We didn't do like any big things. We just did like in-laws over, and then just kind of like Japanese shrine in the morning. And that was a New Year's for me. It's like they offer food. It's a pretty nice experience to go to a Japanese shrine on New Year's morning. Actually, nice. Like, you know, when in Japan, do as the Japanese do, but it's nice. It's an interesting experience culturally speaking. Now, Valkyria is here, so I might as well put that under a real lord. And we're gonna try our best to live.
I'm going.
So all of that goes to here. And we get rid of the lord. You don't want to have a lord outside of the city, because otherwise you can be forced into a fight you don't want to take outside of the city. Where if you take a fight inside the city, you have a better chance of holding. Like you still get the defensive benefits both in auto resolve and in real fight. Oh. Why do I have the horde building? Am I supposed to have the horde building? I feel like I'm not supposed to have the horde building. I'm not necessarily complaining, but I don't feel like I should have that.
Past is the past.
So, good for me,
For war.
I guess? That's the takeaway. Good for me. Let's you know what? Considering how my campaign is doing, let's not look at a gift in the mouth, blah blah blah. Let's just roll with it. Let's go. I really want to get my other legendary items, but I can't afford to right now. Oh, valiant defeat. Or 2 armies. They have an artillery piece. We have an artillery piece. We have 4 thingies. They have some thingies, some archers. Okay, we're gonna win this. We're gonna win this, ladies and gentlemen. Watch me win this. At least I hope so. Okay. How are we gonna do this? They have an army coming in from the back, so they have half their armies already on the field. I feel like we want to attack. I feel like we want to go in aggressively. Let's have our slayers coming back up. Because, you know, the slayers are fast for a dwarf. But I feel like we can make that work. And then we want our other slayers to also come in. We want our artillery to be sitting at the back. Maybe they jump it, but I feel like if we bait them to jump it, we can gyrocopter whatever comes to get them. Oh, they're not actually, like, they're not engaged. Oh, they're further back. They do have Air Force. So, change of plan. We're going to keep 1 unit of dwarf warriors on the artillery piece. And then we're going to move everything up. Nah, you know what? We're not actually going to get there in time. Change of plan, folks. Unfortunately, we have to take more of a defensive position. The AI is not trying to meet us on the field because they're cowards. Let's go. What are we looking at? We're looking at an artillery piece. We do want to kill that. That is a priority target for us. Because otherwise... A, they're going to take out our gyrocopters. Like, one hit of those on the gyrocopters will probably take out an entity, right? Assuming they hit. Because, like, right now I'm so blobbed up that they're absolutely going to hit me. I'm just going to keep rotating them. We need to be careful, because they've got enough shades and other things in that army that, like... They can absolutely kill my gyrocopters if I'm not careful. Speaking of shades, let me try to hose these. That's underwhelming. Well, as I said, we can lose the gyrocopter. I did not expect me to be in that much danger so quickly. Let's stay over here to bait the horse unit, and then let's turn around and kill it. Let's pull back again, because we are under artillery fire right now. We got the flyers coming, so let's pull back. turn around and kill him. There we go, that was clean. Yeah, we're still getting artillery, which is sucks. We can take a hit without losing an entity. That's interesting. I would have assumed we would lose an entity. Tells you how terrible elf artillery is. Let's keep these guys at the back. And let's shoot at these. Try to melee them. Not sure that's the best plan. But yeah, we're definitely losing a lot to deal with those. At least they're not fighting us anymore. I'm not sure that was a good plan. Maybe I should have kited them. Yeah, that was not my brilliant, not my bestest moment. Let me have a look at how the war effort is going. Let's go, let's advance. We need to move up on them. Yeah, we completely wasted our gyrocopters. We need to get into melee. There we go, there we go. Let's just... We can run them down and shoot at them while we run. No, that is not worth it. You. Just go melee them. We need to break them off the artillery piece. Okay, they're dealt with. Shell those. Yeah, that was not the prettiest fight of my life. But we do have a bunch of gyrocopters now. Make sure we do have fire well off on those. And let's get back into the fight. Okay, well, this is going much better suddenly. Slayer pirates are doing. This is really not a good target. We are getting shot to death though. We need to shell the Shades position, especially while we have visibility on them. Can we stop shooting at my gyrocopters? Okay, you know what? I didn't notice her. This is not my my biggest day of big braining today.
Move! Get moving! It is an order!
Okay.
Take to the air!
Let's go. I'm losing ground. That's not good. Can you just
We will have vengeance!
go fighter, please? Yeah. Okay. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be restarting. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're not gonna see this part again. This is gonna be the Twitch only part. On Twitch, I'll leave it up. But yeah. Well, nah. You know what? We're leaving it all up. I think we have to leave it all up for the views to count. This has not been a good set of rounds. Okay. Let's do this. Let's restart. Let's have a good, proper go at this better. We actually need to, like... We need to win this, you know? Let's go. So. Yeah. We lost too many units. It's not worth it. Okay, let's just... Ladies and gentlemen. We are restarting this. Because... Yeah. This didn't work out so good. Now, we are on campaign, I don't know how many. We are playing Grombrindle the White Dwarf. We are going to win this. We are actually in here. We're actually going to do this properly. We've lost. We've learned some lessons out of this. And we're going to make a proper comeback. Let's actually turn this around. Yeah. Let's do that. So, like, that's the thing. There's a lot of characters that if you don't know the proper way to deal with it, it can actually be relatively difficult. So, Ikit. A lot of people like to recommend Ikit Claw. Oh, you're just starting out the game, right? Play Ikit Claw. Ikit Claw is great. The issue with Ikit Claw is that Ikit Claw actually does have a relatively contextual, you know, obviously relatively blah, 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 but it does have a difficult starting position. You know, it's maybe not quite Belegar. Belegar is Belegar, right? But I think not only does Belegar is a DLC, but Belegar is a DLC you don't necessarily want to buy. Yeah, if you're trying Belegar, you understand. But like so many people, they recommend Ikit, right? And Ikit is definitely one of those starting positions that if you don't handle Ikit's starting position properly at the start, you're gonna get messed up like big time. So it's a bit of a dangerous recommendation to be like, oh, you should play Ikit Claw. It's like, I'm not so sure about that recommendation, you know? It's like, I can see the argument for it. It's very fun, but A, you're learning a bunch of bad habits because Ikit Claw is an army that you can absolutely run without having any support. You can run Ikit Claw as just Ikit Claw and a bunch of guns and maybe 2 Warlock Engineers. So it teaches you to like over rely on guns in a way that like very few other factions can. Now Elspeth can. Elspeth can over rely on her guns as well. Let me try to declare war on him to declare that non-aggression with him nice and early. But like most of the factions can't. You just can't like take a lot of guns with most factions and rely on. Now, Sisters of Avalorn are another exception to that. Sisters of Avalorn can absolutely run a full Sisters of Avalorn stack and basically delete 99% of what the... I didn't recruit. That's the problem. I'm going to rewind. You can recruit 99% of what the AI throws at you, right? 100%. They can absolutely do that. But doesn't mean that most of them can. It's like... So in that sense, you need to be careful because it is a very good faction, a very fun faction. But it is also just not quite the perfect example in that way. It's like, it's a very difficult start and it gets you into some bad habits. It's the same with like playing dwarfs. I feel like playing dwarfs or Kislev teaches you bad habits about how the game works. Because with both of those factions, you don't necessarily need to protect your missile units as much as you normally would. Normally, when you play most factions, your missile units are at the back, they're protected by your front line, and they hold. But with dwarf units and Kislev, both of those, you can actually run your front line relatively strongly. Not 100%. Not 100%. You know, if you get too, as we've seen a few times this game, like if you're a little bit too confident in your army, you suffer. But like overall, crucial word, overall, you can run it as just a just an army with Arthur. And obviously you don't worry about the magic so much. You still care about magic, but you're still dwarf, so you're kind of magic immune somewhat. And then on top of that, you don't care about you don't have magic. You do have the rune caster lords or whatever, but like that's not the same as like what the Wind of Fire magic wizard can do on someone, right? You do have some support magic, you do have some explosions, but it's really not quite the same. So because of that, it builds you into this like cocky, like, oh, of course I can handle it. Well, things like you can't really handle in reality. So you have to be careful about that. It's like there is more to that than you'd think. I think I want to take my own advice and force march over.
How can I help?
So I can take Altar of Ultimate Darkness a turn earlier. Or do you want to do that? Now we check diplomacy. Flame Gullet, neutral. Okay. You know, I think I am going to try to take the path of killing the Flame Gullet. Now, is there a... Ancestor Blood Grimnir is a pretty good lord to have, but I want Ancestor God. They don't have the one with the support trait, which is a shame. In this case, you really want to... So you can either get a Physical Resistance 15. It's a pretty good option, right? I think I'm going to go to Physical Resistance 15, and he's going to hire me 2 more units. So that way I'm efficient, because technically while I'm force marching, I can't hire units. If I hire it with another lord, then that balances out. I don't think I can force march him to the fight so quickly, but he can at least start walking up, and then he can add his units later. So yeah, that's the plan. Like, it's a good time. The game's in a good place, I think, at the moment. Overall, I would say that the game's in a pretty good state. You know, there are issues. Wait, you know, we can't just act like there are no issues. But overall, I would say that the game is in a pretty good spot, and I'm kind of glad for that. You know, I'm kind of glad that the game is doing okay. What do you all think? How do you feel about the state of the game? For me, like, I feel like the game's in a good place. I feel like, obviously, you know, it could be better. There are absolutely things I want improved, I want fixed. But like, at a base level, the game as it runs right now it runs pretty good. There's no fundamental game glitch, breaking glitch beyond the usual, like, you know, guns sometimes don't shoot, which, once again, we can't just like put our blindfolds on and just ignore. The gun's not shooting sometimes is a problem. Let's not kid ourselves. But overall, I feel like the game is in a pretty good state right now. Now, you have that issue where like content seems to be a little bit random about what's going on about the content. So that's not good for the health of the game more than it is like a problem. Like, that makes sense. It's not good for the health of CA, but they were announcing the Neferata DLC, and then they clearly had some sort of behind the scenes change, and now they're announcing the Cafe DLC. But I hope it works. I think a Cafe individual DLC will sell well. It comes with like a little bit of tweaks to Cafe, that'll be good, because there's some things they could improve, right? But overall, like, Cafe is popular, and having more units to Cafe will definitely help make it more popular, especially now that it has its like physical release. Like, I don't play Old World, but goddamn do I want a Terracotta Sentinel. I think I'd like to put it like back there. It'd be kind of fun. Now we are gonna put that Batter of Swiftness onto your boy here,
I'll see it done.
and we are just gonna normal march, and then we're gonna force march with him to add into the White Dwarf's arm. Or do we have him recruit on the border? Where's the border of my lance? The border of my lance is right about there. Let's do that, and then let's recruit 2 more flamethrowers. Let's actually build a proper Grombrindle army instead of dicking around with inefficient units. Let's go. Because the game, Auto-Resolve, loves flamethrowers. Because what the game looks for in this game is it looks for your armor stat. The flamethrowers have a lot of armor for a missile unit. And then they look for your raw, like, damage potential of your missile units. Because the game calculates Auto-Resolve as if both armies empty out all of their ammunition before they get into melee. So flamethrowers have technically a nearly infinite amount of like damage potential, because they can do a ridiculous amount of damage if you let them, right? So because of that, flamethrower units in Skaven is a game changer for Skaven, because it actually like it allows you to overcome your like negative auto resolve almost perfectly. Let's try to take that. Take this and auto, like, let's add that, and then let's get my extra units that I've just been hiring to the battle.
This way.
Now we're taking a risky game because technically he could ambush us, right? But I feel like he might back up of all the military power that's now here.
I am the
We are gonna hire 2 more White Dwarfs, and we are gonna keep building up Fire and Fury today. We're actually gonna build a proper Fire and Fury, like Flamethrower Iron Drake army. That is our game plan. Do I hire a Third Lord to keep recruiting? I think we do. I think we hire a Third Lord, a Weapon Master, sure, doesn't matter. And then he just builds me one of those. Can I be friends with anyone? No. That is the issue. Like when you play Grombrindle, you don't have like a lot of the other dwarfs. They all start in like kind of the same neighborhood, give or take. Not Grombrindle. Grombrindle is definitely alone in a sea of enemies. And once again, my policy is we are declaring war on every single dwarf. We meet an elf. We meet an elf. We have to declare war on him. No exceptions. And then we will obviously at some point have to go exterminate the really difficult to exterminate ones like Aislan and Teclis. Are not easy exterminations, but we're gonna get them. We're gonna get rid of every single one. That's the plan. Elf genocide is on the menu, folks. Let me get those 2 units into the army. Yeah, we'll take that. Are we at war? We're not at war right now. He's just kind of vibing in my lands. We're gonna go here and we're gonna recruit 1 more flamethrower into the army, and there we go. Now we're gonna fire him, and we're gonna keep you in the city. So that balances things out, okay? I think we can just recruit some dwarf warriors just for the fun of it. But yeah, we have full squad, not a full squad, but we have quite a decent chunk of Iron Drakes. And Iron Drakes are very good against Shades because, you know, Shades have a very, very small range. So having Iron Drakes also have a small range, but are definitely gonna murder Shades. It's pretty good. Now, Shades have armor piercing. So if you don't pay attention to it and you forget about it and they kill you, you're gonna feel it, right? But at a base level, it's a pretty good positive matchup for you to do an Iron Drake into a Shade as long as it's like properly against each other, you know? And that's what you want, ideally speaking. Let's go. Karak Norn. I think we're gonna sneak back up north and we're gonna try to take Har Cauldra. Like technically I could go take Hex Gates and then like maybe go in this direction, but we're gonna let him let him wander down south while we build up a little tiny army there, and then we'll declare war on his unprotected lands, and from there we'll attack. I really need to like play more Grombrindle. I need to figure out what the optimal Grombrindle plays. I think getting the flamethrowers is definitely the play. Because once again, you can increase their ammunition massively, right, with Grombrindle. So, as we said before, that counts towards the auto result. So, another good situation to be in. You want to do that as best as possible. 245. Interesting. Surprisingly cold in the room, which is weird. Should have heating on. Keeps me awake. That's good. Let's go. As I said, we're gonna. He's down there. He just took Temple of Cain, so it'll take him 2 turns to get to where I'm at. He doesn't have any wars. Nobody's at war with him, so I can't get someone to pay me to declare war on him, which is always an essential check.
You know who I am.
I think we'll just take it. I think we'll take scouting because I want those magical items, and we're gonna take this.
The White Dwarf.
White Dwarf. It is a strong enemy, but let's make the best out of the situation. If he goes towards my city, I am instead gonna retreat to Altar of Ultimate Darkness, and then in the meanwhile I will go take Nagaron. So yeah, my goal is to take Nagaron, and then I will retreat this army back up the. I'll hire a Wolf Warrior because I can. Because I still have the money, and he will take a turn to get to me. But yeah, let's push up and take. I think Grond is an interesting one because Grond is where there's a lot going on. Grond is actually an important place, but it's interesting that it's such a minor faction in Dark Elves. I'm not an expert in Dark Elves, but you do pick up, once again, when you read a book about them, you tend to pick up a thing. So like I tend to pick up like a lot of information about them when I was reading the Malik, the End Times Malik. And there's quite a lot going on because it's interesting that Marathi in End Times is not where she is in Warhammer 3. So in Warhammer 3, Marathi starts like, you know, all the way down here, right? But and I think that's to give her a bit of a gameplay variety. But in End Times, she's kind of like holed up over there, and she kind of like initially she's like gonna try to like last out the End Times, but then she realizes, okay, this is not a very good plan. This is not working for me. So what she instead does is she and this is what she's famous for doing in the End Times, like, oh hi, I didn't expect you to be there. I guess we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight. Let's get some more thing into Fire and Fury. Like because she is 6,000 years old, her memory starts to like leave her at the end, right? So she thinks that her husband, Anarion, is back because Tyrion looks a lot like Anarion. Like everybody comments about that about him. And then on top of that, if you combine that with, you know what? I said war on all dark, but I'll take an ally as long as I'm planning to exterminate them later. So Tyrion looks a lot like Anarion, which is his ancestor. So Marathi kind of goes a little bit senile and kind of like, oh my god, it's Anarion because he's holding the sword of Cain. So he is kind of like giving that like evil conqueror kind of vibe thing going on. And yeah, so she shacks up with him and she manipulates him using magic so that, you know what, there we go, that's a much better auto resolve. I'll take that. We will replenish because replenishment is hard for dwarfs and we need to take Nagaron. So there we go. We actually figured out a much better start to things on our third go around. But hey, third go around is still success. I'll take it. I'll take it. Let me just. That does make a difference. Yeah. So that's good. We are gonna win this. This time, at least. Do I have auto-resolve quest battles on? I don't think, I guess I don't. I must, I would have assumed I always turn that on usually. And I have other mods on because I do have recruit defeated legendary lords on. It's interesting I don't have auto-resolve quest battles on. Pyrrhic victory, we're gonna siege that. I don't wanna, we are gonna have extra units. I don't wanna lose that many units, it's a bit too many. We're gonna try to back myself up. We are gonna build the growth money. It's not the wrong money building. Now that I have some money to spare, let's do some siege equipment, and let's put some skills in. That's always a big one. Like Fire and Fury, and then I want to get 2 points into Absolutely Relentless. Technically, I could have saved up those points and then just used them on level 12. That's the thing you can do is like you can save up the points. So when you get your level 12, you can unlock several of your level 12 skills. But, okay, an army's here. Several sets of shades. That's horrific losses. We win, but it's horrific loss. So let's fight this out. I think we want to camp where they're spawning in, assuming that it's anywhere useful for us. Could have backed off as well. We could have backed off and waited for our reinforcements. No, we're not camping their reinforcement point. Okay, we're not managing that today. So, how are we fighting this? Do we want to be in the trees? I feel like we want to move into the trees ourselves because we are worried about their missile units more than they're worried about our missile units. A minute 58. We have no reinforcements that we're waiting for. We're not taking a too defensive position. I expected him to be further far back, you know, after last time. But let me just position myself here. Position that behind. Oh, hi. Shades in the forest. Let me try to melee them. That'll cause them to run away. Oh no, there's the second set of shades. We have to be careful. Okay, let's go. You guys, roast them. Oh, immobilized. I didn't realize they had a flying immobilization. Oh, I actually wasted quite a lot of money. Half my army can't move. Quite a lot of magic probably for that spell. I appreciate. That seems like a bit of a waste to do that when your army is not even here yet. Now we need to be careful not to roast anything. Let's try to do that over there. Let's regroup. Let's just roast ahead.
Let the vengeance begin! Dwarf warriors!
Let's go, let's go. This is going quite well. This is a good start. This is a good start to the battle. Okay, can he handle that? I guess he's gonna have to. I hope he can handle it. It'd be a bit embarrassing if he can't. I still think he can handle that. He's taking damage though. Let me get this guy to back him up. Let's have two flamethrowers go over that way. We do need to do that, unfortunately. It's not as guaranteed. It doesn't look like the cleanest fight, you know? So I can't. I've lost him too many times by accident to afford to lose him another time. Broke those. Those are good. That's good. Dark shards with shields. Let's roast them. Ah, damn it.
For the Karazhan Corps. Prepare a bombing run. Move!
Wait, your man!
I kind of thought that it would kind of gang up on him. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's push.
Ready to serve! Yes! Axes out! Get moving!
Let's go, let's turn. So let's have those two things go back. Grombrindle's actually managing. But still, let's clear up Grombrindle so Grombrindle... No, let's turn into the flanks. Let's roast the flanks. That's the smart play.
For the ancestor gods! Querulus!
Flamethrowers are doing very well over there. Flamethrowers are getting some good licks in over here too.
To the forge!
This is a problem. Let me cast my magic over here.
Obey me!
I think we need to fight that lord.
For the ancestors! Move now!
Fire! Reload! Fire!
By the Layer's will.
It is a reckoning! Plow through!
No, I just ordered it to move. I need it to shoot.
Miners! Castle! Garten! For the ancestor gods!
Let's say we're doing good. We're doing good. I mean, I probably want to blow that up now. Use it up now. How are we doing on the? Oh, damn it! I hate when that happens. One moment of inattention in this game really can lose you an army. Let's see, we're getting some good licks in there at least.
Away! Fire on the foe! Lord of vengeance!
Runes of smiting upon them. That'll do.
Go, that's good.
Warriors! Righto! Da! Let's start shooting! The White Dwarf! Thunderers! Fire
Yeah. Okay. I'm thinking Grombrindle's doing a lot of work. It's just he's not really contributing to the war effort. Alright. Lesson learned. We were doing so good this campaign. No, I'm not done on this campaign, unfortunately. We are gonna do another change. And we're gonna try it again. Whew. That's a bit underwhelming. That's a bit unfortunate. Yeah, we are struggling today. I used to be able to play this campaign. It's been a while since I played this campaign. I get that, but like still. Hey, look, Gotrek and Felix. It was having any effect, but it was obvious that the creature was moments away from engulfing the Slayer in its hellfire breath. Something triggered. Yeah, so Felix, this is a little grunting gag, and it comes up more often than you'd think for like a dragon, but like Felix's sword is specifically an anti-dragon sword. So Felix is usually the less suicidal out of the two of them, but whenever there's a dragon anywhere near him or something like dragon related, his sword just like becomes incredibly magically powerful, and then like he just becomes really bloodthirsty. He like suddenly wants to like go charge in and kill the dragon, etc. And it's kind of this like running, recurring like gag almost like that. Should we just fight the city? No, I don't want to fight the city. Not against like. I feel like we're gonna take too many shots.
You know who I am. You have my axe.
Demon Slayer.
I don't think ambushing is gonna do much, right? But I might as well try it. Can I increase any of his stats? No. Not a melee boy. So like, yeah, whenever he fights the dragon, which does happen a few times in the series, suddenly like his sword like once in the character is like the calmer out of the two of them, suddenly he's like war, kill, murder, and it's like it's very funny little moment. Does it like change anything? No, not technically, but it's like just like this recurring little gag. But yeah, they do. So when they do is when they come back from Kislev, they face a warpstone dragon, and it seems to be like meddled with. I think Molder might have messed with it. I think it's generally the idea, but they definitely lost control of it at that point. So imagine just like a chaos dragon, but like juiced up, like all of the like it is way stronger, it is way tougher, can regenerate a bit, and it attacks the spirit of Grunny and it absolutely destroys them. So they have to make repairs. And in the meanwhile, Malachi is really pissed because like, hey, you know, they touched my toy. So Malachi is like, I'm gonna go kill that fat lizard, and that fat lizard has been bothering a lot of people. So like, there's some logic to it. It's not just like I'm gonna go do something pointless. Hey, we are winning.
To doom, then.
Let me just attach all of these dwarf warriors, and we'll trade them out for all of these. Keep those two. No, you know what? We'll trade these two for the. There we go. Now Malachi has the healthiest. Not Malachi. Grombrindle has a healthy army.
Yes.
And that's good. But yeah, so he goes on this quest to kill the dragon, and once again they get a lot of support because dwarfs live in the mountains, right? But when they can afford to, when it's safe, they will have usually farming settlements above ground. So they do actually have a presence above ground. It's easy. They don't entirely get their sustenance. They can if they need to. They can just hole up in a hole, and they have enough like food and like supplies to last a long while. But ideally, when it's possible, they will actually have holes above. They will have like settlements above ground, like Gotrek's family. Gotrek was an engineer before becoming, you know, the Gotrek. He was an engineer. No. Now you are a major player. I will declare war on him. I'm not looking forward to it. That's going to be really painful trying to kill a Leafanar. Usually a Leafanar is dead before you meet him. But yeah, Gotrek used to be an engineer. And you see that sometimes in a lot of his books, because sometimes like he will come up with like some technical, he'll give some like, he comments about people like, about architecture a lot. So Gotrek will like, ooh, shitty human architecture, blah, blah, blah. And then like you learn a little bit about his past over the set of the books. That's like one of those mysteries, because like a lot of people start the first book for Gotrek and Felix, right? And it's already kind of like in the action. So Gotrek and Felix are still together, and they're already like on their first little like adventure. And it's a little bit confusing for a new reader. It confused me the first time. I was like, is this the first book? And it's like, yeah. This is the first book. This is the first book. They just start off that way because certain aspects of the backstory. Oh my god, I built that again a second time. Certain aspects of the backstory are not explained to you initially, and as you read the books, more and more little details of their backstory are explained to you gradually. So you learn like Felix, and like there's also some character growth. It's not always just like, because it seems a little bit episodic at times, but and some of them are a little bit episodic, but there is still character growth, there's still story growth, there's progression to the story. More in like how the characters treat each other, and like their relation to one another, rather than like any like substantial like development of their situation, because their situation is pretty much the same. But hey, they're always where they need to be at the right time. For example, in the second book, Skaven Slayer, they are working in the sewers, and you might be like, oh, Max, are they like in the sewers trying to like uncover a plot? No.
The dwarfs.
Nothing like that. Where's my agent? Did I lose my agent? Ah, he's wounded, so he got wounded by the hero, I guess. They're not in the, they're just there because it pays. And like, it's a dangerous job, so not everyone wants to do it, but dangerous is not so bad for them. And you know, Gotrek doesn't mind being in the sewers because he's a dwarf, right? Felix is less huge on the whole operation, but you know, Felix goes wherever Gotrek goes. That's kind of their whole dynamic. So they're in the sewers, and they stumble upon a Skaven, and not just any Skaven, onto Fanquil. So it's like, and that starts off the whole adventure. So they're always where they need to be, like, for the plot, right? But at the same time, like, it's not always glamorous. It's not always like, you know, it's not always where you and me would want to be. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I know Warhammer is Warhammer, right? So the sewers being a dangerous job is a dangerous job still. But like, there has to be a better job. But it is interesting because once again, so because of what happens, they try to report the higher ups, and they actually lose their job. Because the higher up is also working for the scheme. Because this is one of the only books where like an Empire guy looks at Fanquil and is like, you know what? I might think that it's a bit heretical to work with this guy, but I hate chaos more. He really, really, really hates chaos. So basically, he's willing to team up with Skaven to fight against chaos, which is a little bit questionable. And once again, he's a higher enough authority in the Empire. But he knows that that's not he has to know that's not a very good plan. But still, he's like, I'm going to team up with Fanquil to defeat the greater threat of like chaos corruption. Because, you know, a lot of Empire leadership, because once again, you are in a world where obviously, you know, chaos comes from up north. And it will come regularly from up north, and it will come try to kill you. But on top of that, you do need to deal with the underlying corruption that can happen in your average city. So sometimes, you know, you get a chaos like what looks like a little bit of like a maybe, you know, they're getting a little bit like these parties, they're getting a little bit too wild, or there's a disease like that's spreading in the city. And like in a normal city, you know, you get COVID, we all go into quarantine, it's not the end of the world. But like in Warhammer, right? If there's a disease spreading throughout the city, that might actually be like Nurgle. So you actually need to like be on guard for these things. So witch hunters are on this like unenviable task that they need to like always be on alert, because sometimes, you know, that plague or that thing that's affecting the citizens of the world are like, might actually not be any of that. It might actually be, might actually be Nurgle corruption, Slaanesh corruption, like something we actually you have to deal with as the Empire. So let me fight that on an open field. I know that we're about to face an attack from. That's kind of cool. That they add like that corruption, like that influence from that I was talking about earlier. So you always have to be alert, and like a big part of being a good like witch hunter or everything. It's like you always have to be alert for the possibility that like a party isn't just a party, a sickness isn't just a sickness. And to be fair, in Warhammer, most sicknesses are not just a sickness. If somebody's getting sick, it usually is Nurgle something. Let's not kid ourselves. They're like in some degree, maybe not with like active influence, but because all sicknesses and all plagues are from Nurgle, you do actually need to treat it as like a serious problem. Now, the good news for the Empire is that unlike the real world, you can actually pray to a healing priestess. And that will actually have some like real world benefits. Like it's not actually just woo woo magic. It's like you can pray the Shalia, the goddess of healing for the Empire, and you will actually probably end up feeling somewhat better. Not 100%, right? But you will probably feel better. And that's you know, for a medieval civilization, that's pretty good. Now the issue is, you know, there's only so many healers because, you know, you do need to train up and you need to be like an actual healer. And it's not always like efficient because, you know, there's only like especially in like the poor districts, like in the end times, there's a big plague affecting Altdorf before the attack. And like the healers end up being like massively overwhelmed. Like they just can't handle the amount of people that are just like sick. And it's difficult. And there's these queues and like everybody's sick and waiting around in the queue. You are kind of spreading plague. And like they have enough of an understanding to realize, yeah, that they are spreading plague. But at the same time, like, what are you going to do? You're going to tell all these sick people to go home? Like, probably not, right? So there's all these like interesting little conflicts. Like, once again, it is a war setting. It's a war game setting, right? So at the end of the day, you are here for the big fight. But at the end of it, as I've always said, is like Warhammer is cool because they've built up this entire world to get you to buy the miniature. And once again, that's a very like blunt way of looking at it, but it's also true. Like, and there's nothing wrong with it at the end of the day. It's like people get into Warhammer because a lot of people get into Warhammer because of the story. Yeah, like on YouTube, like, you know, you ever watch like one video about the lore of like 40k and suddenly all your shorts are like 40k lore? And it's like, it was kind of the same thing for me. I watched like the Bricky Orchid 8 like introduction to 40k video. And I was like, that video led me to like at least have an understanding of like, oh, no, it's Warhammer. Like, because I watched that video, I'd seen other videos about it, and over time I actually knew a little bit about the lore. Then when I walked past the Warhammer store, I tried it. I tried it. I was, you know what? They do this thing at Warhammer stores. I mentioned this on another stream before, but they do this thing at Warhammer stores where you can like walk in and you can paint a mini for free. Like you get a free mini and you can just try it out. So if you're not sure you're good at painting or you're not sure you're going to like it, just walk into your local Warhammer store. They will unironically just be like, hey, you want to paint? You want to try crack? And I'm not joking when I say you want to try crack. Like, if it clicks for you, it's a very expensive hobby because they're very, very good at doing like the kind of like, can I win? There's a. I feel like I can win this. I don't need to auto resolve this. They are very good at making it so that there's a lot of like FOMO when you get into Warhammer. A lot of the marketing is around FOMO. So there's a lot of like temporary boxes, and if you don't buy it, it's gone. And like, oh, look at this like cool temporary miniature. There's these like special edition miniatures, which are very crazy. There's a lot of FOMO marketing. And you also start, I have a bunch of miniatures up on the shelf, which I haven't painted yet. But I'm not going to deny it. I was still hesitating about like, ooh, there's a nice Christmas box. I could like add more to my Skaven. And it's like, do I need that right now? No. But I want that right now. Absolutely. So they are very good at that. So you always have to be careful when you get into like Warhammer. And it's the same with like, it's the same strategy as with like the DLC, right? It's like a lot of people, they buy a bunch of DLC for factions. They don't necessarily, they're not planning to like, we need to run, there's a dog somewhere. Like, they don't need it. Like you play like 2 factions, but people are like, oh, it's on sale right now. I'm going to buy a DLC for Wood Elves, and I'm never going to play Wood Elves again. But like, you know, it was on sale, so it's a good deal. Like, there's a lot of that like marketing that like, it's very, that's, you know, it's what part of what makes CA and Games Workshop good friends, right? Is that they're basically doing the same thing. Though, trust me, no matter how much money you spend in Warhammer Fantasy, you are probably going to spend more if you actually get into the tabletop. And that's not always a bad. What? Something did damage to him. I wonder what hit him. Like oh, maybe he took like, yeah, he's a spell cat. He's a battle prayer. You can take an overcast battle prayer. But yeah, like it is very fun. because like a lot of hobbies these days are like, if you know, if anybody's seen the prices of PC gaming at the moment, it's like, we can't deny that it's an expensive hobby now too, right? But at least like, unlike video games, you actually own something at the end of it. So yeah, you spend a lot of money, sure, but at the end of it, you have a miniature that is painted, and you can like, you have something physical. And I think that's rare and rarer, having something you actually own. And like, yeah, it's not a big deal, right? It's a Warhammer mini. So like, is it the biggest and most important thing you can own? No, but it's something that you made and that you own. And like, as I said, that's I feel like that's getting rarer and rarer. Like a lot of things are like less and less ownership. So having something that you like straight up own, I feel like is an actual selling point that they should like capitalize on more. It's like, you know, I own this thing. And now Warhammer, you know, with the like the advance of 40K and stuff, it's probably going to be moving much more into like, you know, the digital. So, you know, they're Space Marine 2 and other stuff. And they probably are going to move more into like digital games. But I still feel like there is still, you can get into Warhammer, you can own something and you can paint it and you can make it and it's yours. Or you can buy someone who painted a miniature if you're not confident in your painting. And like the ability to own something, I feel is pretty underrated. It's not a biggest deal in the world, right? But I still feel like it's pretty cool that you can do that. I feel like it's a pretty big selling point for like getting into the tabletop. And once again, if you like me are not into the game, or you don't understand, or you don't want to get into the game, you can still just like buy the minis as like a painting project. I own the miniatures as like a painting project, and we are getting messed up in a lot of places. So we need to turn some flamethrowers around. Like you can just own the miniatures and just try out the like as a painting project or as an art piece almost. Like, you know, I recently was spoken to someone. I have a friend, and I'm gonna be honest, he's my friend and all. I really disapprove of what he did. He got himself an actual Nurgle tattoo, and I'm like, oh my god, you're like 17. Like he went to Thailand and he got himself a Nurgle tattoo, and it's like, I can't approve of like that choice. That's not a good decision. That's objectively a terrible decision, which I'm pretty sure he's gonna regret, right? But hey, he got himself a Nurgle tattoo. So like, that's another way to like, oh, like it's not really owning something, but like, there's many ways to get into the hobby. But yeah, if you enjoy it, like my honest recommendation, just like get a small. You don't have to invest. Like you can get into it lightly. For like $100, you can own a little like display army. So you get like a battle force, or if you like if you want 40K, you get a battle force. Like not a battle force, a combat patrol. And if you like AOS, more fantasy, you get yourself like a spearhead. You can just build it. You get a few paints. So you're like $150 down the drain. But like you, at the end of the day, you have like a few models, and you've made them yourself. And I really like that about the game. I really like that you can do that with the game. And that's I don't regret buying it. Is like I'm a little bit past $150 into it, and I haven't really had the time to like properly develop it like I want to. But I'm still glad that I did that, if that makes sense. I'm so glad that I got those. Let's take this in the middle of their territory, and it's just kind of like anchor ourselves. Now we want to get up because we really want to get that replenishment. So what are we facing? Hmong has attacked. That's the Hmong. Yeah, so this is the Hmong tribe. And once again, in lore, their leader, in the Archeon book, their leader is Humongous. And that is so stupid. That is like, because it was a viral video in like the like 2000s, like 2010s, 2012, like 2000, not maybe not, 2015, 2016-ish. It was like Humongous. And it's like, I'm not sure if that's a reference to that, but it feels like a reference to that. It's like, ugh, a dated reference kind of moment. And yeah, I feel like this is going to be a good year. Like the YouTube is really picking up. Like I've got some guides going, like that'll be a good, ooh. We need to be careful. We have squishy units we cannot afford to lose, and we have units that we can afford. So let's be careful. Let's try to make this win. Like I feel like I think 11 for lead. I think they are planning. Look, I think CA wants to release Warhammer 40K, Total War 40K this year. I think because 11th edition is releasing in the summer, they want to tie it up with that, especially because 11th edition will have orcs. So I feel like there's an interest in it for them to like do it. I just realistically, I don't think they will. Just simply put, I don't think they're ready. The game is ready. CA likes to overpromise and underdeliver sometimes, and I feel like this is definitely going to be one of those examples. Like I don't feel like they are quite ready to whip out the game. It doesn't, like, they're actually showing content of Medieval Free. If you haven't seen, they actually showed like slight Medieval Free like overworld stuff, but I just don't think that they're ready to release. I'll be pleasantly surprised, because I think like everyone else wants to see what this game is about, but I just don't think that they're ready. Let's cheese a little bit. No, you know what? We can let them. They're basically in range already. Let's just motivate them to come out. I don't want to send Grombrindle because there's enough shotguns here that he could actually get shot pretty severely. So like, I don't think they're ready to release the game, but I would like them to, like, at least like show a bit more. It'd be nice, you know? One of those, like, you know, you could just show a little bit. It's weird that they haven't shown anything, you know, that they're showing Medieval Free stuff, but they haven't shown, oh, that was good, that was clean. That they haven't shown anything about, there we go. Let's open fire. Those are some aspiring champions. Those hurt like hell. Let's engage the aspiring champions, because otherwise they'll make it to the lines. That's impressive. Oh no, they broke. But it's impressive they almost made it. He's made it to the lines. That's unfortunate. Okay, we dealt with one problem. Now we need to turn around. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's engage. Let's harass that unit. I think we definitely lost a lot of health shooting myself in the back. You have to be careful with shotgun units. It's like, normally you want to anchor with yourself with a lord, and that's usually a good technique, but sometimes you just do so much, like... Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, we're definitely killing my own units a little bit. It works, it works. We'll have time to readjust for the next fight. Let's go, Slayers, go. Go into melee. Let's go, you send that over there. It's good, we'll send you over here. Let's line him up behind, and let's like unload in his rear. That sounded very questionable. I'm not sure that was the right choice of words, but you know what I mean, I hope. There we go, let's slaughter him. We're in close enough range that I feel like we can safely enough shoot him. Let's readjust. There we go, we got that down. Readjust positions. The Slayers are gonna get what they came for, I guess. But we can't afford to just keep roasting them. I can't afford to... There we go. Let's do that. I don't know why they turned. That works. Let's just readjust positions as I said. I think we've definitely improved our plan, and we need to be careful about those two. I cannot afford... There we go, we broke that permanently, that's good. Let's pull back. Let's give the flamethrowers a good line of sight. How are my Slayers doing? I'm kind of worried about them, but I can't really afford to pull them out of the fight. Okay, we're good, we're good. Let's come in from the side here. And let's go into melee. I want to take you guys and I want to put them up here. Yeah, the Slayers are going to die, so let's just unleash into them. Let's go. Let's take that and we'll bomb. And we'll bomb. That wasn't so good. Let's flamethrower. We're going to lose those Slayers, it's fine. Let's try to retreat a Slayer. We have we have one Slayer alive. I think we're faster. I don't think... Nah, we might shoot him in the back. In the front, actually. That'll be an unfortunate end for him. He's not going to see heaven. But you know what? If I can try to get 2 Slayers to live, that might legally qualify. No, 1 Slayer's alive. That might legally count as they survived. I doubt it though. I think I've lost the Slayers. That's the issue with unbreakable units. Is sometimes you really want a unit to break, and that's the tricky part about Slayers, right? Is like sometimes you just like it'd be better off if the unit broke and ran, but they won't because they're Slayers. So you always have to like micromanage them a little bit more than you would normally. Let's open fire on you. Let's chase that down. Let's keep chasing these. Let's go fight that blood speaker. We've definitely killed that pretty well. We got a terrible angle to start. We just destroyed our artillery piece, so none of that matters. Okay, let's pull back. You guys in. Fire, 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 fire. That's a huge problem if we don't. Open fire. One more, one volley. Oh, I don't know why they turned. I'm glad they I think we would have killed them, but I'm not sure why they turned. I'm not sure why they turned. I'm not complaining about that one, because that looked a little bit close. Stop. I don't think we lost. We lost the Slayers, probably, but hey. They're happy about it, you know? At least they got to do what they wanted to do. Let me just write that. How are we all doing? So, apologies, folks. So yeah, if things are going quite good, we have stabilized the situation. We're definitely like taking a few losses here, but overall, we are making a comeback. We have that much greater ammo on the flamethrowers, and we're gonna hopefully heal them up now. We'll get that replenishment going. We're gonna. Yeah, we lost the Slayers. Once again, they're happy. I gave them what they were looking for. So actually, it's okay to lose the Slayer. Just remember that every time you lose a Slayer unit, you technically did what they were looking for, what they wanted. So, is it really that bad? Is it really that? Now let me get my first line of sight on some actual factions that I can, like some actual dwarfs. I want to Rune Axe of Grombrindle. That gives me vision on. Probably gives me vision on at least Kislev. Probably more than Kislev. That will give me vision on the Empire. And then we want Cloak of Valaya. Will give me vision on. Hey, Capitan, how are you? How are you doing? Happy New Year. You know, a little bit after New Year, but you know what I mean. Happy New Year's anyways. How are you doing? How's life for you? Well, look, as I was actually just saying earlier in the stream, it's a pretty good time to get back into the game. Oh, if you are just checking in, I'm gonna plug myself. Max in Japan, YT. I have a lot of guides and stuff like for the game, and also like what DLC to get, because I think sales are still available. If you're curious like what sales you want to get, like my review on the new sales on the new DLC, there's a lot to look at. But yeah, look, it's a good time to get back in the game right now. It's in a pretty good state. Look, it's never perfect. We can never say that this game is in a perfect state, right? But it's in a pretty good state right now, and I think things are going pretty good. Like, it's a good time to be like, no problem, I'll just eat away. Fair enough. The game's okay. I gotta play all the DLCs I bought over the... Yeah, that's the other thing, like, they get you, don't... I'm glad you have restraint, even if that restraint might be a little bit, like, unintentional. It's like, I think that is definitely something they do to you, is like, hey, you want to buy a bunch of DLC you're never gonna play? Like, for me, like, I 100% of the game, right? So, I had to get some DLCs that I knew I was never gonna play. I knew I was never gonna play Vampire Coast apart from the first time I played them. So, it is what it is. But, like, there are some DLCs where it's like, why am I buying? Like, that I should not have bought. But I did. And I guess I'm okay with it now. Like, now it doesn't matter. But, like, see, the nice part about being in Japan is, like, I can buy the games without, like, I'm not using, like, a key website or anything, right? But their games are still cheaper than if they were on, like, a key website in, like, England where I used to live. Like, that's a nice little, like, quality of life. I'm gonna do a fort at Kislev itself. Try to keep Kislev to Kislev. And I bought Restrained because I can't buy if I wanted to. I could only have bought Elspeth and Chaos Wars. Look, if you ever get the situation, I will be the first to tell you that Elspeth is absolutely. I'm not a big Satan worshiper myself. I actually got Chaos Warriors of Chaos, and I got Tamurkhan, and I tried to play him like a few weeks ago, and it really didn't click. I want them because like I'm doing YouTube about it, so at some point I need to make content about them. And you know, the End Times DLC will involve Nurgle, pretty much guaranteed. Like as guaranteed as you can really say anything is guaranteed in this game. So I do need to have all that content to really like make content about the update, right? But the only campaign I finished is Nakai and Tamurkhan. Like Tamurkhan didn't click for me. And maybe it was because I was playing him on the old world. Maybe on the old world mod at the time. Maybe if I played on like traditional Tamurkhan, maybe like the campaign would like flow better for me. I just didn't particularly enjoy him. Might be heresy, I'm sorry. But I don't know, I didn't like, it didn't click. Which is unfortunate, because like, I know he's a lot of people's like favorite lord, right? Yeah. Like Tamurkhan, and definitely Tamurkhan is like, hey, you want to try Chaos, go play Tamurkhan. It just didn't click for me, which is unfortunate, because like I can tell he's fun, and he's very fun, because you know Tamurkhan, once you put him on the dragon, right, on the mount, is like, it's very fun to just steamroll through everyone. I can see all of that. It's just like fair enough. I hope that they add like a plague mechanic to Clan Pestilence. That's like something that I think they should add. Maybe not like quite the same way, maybe a bit of variation, because you know technically it's a little bit unclear what a Clan Pestilence is. Skaven who follow Nurgle, or Skaven who follow the Horn Rat, but just the Horn Rat is doing like ratty disease things, you know? It's a little bit unclear. That the lore has kind of changed a few times on it. But overall, at the end of the day, like they, you know, I feel like they should have a plague mechanic. That, I mean, that, you know, they are the plague rats, and they put a lot of work into like making these plague mechanics that work a lot better than they used to. It'd be a shame not to use it. But yeah, there's a lot of things. As I said, the game's in a good place right now. It's not 100% where anyone would want it to be. I think like, you know, you're not a Warhammer 3 fan if you don't have some complaint about the game. But overall, I think it's a pretty good time to be in the game. That's my thoughts. So what are you playing this holiday season? What campaign are you launching? I can't peace out Mung, but maybe I can give that land to these guys, which will block them a little bit. Exiles them the heck. I want to give them... I can't give you Dracula's Spire. I should be able to give them Dracula's Spire. Strange. Playing Chaos Dwarfs. Ah. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs is a good one. Yeah, I was playing that recently, and I basically, you know, you reach that point where the Chaos Dwarf can, like, you know, every faction in this game has that issue, right? Where, you know, you're a little bit too powerful for the AI, but you really feel that with Chaos Dwarfs. You know, Chaos Dwarfs hit that point where it's like, okay, I can't lose. I've won. GG. So I played them, and like over the course of the stream, I got to that like steamrolling level, and I was like, all right, we're good. But it's a very fun one. It's a very good. They're well made. I know that some of their mechanics are being stolen by other things. So if you don't know, Takala, for example, takes the Chaos Dwarf, like the building mechanics, you know, having different kind of settlements, and like obviously Cafe already did trade caravans, like so and like Beastmen do like unit caps. So, like technically, there's even less original than there used to be with them now, but like it doesn't really matter so much because at the end of the day, it's a package, right? It's like as a complete package, they offer something pretty unique, and that's pretty. But they definitely are, like, it is definitely true that they are technically not as unique as they used to be. Dreadquake Mortar. Dreadquake Mortar is your solution. Now, don't get me wrong. The AI doesn't probably build no, it's not. It's Grudgebearer. And Forgrim is Grudgebearer. But yeah, still, Dreadquake Mortar is your solution to a lot of dwarfs. Because they don't really have very good, like, long-range anti-large artillery. So, like, they have anti-infantry artillery pretty well, but they don't actually have a lot of anti-large, especially, like, good... Because, like, you know, the organ guns are actually relatively short range. So, assuming you can get a single Dreadquake A single good army. Well, could use some improvement there, I guess. Yeah, like the thing you have to focus on is like, it's like you want to run 2 armies at least. Is getting I know you probably already noticed, but like, you really want to get those that separate army with Gorbaz. No, 300 hours is nothing. Like 300 hours sounds like a lot, but in this game it's nothing. I don't think I was using magic until 400 hours into the game. Because I played my first round as dwarfs, and then I was used to playing like older Total Wars. So I was just like, magic is for pussies. And I just like, I played 400 to 500 hours, never really using a wizard. Like if I had Gelt, I would maybe click on wizard, because like old Gelt before they changed him to being like the cafe super wizard was like normal, was like pretty fun. Basically old Gelt was Karl Franz, but better. Because he did everything that Karl Franz did in basically the same part of the world, except he started with plus 10 armor in his starting army, and then plus 20 armor in his like secondary army. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but for like Empire infantry, oh, that was a pretty big deal. Now he spreads corruption, so let's do that, and let's kind of build up a shitty army to like defend. But like it was such a good quality. Now they've made him like Magic Wizard Supreme, and I honestly don't click with Magic Wizard Supreme as much as I do with like the rest of the Empire. I find him he used to be like too boring, but now thanks to Dakala, he actually has like a pretty good start. So I'm once again, I'm gonna self-plug. Like I have a guide on like how to use Gelt to like defeat Dakala. I made that. I'm actually quite happy with that guide, because it took me a minute to like, okay, how do you do it? Because if you don't deal with her fast enough, Dakala really like paces you. So you really have to deal with her as quickly as possible, or you get overrun. So because of that, it was just like, how do you properly manage it? Because like obviously Slaanesh troops will destroy Empire early game. So you do have to get some wizards. And you might be like, Max, you have to get wizards with the Gelt army. Yeah. But getting wizards early is actually not so useful with Gelt, because like wizards are expensive, hero units are expensive, and early game wizards, they don't do so much, right? So you actually have to pick specifically, you have to get a fire wizard because Slaanesh doesn't have a lot of armor, and you want to get a death wizard specifically to deal with Dakala. Because if you don't have something to specifically deal with Dakala, Dakala can murder your whole army solo. She is, a lot of DLC things are much more powerful. I actually think that Aislinn is definitely not. Aislinn has some cheesy things you can do, but Aislinn at an overall level is probably not the most powerful high elf faction. I'm kind of glad about that. But what is definitely powerful is Dakala. Dakala is strong. You can. I have seen people do some like pretty funny, like cheesy things you can do with her. So yeah, she's definitely up there, right? And so it's just like, how do you work around her for other factions? That's the interesting question. You cannot recruit unit because I've recruited the maximum number of blah blah blah. I've recruited 1. Can I recruit something in this army? I think we're good. I don't look, she might go for Nagaron. She might ignore me and go for Nagaron, but I feel like we're overall going to be okay. Let me get that 15% ward save. Master Rune of Spite is a very nice one. Anti-blob. Yeah, it's the anti-blob one. That is an incredible one to put on Gotrek. If you ever get the chance, you shove that Master Rune of Spite on Gotrek. Suddenly, like, it deals with like Gotrek's last big issue. Gotrek's last issue is like, how do you deal with blobs? You put a Rune of Spite on him, you're good and you're covered. Also, my problem is that I've played almost every other Total War. So I have a bias of getting conventional units and ignoring heroes and stuff. Well, then just play Empire. Play Empire. You want to play, that's the point. It's like, that's the point of Empire. It's like, you are used to humans. They're your intro for the fact they're like, I love my Empire. Empire is my favorite unit. So like having that favoring of like standard units, and then you grow to learn steam tanks. You grow to love steam tanks. Steam tanks is one of those things. I don't play old world on the tabletop. I play Age of Sigmar. Like I have a lot of Age of Sigmar, but I am going to get, oh look, she actually went for Nagaron. I could not win this fight manually, so I'm so glad the auto resolve lets me win it. Like, oh, once in, here, 2 seconds. Give me a split second. Once in, I'm gonna self-plug. Trust me on this. your name is slightly cut off. I need to work on that. Just go to my own account. Sorry, 2 seconds. I'm still not used to doing that. Here is my Carl Franz guide. If you ever want to, I'm just going to plug that in the chat. Or no. I also have a short. If you don't want to watch the whole thing, you can just watch the short. But like it's a simple guide. It is more about you need to deal with your frets efficiently, and you don't want to engage too many frets. That's a secret to a smooth Carl Franz. Is you need to deal with one problem at a time, and you need to do it in an efficient way, so you're not double backing, and you're not like engaging in too many wars. You need to avoid triggering the wrong person, like. But it is very fun. Like Carl Franz is good. If you want like Unga Bunga strong, well, Elspeth will be an option in the future, right? But Elspeth is not an option for you right now. I understand that. But like once again, Carl is one of those units that like factions where like yeah, does the DLC make him better? Yes. Do you need the Empire? A lot of the DLC units are not necessarily good. I have a tier list of like Empire stuff, and like the thing is like a lot of the DLC units don't actually end up ranking that highly on my tier list. Is like a lot of the whatchamacallit, a lot of the like the other DLC. So your Volkmar DLC and your the Hunter DLC is really not that good. Now, getting the Hunter is only useful because getting those early game, being able to hire early game archers is pretty useful. So you have that, so you'll be able to do my guide, but Volkmar is really not necessary, is really not mandatory, and honestly, the other guy isn't too. Like, it is good to get archers, but like buying a whole DLC to get one unit, once again, being able to recruit tier 0 archers is a huge bonus for the Empire because it allows you to get like missile units pretty quickly, so you do spears and archers, kind of like high elves, but you have it, so luckily my guide applies to you. So yeah, if you ever want to have a look or just describe, yeah, let's go for it. Right now I'm just trying to get that view count up. I'm almost getting monetized on YouTube. I just need to get more watch time. That's my big thing right now. Then I can get like monetized streams, which will be good on YouTube because I'm monetized on Twitch, but we're working on that. I actually managed that. I'm actually quite proud of myself for that one, but we still need to like work on like YouTube monetization, which obviously, if I have 100,000 views on YouTube and 4 viewers on Twitch, I think you can imagine which one would theoretically do the most. But like, yeah, it's going well. I'm doing Grungni's teaching, always do Grungni's teaching, generally speaking. Like, the boss for like his army or his, the boss for his army or for his faction, or like his individually or his army, are way less impactful than faction-wide bonuses. It's the issue with Tyrion. So Tyrion has 2 skill trees, one for his level 12 skill tree. One of them is bonuses to your entire faction and all of your armies, and one of them is Tyrion is better at Unga Bunga killing. And it's not a choice, it's not a real choice. The objective answer is you want to get a better faction-wide bonuses, because like that will matter much more. So because of that, it's like it becomes, so it's a lot of like choices sometimes that are just like the correct choice is to go for the faction-wide bonuses a lot of the time, rather than like, are we at war? I think I'm at war with her. She's sieging? She's not sieging, is she? Yeah, she is sieging. Oh. Okay. Well, I guess she ran out of city, so she just bum rushes in here as thing. Like, I saw Unified the Donut. I had to go around the entire world, getting out of the dark. Yeah. That's Tyrion's campaign is one of those things where like you really want to get what's it called again? You know, the mod that you overhauling wind conditions. I think it's something like that. I forget the exact name, but like the overhaul, the wind condition overhaul mod. That is the like I'm usually a stickler for no massive changes. So I have a few like graphical mods. Like you'll notice that some of the settlements look like way fancier than they would on like the base game and stuff. Like, so I have OVN Lost World is a fun one, and I have like auto resolve like quest battles, which is not active for some reason. And I have yeah, you do. It's cheesy. It's cheesy, but you can still get all of the achievements for winning on very hard and hard with that. Yeah, it still works. Like, technically, you can do mods that will make your faction completely overpowered, and it doesn't beat your it doesn't ruin your ability to like get achievements. It's a bit dumb. I feel like it shouldn't, but it does. You can get overhaul quests, over the whole victory conditions, and you can still beat achievements with it. So if you want to like make your Tyrion life a lot easier, you can, or you can take Teclis. Now, once again, Teclis used to have a terrible start, but now that you can go back to the donut if you just want it, just taking Teclis and just going right back to the donut gives you that really strong starting position as well. I have a guide for Teclis if you actually want to stay in down south, but honestly, as I said, you don't really need to. Like, you can do both. Like, if you just want to play an elf faction with a different win condition inside the donut, just take Teclis. Like, you can do very well with them. I don't think they overhauled the elves as much as I would have wanted, but I can't deny that they are, like, Teclis at least is definitely much better than he used to be, and that is definitely something, because like Teclis used to be like awful. Now he's probably too strong, but having that dual start option is already such a big benefit that I can't really complain too much, you know? He's definitely very improved. So now, let's deal with the quest battles. Speaking of Teclis, okay, let me go ahead. Demgar? Oh, Lemgar? If you go back to the donut, what do? Would you just conquer the few non-elven factions? Wouldn't you have to leave early? No, so you get your starting province. So from there, you just play like a regular... By the time you usually go back to the donut, you still have N'Kari around. So you can do a very like lore-accurate thing and go handle N'Kari. That's your first choice, and you can get all those lands, because like AI Alariel is not really going to handle Marathi, N'Kari. And then afterwards, you probably just do like, you basically just do a Tyrion start of just like going to do like Tyrion's pathing. Then you confederate the other elves. You do have the option of doing a dual start. Like, you do have the option of doing a dual start. So you can do, you can start on the donut and at the same time start at, keep your sovereign start, which is what I did, which makes for a very intense campaign, because you do have to manage two things. Now, once again, dealing with Kairos is definitely the priority. And now the issue with the dual start is that Kairos has technically still met you. So Kairos now has the possibility of messing with you if he declares war on you in the future, and then becomes much harder to deal with him. So I would still recommend dealing with Kairos as soon as possible, because, you know, it is a meme, but like, Kairos will mess with you, Kairos will trade your settlements, Kairos will mess with you all day. So you can do, my recommendation is still go and do both. But if you choose to just go back, you can just go back, and it's a very fun campaign to do now. It is actually quite good. So I hope that answers the questions, like, can do both. And how you doing, Lemgar? How's your New Year's? How's vacation, family? Are you doing any of that, or is it like solo? What are you up to? Sorry that I still haven't got chat to work on so Twitch chat shows up on screen, right? YouTube has not. I need to I need to set that up properly. I'm still struggling. There's a lot of things I have to set up. I don't think my colors are quite like they are on my screen. They look a bit like muted, and I think part of that is the HDR is not set up properly. And I thought I'd had it set up, and then it was like, oh, you can't stream using these settings, and it's like, oh, so I can record video with HDR now, but I just cannot stream with HDR. And it's like, damn it. So like my colors look a little bit muted, I think, on YouTube. Though I am streaming, as you'll notice, I am streaming on 1440p, so that's definitely a quality upgrade, right? But yeah, I've been trying to work on more technical things over the vacation, but I've also, you know, been spending time with family, you know, all those like responsible things. My son can walk, and it's great. He did his first walk outside, and it was very cute. So that was all good. Now, where's that? Is that dragon gonna try to fire breath me? Where is he gonna land? That's the big question. He is gonna fire breath me. Oh, ow, that hurt. Yeah, he's go. Like, no problem. You have any other questions? I'm happy to answer. Like, just because I haven't made a guide on it doesn't mean I haven't played them before, you know. If like, there's any other factions you want a question on, I'm more than happy to answer. Let me run in and shut that down quickly. Yeah, losing a flamethrower unit definitely sucks. And we're gonna run. Let's get into melee. Let's shut down the dragon. But like, yeah, it's Yeah, so yeah, Techless, the dual start is good. It is, once again, I think it's more fun to just not play him as a go back. You can just, now these days, you can just go back as like as another one of those elf campaigns, right? You can just go back to the donut, as you pointed out, and just like donut. But I prefer a little bit more variety, so having a lord that starts in a different place is good. Now, if you need a lord that starts on the donut and you're playing a more competitive like multiplayer game where you really need that firepower, well then congratulations. Techless, you start on the donut, but you are like the most powerful faction by far. So now you really have that variety. But I would say having lords to start in different places is good for that gameplay variety, right? It's why I like that Imrik has no reason to be where Imrik is. It's stupid that he's there. It doesn't make any sense. He has no reason to be there. But what it does do is now you have you have an elf start variety, because otherwise all of the elves are starting on the donut, and that's stupid. So it's one of those, like, it's dumb, but I'm glad they do it, and I hope they do more of those. You know, like, it doesn't at all make any sense, but it happens, you know, it's for gameplay reasons over, it's for a gameplay reason instead of a lore reason, and you know, they should do more of that. It's really good when they do that. Now, where are they gonna, like, Thanquol. Thanquol is a question of where did we start with Thanquol? Because Thanquol is a bit of a world traveler, right? Now, the obvious answer would be like, you put what I would like, and I know they're not going to do it because technically Ikit is more associated with it than Thanquol is. But like, I would like Thanquol to take Ikit Claw's space. I would like Ikit Claw to start somewhere new. I think it would be really cool, but it might just be because I played Ikit Claw so much that I want some like variety. But I feel like you could really do a lot by like changing up his starting location. But hey, I think they're going to keep Ikit Claw where he is. It's not that they've never changed starting locations, right? So they could do it, but I feel like they're just going to keep him where he is, and they're instead going to do something else. But I feel like that would be interesting if they just changed where Ikit Claw starts. They could really mix things up, because you know the biggest downside for Ikit is that the enemies he start with, like, he's starting next to a goat with 70% missile resistance. Like, you know, it's not a great start for Ikit. So, and then you fight Bretonnians afterwards, which is like, once again, Luin Leoncoeur starts with like some horrific amount of ward save and missile resistance very quickly. It's like, The guy who spams unit with projectiles close to, yeah, it is questionable. Like, it is lore accurate. The reality is, like, it is lore accurate. You know, Skaven Blight should be there. And, like, Clan Scryer is definitely the Skavens that start as like, being close to all that. So, like, once again, but it's one of those lore decisions which conflicts with, like, the gameplay reality. Because, like, gameplay-wise, it's terrible for him. We are definitely killing my own men here. A bit excessively. But if they change him up, because, like, technically he has been to other places, right? Or you could just have him start at random locations, like, you know, Ikit Claw is doing some mad scientific experiment in, like, this part of the world. So you're starting here. You know, Yuan Bo has no reason to start in where he starts. He doesn't. There's no real reason for him to do that. It's just like, hey, we want a different start. And I'm glad that they're embracing that a little more. It's like, if all the dragons started in Cafe, right, it would be kind of dry. It'd be kind of miserable. So I'm glad that they're doing something different. But at the same time, like, I wish they adopted that mentality for, like, other factions. Because, like, recently they've... Echo, light on. Recently they've taken that idea of, like, starting, like, lords, like, you know, they tried to make the beginner lords more interesting, because they used to have this philosophy, right, with the game where, like, you would have, like, your Tyrians, your Karl Franzes, your etc. would be like your intro to the faction, so they would be the most simple version of the faction. And the issue with that is that, like, some of those characters are everyone's favorite characters, so having, like, Tyrion and Teclis be, like, boring to play was not so smart. It was not a good plan. So now they've been changing it to, like, really make, like, some of these characters, like, more exciting. But, like, I'm glad Queek starts in a really, like, Queek is an underrated lord, because obviously, you know, when you start in the same faction as Ikit Claw, right, it's kind of hard to look special in comparison. But, like, Queek is one of those, like, Skaven campaigns that nobody thinks about, really. But, like, it's a really fun campaign. If you've never tried Queek Headtaker as a Skaven campaign, it's a really good campaign to do. I highly recommend it. I am a Skaven enjoyer, but, like, even though it is still, like, it does look. You can't do quite the power level of Ikit, but then you know no one does. But like you can actually do some really powerful things with Quake too. So it's not like, and like, it is quite good in that sense. But yeah, they just like putting. I'm really looking forward to Storm Fiends. Storm Fiends is gonna be so much fun. I'm really looking forward to that. Like, just like, yeah, give me, like, I'm hoping that I'll have mine painted by the time that starts. But even if they're not completely painted, oh, I'm looking forward to Storm Fiends. Like, they just look cool. They're like, they're not like the most necessary unit for, like, the issue is like, the only thing Skaven need is strong frontline objectively. The issue is that then they wouldn't be Skaven, because like Skaven would be objectively good at everything. So like, you don't need, will it be really cool? Yeah. Because like, honestly, like most of the cool Skaven units are like that tier 3 or 4. They don't have a lot of like, they have the Doom Wheels at tier 5. Not the most exciting tier 5 unit ever. They have the Pestilence Elite Infantry, which are very good against demons, right? But it's a tier 5, and like getting infantry at tier 5 that also doesn't perform the best is not great. And then they have like one out of, what else do they have at tier 5? I forget what they have at tier 5. I could go look at my tier list. Like, they have like one, they don't have very exciting tier 5. So getting like those Storm Vermin, Storm Fiends at like tier 5 is going to be great. It's confusing that there's Storm Fiends and Storm Vermin and they're not the same thing. But then the thing that I am a little bit worried about is Vermin Lords. So if you're not aware, you look. Let me pull up a Vermin Lord. So this is a Vermin Lord. It is basically a greater demon of like the Horned Rat. So like, you know, kind of like your Bloodthirsters or your Great Unclean One and blah, blah, blah. And like their whole shtick, right, is that, you know, there's different varieties of them for the different clans, which allows you to have some variety. Like unlike a lot of the other greater demons, there's actually different kinds, which has its pros and cons. But the issue is like, I kind of feel like it's going to risk that overshadowing thing. Is like, you know, Bloodthirsters don't feel as cool as like the Khorne infantry, the standard infantry don't feel as cool as like a Bloodthirster. It's like, I'm worried that like, once again, that will kind of like, you run into that like hero stack, where hero stack is not very fun, especially because the game doesn't measure the power of hero stacks very well. So you kind of get into a situation where you're locked into a lot of manual fights, and I also feel like they'd be very overpowered because, you know, DLC overpowered is like what CA likes to do, right? So I'm a little bit worried about Vermin Lords. I do want Storm. I don't care what they're the most overpowered thing in the world. I do want Storm Fiends. Storm Fiends. So I'm a complete hypocrite. I admit it. I am completely hypocritical. I want my. I don't care about how unbalanced they are. I don't care about how broken they will be. I want my Storm Fiends. So hypocrisy. But hey, I just think they're neat. I really want them to have like a massive shot in the rear negative. So if you don't know, let's keep going on my So let's continue our conversation of what is a Storm Fiend. So these are Storm Fiends, right? These are like the cool, like the model is maybe a little like his face doesn't look the best, but these two, they look great. And like the thing about Storm Fiends is that it is a Rat Ogre that has been like supercharged, right? They really, really juiced up the Rat Ogre, right? But what is the special detail is actually not immediately obvious. So like, I didn't know I could do this on the site. This is such a lifesaver when you're painting and like want to check out detail. You didn't know you could do this, and I built the model wrong because I couldn't check. But like, you see this little thing on the back here? This is quite literally the brains of the operation. It's like this right here is what like, it's too much for the Storm Fiend to handle. So the little brains on the back is specifically trained to be like the intelligent and like be subservient. So as long as he's okay, then this will be controllable by the Skaven. The moment he loses, like Storm Fiends will go wild and will kill everything, and they will just like because you strapped a bunch of guns right to a rat who's kind of resentful about being this like fucked up. So if you can, and it happens in the End Times book, if you can shoot, hey Dimmy, how you doing? If you can shoot, or just explaining what Storm Fiends are, if you can shoot this guy on the back, right? It should rampage, it should go wild, Thank you for the raid. I appreciate. So I think they should add that to the game because like they will be massively overpowered, right? Because like look at that, it's a melee unit which has poison wind. Like it should be wild, but if you make it too wild with no downsides, it'll just be completely overshadowing everything. But if you add that like weakness of like if you can just get behind it and shoot him in the back, it'll go like rampage. Then I think that would be a pretty cool like downside, which would be very accurate. How are we all doing, folks? Happy New Year's to all of you. Yeah, we're just talking about like the Skaven changes because I know I'm playing dwarves, but like Skaven is still my bread and butter, and we're just talking about it. We're just giving some advice about the tech list changes as well. What are we all playing over this Christmas season? What are we all enjoying, or not enjoying? Because I played Tamarcon a few days ago on a few weeks ago. Like, oh, it's I need to fix that. I played Tamarcon a few days ago on stream, and it's like echo light on. 2 seconds. We got a stream boot modder. That's good. Let me remove that. Like, and like it still doesn't click for me. Tamarcon is just not my guy. I can't seem to it doesn't click. It doesn't just work for me, unfortunately. Like I can see why people like him. He's very fun to like it's very fun to make work, but yeah, I don't know. I never find the Skaven so Olimgar. I never find the Skaven to be such a big issue for Kroq-Gar. I tend to think that like your bigger issue is like the dwarves and like Skarbrand and Sko. But luckily you have that choke point. Your trick is like Kroq-Gar, as long as you can like clear out his side of the mountain range, it's a very defendable position, right? You can just kind of like hold that choke, and then you can expand out from there. But you also have to be careful from the north. Then you have like Khalida up north, right? Who's a bit of a problem. Let's be careful. So we got a few units. Let me get my guns organized, and then let's begin. I think we're wasting too much time. So they have one horseman unit. They have one range. They only have one range in the whole army, so I can go harass them with the thingy thing. But yeah, it's like there's a lot going on, and I'm kind of glad that like that they changed. For those of you who are just joining on Twitch, by the way. Let me self-plug myself. I run a YouTube, I do guides. I'm also streaming on YouTube. So if anybody wants to like watch like Warhammer guides, I've done like a lot of characters so far. I'm going to be doing a lot more over time, but there's definitely quite a lot. Feel free to come have a look. I'm just going to self-plug myself shamelessly. Let's have a look. So right now, let's position these two slightly separate. We do want to spread out a little bit, and we want to shove a gun in between. There we go. We also, because we're not too worried about anything they have right now, because at the end of the day, it is Marauder Horsemen, right? Like they don't matter. But we can just hose them, and then we'll beat them, and then after that we can just hose everything up. Do they have anything that actually matters in this army? Marauder, Chosen. Okay, there's a few Chosen mixed in. There's a few Warhounds, but it is mostly Marauders and a few Chosen. Okay, we're good. We'll win. And hopefully it won't be like, you know, the meme, you know, I'll win and then I lose. Yeah, like just you really this game is won through momentum. So what is essential in pretty much any campaign, especially when you start playing on higher difficulties, is keep the momentum going. You need to take a city pretty much every turn. Like if you're taking free turns to recruit units, it's not worth it. Like, you know, some units that take like free turn, it's usually better to recruit some cheap units and just keep that momentum going. You need to exterminate your enemies as fast as possible, because the AI is not limited to the same rules as you are. You know, the AI doesn't care about things like, you know, like unit caps and like money and income. You ever have like, you know, you ever left like the AI with like one settlement, minor settlement, and suddenly you leave them alone for 2 seconds and they have like 6 armies? So you really need to like keep that momentum going. And Kroq-Gar, and also don't always like, I don't know what difficulty you're playing. I'm assuming you're not, if you're playing on easy, auto resolve is your friend. But if you're playing on higher difficulties, sometimes it's better to manually fight a fight so you keep your casualties low, which keeps your momentum going. Because like losing a lot of units like at the wrong time will definitely stop you from being able to like keep going. Oh yeah, you're playing on hard, then yeah, absolutely auto resolve. Like don't auto resolve every time. Like keep playing real battles sometimes, and it'll keep your momentum going. Because if you take too many casualties, right, because you're auto resolving a lot, maybe you're not, but I'm just giving advice in general. Like, you run into that situation where you don't end up having the units, army is not healthy enough to be able to like fight the next fight. So it feels good in the moment to save time, but then you're losing the campaign by all those like, death by 1,000 cuts. You're losing you're losing the campaign because of all of those like auto resolves. So be careful with auto resolving too much, because Saurus are really good infantry, right? Like, I'm sure you'll agree with me. Like, Saurus, they're great. They're really powerful. They're really good for what they are. But the issue is like, if you just have to with Skaven Riders, you always have to deal with like those few units that are like actually dangerous. There'll be a few units that are actually like really painful, and as long as you deal with those few units in the Skaven army, the rest is trash. And then your swords will just mulch them, and it's very safe. Also, obviously, get Krokgar as soon. Lord Croak as soon as possible. Couldn't remember the name of the famous frog. But yeah, get Lord Croak as soon as possible, and blah blah blah. All of that generic advice, right? But the main point that I'm giving you is, secure your side of the mountains quickly, and then that way you can. It's a really defensible position from all of your threats, because most of your threats will come from the other side of the mountain after a certain point in time. Okay, we're actually getting attackers on this side, so let's readjust. So once you've secured your side of the mountains, he has a really defendable position. You can make friends with Teclis down south, assuming that Teclis is still alive, and then he will protect your southern flank, and then you can just protect your northern flank from just like, you can either exterminate Khalida, which puts you in a difficult position, because then you're likely going to meet like Clan Moors and like other things. So ideally try to piece out Khalida if you can. You're not necessarily enemies, you don't like each other much, but you're not guaranteed enemies like some factions are. So if you give her a minor settlement, and here's a trick with diplomacy, is the AI overvalues minor settlements with buildings in it, with a military building specifically. So if you give the AI a minor settlement which has like a red line building, most AI will sell you their mother, their grandparents, their entire family for a minor building with a red building in it. So you just do that, and you're pretty much guaranteed to like piece out Khalida, and that secures your north. So once you've secured your north and your south, then you can focus on that choke point. So you can either deal with the dwarf, because the dwarf tends to fight you. I don't know why, because like technically we're both order, but the dwarf doesn't like you too much. So you want to like go up and like clear out the dwarf. Now the dwarf is a difficult one, because dwarves have very strong auto resolve, but also Thoric Ironbrow is disgusting in manual fight. Like, he hurts. So and then obviously manual fights is very bad at calculating the power of AI lords. So like AI lords, especially the really powerful ones. So your Vlad von Karsteins and like your other lords like that. Sometimes it is better to auto resolve them because it doesn't calculate them very well. And then other times, okay, so yeah. If Manfred is your biggest problem, you want to hold at the choke point. Rely on having a settlement. So use your settlement, build a wall in it, and fight him on the settlement. Because you can hold on the wall, and then B, you will get that auto resolve bonus. Because the auto resolve, even if you're just in a settlement that doesn't even have walls, so there's no real negative, there's no real natural benefit. The auto resolve massively overvalues. Okay, we can't disengage because otherwise they'll shoot at us. We need to stop shooting. The auto resolve massively overvalues settlements with walls or without walls, or just a settlement. So just hold them at the choke point. You don't necessarily have to just hold them at the choke point, because once again, vampire counts is 99% trash. Most vampire counts armies are like 2 or 3 heroes and a bunch of zombies. So the zombies don't count very well in auto resolve, and the lords themselves don't count very well in auto resolve. So because of that, if you auto-resolve them at a city, I'm giving you a separate advice from what I give you, is like, when you're really worried about a specific lord, auto-resolving is sometimes very safe. Because there are some lords in this game that can solo your whole army. It's like, if you're running a missile-heavy army, but they're not magic missiles, for example, and you are fighting against Valkia, you are gonna lose because she is immune to physical missiles. You can't do shit against her. So, like, sometimes it's better to auto-resolve, and then there are other times where fighting a fight out manually is better. So it depends. But for specifically for Manfred, first of all, fuck Manfred. And every time you bring up Manfred, you always have to say fuck Manfred. You know, he killed Gelt. I will never forgive him. It is a meme, but I'm also half serious. Like he kind of killed off the setting. Manfred is like directly responsible for the setting ending. So a lot of people hate him unironically. But I just hate him more for the meme. I don't have quite the same hatred. But like you want to hold the choke points and you want to keep that momentum out. So once again, clear out the region and then you want to push out. But in the meanwhile, just hold that choke point. You know, that like valley towards the rest of your lands. Just hold there, fortify it, keep an army there, and you will be able to fight off a surprising amount of stuff, you know? And that's my recommendation is like, the moment you go out into like the Nakaran desert, right? There's enemies in every direction because, you know, you got Skarbrand, you got Vlad, and you got the dwarf. So you don't want to run into this situation where you have enemies on too many fronts because that's obviously the big negative for a lot of campaigns. But if you just hold that choke point and you deal with something else in the meanwhile, you can do it. Then I would recommend dealing with the dwarf. Once again, you can just walk up the valley, and once you own the valley, it's very defended. The same reason is why it's hard for other people to fight him there. It's good for you to fight him there. So clear out the dwarf, and then finally you go deal with Vlad. And then once again, in the meanwhile, you just want to hold that defensive position that whole time. Don't take any risks. Don't do anything too brave unnecessarily. Just hold, and you're good.
Who called?
Like just damn it, I just made a trade. He's about to die, so it doesn't matter. I don't want to make any deals with the elves, and I just did one by accident. So that is my tips, is like, and then as long as they're not running too many giant slayers, run anti-large. What you want to do with your anti-large dinosaurs is you want to punch through the dwarf line. So literally just keep giving the movement order until your dinosaur pushes through, and then get on their guns and their artillery. And that's because you want to shut that. You don't want to get too bogged down in there because, you know, dwarves are so short and most of your units are huge, right? You don't want to get bogged down in a fight where they're shooting into your lines, because their gun, even if they have units directly in front of you, because their dwarves are so short, they will be able to shoot into your units. So you really need to jump their missile units and stop them from shooting, and that will make your life a lot easier. So if you don't, I'm gonna give her a gift. I hate doing that, but I'm gonna give her a gift. But yeah, that's the way you deal with the dwarfs. With Manfred, it's basically just take whatever like high damage. So like Kroq-Gar should, as long as you build him up into his into his like melee spec, should be able to fight him, and just fight him. Like don't let, like, you need to shut him down as quickly as possible. If you've got units that can help you fight him, but just don't have your infantry deal with him, because like they can't really. And obviously, if you can deal with Manfred, which is a pretty powerful lord, don't get me wrong, his army will collapse. But the trick is he is on a mountain. If he doesn't land, if you don't motivate him to land, he will keep hurting you. It's definitely one I would recommend auto-resolving Manfred. It's a safer option. And yeah. So there we go. We've got High King. We'll fire him, and we will build up an army. I know his whole shtick is hammers. Like, I like building lords following their, like, whatever their build path is. Okay, he built him up as an axe lord. Not awful. And then he built him into his melee stat. So this is quite a competent, well built up lord. I'm going to apply everything you just said. No. Protect your borders. Deal with the Skaven. No. Okay, let me deal with the Skaven first. So clear out the Northern Skaven and like the Southern Threat, the Northern Threat. Clear out that whole peninsula land. Only hold the choke point for now. That's your first step. Then deal with the dwarfs. Then, because once you've taken the dwarf lands, it's very defendable. After you've done that, then you deal with Manfred. But focus on like securing, you know, like I don't have the mod that clears out the fog of war. So like you can see this. You want to take all of this side of the mountain chains, because if you take it, you're pretty much alone over here. As long as you can befriend Teclis, maybe you befriend Khalida up here, you own this whole territory pretty much non-contested. Then you hold here. There's a settlement here. You hold right there. You don't push out. If you're confident, you can maybe take the Wood Elf settlement here, but just hold here. You don't have to do that. After that, you go up here and you clear out this entire mountain chain, because like it is very defendable once you own it. Because once again, you can own the settlement here, and that protects all of your north from here, and it protects you from other invasions. You really want to use some really nice choke points on this map, and you really want to use it. Only once you've done that, then you push out here. But ideally, you just want to hold these choke points, because there's a major settlement here, and there's like a major settlement if you take the Wood Elf settlement. And that way, you hold on to the lands without necessarily exposing yourself, because dwarves have very good auto resolve. Dwarves have very good like siege tech. If you can put but you're not playing dwarves. You're playing a very good auto resolve. So depending on who you're fighting, you might want to fight it out manually. But once again, just shut down the guns, and you'll have a relatively good time. Watch out with Forik. Forik is deadly. My recommendation is wait until Forik is not home. Maybe he's fighting someone else, and then just jump him. Declare war on him and jump him. Take his capital out, and then if you have his capital, and he comes and fight you, then you have the auto-resolve bonus of taking the capital. So, but remember, you don't get as much benefit as being on the wall as like dwarves would get. Like gun factions get a huge amount of benefit of having the walls. Now, you still get some benefits, because if you're standing on the walls and units climb up the walls to get to you, they have a fatigue penalty, which is pretty severe. But at the same time, dwarves can sit outside their settlement and shell you forever. So you have to be careful about that, right? It's not always the guaranteed win. What you can do is you can like go out of your city, but then you are stuck at the gates, because I'm sure you know this is like gates. The one bug that I really, oh my god, what happened to Kislev? Kislev is no more. Okay. Gates is like the one thing that like the pathing just breaks. It is just annoying. They're never fixing it clearly. It's like clearly some like fundamental issue with the game, but like gates just don't work, unfortunately. Is that a Cloak of Vali? Yeah, okay. One more fight. The good news is our flamethrowers are going to be really effective this fight. But yeah, the most important advice I can give you is get some competent infantry that you can hire in one turn, and then just keep the momentum going. That is essential. That is essential for any difficulty. Is like keep moving. You want to ideally be taking a settlement a turn, when you can hire another army, go in another army in a different direction, and just like keep taking, because that will make or break your momentum. If you don't have the momentum, the AI will outpace you, because the AI will, the AI, once again, as I said, the AI does not care about things like limitations and money and game balance. The AI will spawn six armies the moment if you give it a chance. So you can't let it outramp you. You have to keep going, and always exterminate your enemy. Never let them live. You're like, oh, I'm gonna piece out this enemy and then I'll go deal with them back later. No. Always exterminate whatever enemy you're fighting, and then turn around and go deal with the other one. Even if you're like losing territory in the meanwhile, exterminate the one you're currently fighting before you declare more wars or you focus on something else, because the AI will just declare war on you a minute ago, and in the meanwhile, they will, once again, even if you feel like, oh, they only have like 1 or 2 cities left, no, they'll just recruit a bunch more. It doesn't matter. So just be careful. That's my advice for dealing with them. Tell me how it goes for you when I stream tomorrow. If you need more advice, I'll tell you. But like this should be enough advice to help you. Now we're gonna go kill this wizard lord. Because if I can just kill him, we're good. No, we just need to shell them. But you see, what you don't want to be doing when you're fighting dwarves is this situation here, where you see you want to close that distance as soon as possible. Now the AI won't prioritize it the same way I did, where they're running a lot of guns and they're building like this. But like this is the dangerous situation, especially because whatchamacallit, not dwarfs. For some reason I can't remember that you play lizardmen. Lizardmen don't have a lot of like range. They do have some range, right? They're not completely rangeless, but like, not really. We are... enemy reinforcements are coming behind. Oh! Whoa. Okay, adjust. Shoot. That is a problem. Run. They're gonna... that is a huge problem. I usually auto-resolve quest battles. I didn't know they did that. Let's go. Slayers, go. We need to turn around. We need to fight. That is a big problem. Let's do that here. We are getting messed up here. We need you to be somewhere useful. Keep spraying fire here. We need to readjust these shotguns to be more useful. Let's pull out the artillery. Let's have these over here. Coralers over there. Just readjust, 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 readjust formation. You engage the bats. You engage the Terrorgeist. You pull out of the fight. You have to be careful because they're so mixed into my lines now. If I'm not careful, I'm just gonna like roast my own men. So all of my flamethrowers are effectively out of the bat. Nah, we're not completely. These guys are still clear. So let's fire on the Terrorgeist. That's good. Let's fire on that. It's also good. Let's go. This is clean. This is clean. And I will take you. Turn around. It's a risky move, but I think that, yeah, they have regeneration. So you see units with regeneration. That's another advice. Is if you have like, I don't think lizardmen have a lot of fire, unfortunately for you, but a lot of vampire counts will have some kind of regeneration. So lighting them on fire lowers their healing and makes them much easier to kill. Let's just keep doing unbreakable and melee defense on you. And I think we've got this relatively. Let's turn around. Let's turn around on the bats as well. But yeah, we've got this. Yeah, Salamander, yeah, get some fire damage. You want some fire damage, or you can get a Slann with fire magic maybe. I don't know, I actually don't know how the new Slans work. I think you can just select the magic, right, for the Slann, or is it just picked for you? But get a fire magic wizard, and also get a death wizard. You want a death wizard and you want a fire magic wizard, because ideal, as I mentioned, it's kind of the same rules as Slaanesh. So if you go look at my like guide on like on Gelt. You go look at my Gelt on you want to get a fire wizard because a fire wizard is really good for the trash swarms of trash. And then you want a death wizard or maybe even a death Slann for dealing with Mannfred specifically. Because once again, if he's flying up in the air, you want to break him as quickly as possible because he has regeneration. So you need to damage him really, really quickly and ideally to break him, and then maybe you chase him off the fight. Now he's on a mount, so I know lizardmen have some flying, but it's not really your specialty. But like, you want to break him and then kill him. Because any Lord with regeneration, if you can kill him fast enough that he doesn't get value out of his regeneration, that's a long one. Because if you do a little bit of chip damage here, a little bit of chip damage there, then you're completely wasting your time. Because like, he will heal before you kill him. Like, he will heal it off. So basically, you've wasted all of that damage. When if you can like focus him down, like once again, Kroq-Gar, maybe a deaf Slann, and just like hammer him down really quickly. There you go. Problem solved. Much easier, much better that way. Just some tips, but yeah, you want a fire wizard because he's really good for chaff. Fire wizards are specialized in like anti-chaff, so that's what you want him for. It's like Lore of Metal is more so if you're fighting dwarfs, you want Lore of Metal. Now, here's a little tip about dwarfs. Dwarfs are immune to or at least resistant to magic. But Lore of Metal is still very good for them because it's anti-armor magic. So, you know, your Searing Dooms and your etc. are still very, very good for that. And then secondly, instead of using damage magic on them, you can also do buffing magic on your own men or debuffing on them, and that's not affected by magic resistance. So you don't always, I know like taking the damage spell is fun, trust me, I enjoy the damage spell just as much as anyone. But sometimes it's better to like not use the damage spell because it is actually better to just like buff and debuff them because it'll actually work better with dwarves. But Lore of Metal is what you want to be using against dwarves in general. It's the go-to lore for dwarves. Now, Final Transmutation is still very good against Mannfred. So if you just have a lore of metal dwarf, a lore of metal Slann trained up, you know, like, oh, but Max said get a death wizard. No, if you can get the Final Transmutation, you could make it work. I'm kind of ignoring my settlements. It's not good. I probably shouldn't have done that. I'm gonna recruit another city settlement. You see, the issue is that they're coming in from like several directions. Because, you know, there's reinforcements coming in from here, there's reinforcements coming in from here. And this is what I mean by, like, you see, this is much harder to defend. If my enemies were coming in from one direction, I could just position them here and kill everything. But because they're coming in from so many different locations, you can't choke point defense. And choke point defense, it makes it much more efficient for you, especially in a settlement. will make it much more easy for you to like deal with like hordes and hordes of enemies. Then once again, if you move out into the desert like we were just talking about, where suddenly you're fighting enemies in all directions, then you're gonna have a much rougher time. I'm just gonna hire keep your regiments. That's another thing. Keep your regiments of renown. Don't like, okay, I'm breaking my own rule and I'm gonna explain to you my nuance and then I'll explain to you what you should do. Is like do, you know, one of those like do as I do, not as I do as I say, not as I do moments. I don't really need any of that. I'm gonna take a defensive alliance just because it'll give me a bunch of money. Oh, I must have declared war on someone. I pieced out. You know what? That's my mistake. I'm gonna live with my consequences. But getting money. Oh, by the way, that's another tip. Always get money to declare war on someone you were already gonna declare war on. Or if they're far away from you, like I just did, declare war on them for diplomacy reasons. It's like I'm not gonna meet Arbold. So declaring war on Arbold and getting paid to declare war on Arbold, A, it helps your relations with a faction you might care about, and B, you get a bunch of money. But my mistake was I declared war on these Goromandi tribe, these guys. I declared war on them. I pieced them out recently, and then I didn't even need to. Like, they were not so big on the balance of power, so that was a bit of an oopsie on my part. But still, declaring war for money is one of those, like, underrated, like, things you can do. Is like, is it a little bit cheesy? Maybe, but you know, making a few thousand every turn for, once again, and to do it on people you're already going to declare war on. So like getting money to declare on someone you're already going to fight, that's all upside for you, right? Growth, and let's go. Let's go. So yeah, this has been a bit of a rough campaign. I think I really need to, because I want to make a guide for Grombrindle at some point. So I was playing it and like, I don't know, he's more, I think getting the Norska, like the extra units they give for Norska from the DLC maybe makes it a bit rougher. Because like, especially getting Wizard Lords is definitely a bit more annoying than the old melee lords that they used to get. So that's a bit annoying. I wonder if that's the change or if it's just like, maybe I'm just not as good as Grombrindle as I thought. Like I need to work on like Grombrindle. But for now, look, Grombrindle is still really powerful because, you know, you get all those benefits. So what makes Grombrindle so good, I'm sure you probably already know, but I'm just gonna say it anyways. I think I can definitely fight her if it came down to it. Now I have a bit of a mixed army here, but I will accept that. I think I'm gonna accept that because I'm worried that like they're gonna get to more important units like my artillery that I'd have a hard time defending. So what do I want? I want that. I want that. That's a really good one. Oh yeah, getting all the lords to get all their special traits is always good. But yeah, what was I saying? It's like getting the regiments of renown is generally a bad idea unless, like me, I like to build a themed army around the specific lord. So if I'm playing the hunter guy from the Empire, you know, I will build archers. Is it a good army? No, it's absolutely goddamn terrible. Never do it. But because I like to build a themed army, I will still build physical resistance, don't they? They all have physical resistance, a pretty high physical resistance. I don't think I can beat that. I'll just let him waste his time like sieging. But like I like to build. So when I have a regiment of renown that's a specific unit, I will build it. But most of the time, I will just I will keep my regiments of renown as emergency units to deploy when like you need to hire something. Let me declare war on Grimgor and get paid. I just got money from my worst enemy in the world to declare war on another worst enemy in the world. Because yeah, they would never accept money from Chaos Dwarfs. That's not a thing that would happen. Dwarfs would never do that. Like unironically, he would take the Slayer oath over that. That would be such a big serious issue that I'd done that. But I don't care. I'm just gonna take that money because I need that money. Yeah, so that's the thing, right? It's like there's a lot of things you can do to make it better. What other things do you have any questions on? Or anyone else, by the way, for the 7 of you watching on Twitch. It's like, do you guys want to, what are you guys playing? What do you guys want to ask? What are you guys looking forward to this year? Because for me, I'm looking forward to the End Times DLC, as I was saying. Big battles with 40 plus troops. Honestly, here's a little secret. You kind of don't. Like, my better recommendation is just basically, put yourself in a, like, get some gun lines, get some, like, get some like static things like that. So take a static army. Yes, Krokar cares about Saurus. You want to build Saurus. You want to get maybe like a Saurus Old Blood like hero or two. But yeah, he cares. He's the Saurus guy. You care about Saurus. You want to build Saurus with him. But like that's the thing, right? You want like a mostly static army. So like something like a gun line or a strong gun line or artillery line where like you can set and forget. So then you like focus on maybe the 1 or 2 points that are struggling, but you don't want to be managing the whole army all at the same time. It's too much. Like even I'm better at it than I used to be, but like there's a certain point where you just can't manage everything. You can give if you have now, don't give them missiles, don't give them infantry. But if you have a melee, if you're running like a melee faction, you can give the AI a melee armor. They can manage that relatively okay, but never give them missiles, never give them artillery. They just won't handle it very well. So, but my recommendation is just like, just take a set and forget kind of army. So once again, guns, artillery, or single entities are very easy to manage because you can just basically make a death blob, right? But that's the way you manage it ideally, is you kind of don't. Now, like if you're trying to like control every single facet of an army, unless you're like trying to pro play or something, don't bother. Build armies that are fun for you to use, if that makes sense. Or just select a group of units, right click them in a vague direction of the enemy, and then just go right click another bunch of units. Will it be the most efficient thing? No, but if you're running 40 plus units, you're probably going to win by sheer force of numbers, right? So it's just a question of just like, once again, just hammer down the enemy sometimes. But yeah, like once again, just build like a square. So like if you're worried about attacks on multiple fronts, you just do like an actual like infantry square. So that's a real world technique, but it's useful in the game, right? So just like build a square so you can't get flanked and you can shoot in every direction. It'll work. Like, will you be overwhelmed a bit? Probably, but like as long as you protect your missile units and your missile units are still shooting, you'll probably win it. So I'm gonna see once again, Grombrindle cares about flamethrowers. So I'm gonna buy the flamethrowers for his army, even though technically I said you don't get a regiment of renown, right? But like getting that extra 20 range is really good on them. That's a huge benefit. They get another benefit. What did I get? They get some physical resistance. That's not so big, but that extra 20 range, that matters though. To go out of the walls to get the reinforcements on the border of the map. You might want to re-ask that question. I'm not sure what you're asking, so I don't want to give you a wrong answer. Try again. Sorry, I didn't follow that one. But yeah, so Krokar, to go back to your question, Krokar cares about a different obviously lords care about different things, but Krokar is the Saurus guy. Build Krokar. But I'll wait for your question and then I'll answer it because I really didn't understand the question too goodly there. I'm gonna be honest. Also, Lord Croak. Oh, one little thing about Lord Croak that's not immediately obvious is that Lord Croak doesn't do damage to your own team. So I used to be like position my nukes very carefully so that like you wouldn't blow up your own men, but you don't have to worry about it. You can detonate in the middle of your men, it won't hurt them. So just do it in the middle of the fighting lines. So I'm defending a walled city. There are 2 enemy reinforcement army that arrive in 2 minutes. Should I stay in the walls? Avoiding the 3v1 is usually better. So unless you are like a really heavily missile army, avoiding the 3v1 is better. If it's a high tier city and you've got like a lot of like, you know, your garrison's really big, etc. But like if your initial army can like fight the battle and then come back into the settlement, it's worth it to just sally out, take it, and then come back. That's my advice. We're not going to declare war. Once again, we could declare war on them right now, but it's not a good idea. But yeah, always like try to fight them individually if you can. Even if you lose the settlement, but it's worth losing the settlement but gaining the 1v3, the 1v1 than it is to wait for in the settlement for the 1v3. That's a lot rougher. Now it depends. Are the reinforcements trash? If the reinforcements are complete trash, then maybe it's actually worth just waiting. But assuming that they're not complete trash, then just go out, kill the first army, get them back in the city, kill the rest of them as they come in. I'll get melee defense. That's a very nice one to get. And then we'll get bigger loss reduction. And I want to get mythical longevity. I think we're going to start working on actually building him up as an actual lord on his own at this point. But yeah, there's nuance to it like anything. But my general advice is it is usually better to 1v1 rather than 1v3. Now, once again, if you're running an exclusively gun army, where like being on the walls keeps you pretty safe and you can just fire into the masses, and then you can retreat into the city and use the fortifications and stuff, maybe there's an argument for just staying in the city. But if you're running a purely gun army, I assume you think that it can actually handle itself on the field, because you know you're not a checkerboard, right? So you can checkerboard and then you can like run, because like a very efficient thing to do with the Empire, or like even like Elves, for example, is just hold the, you know, it's just use like pure Sisters of Avalorns. Like Sisters of Avalon on their own can defeat a lot of things if you just mass them enough. It doesn't make for the most interesting fights. No, you just sit and, once again, you just set and forget. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, right? And it's very efficient. Like Sisters of Avalon are terrifying. So I probably didn't need to auto-resolve that because he had a bunch of physical resistance and I have a bunch of hammers which have magic damage. Hammers are your dwarf anti... I don't find them to perform very well. I don't think they perform very well. But hammers are your dwarf anti-demon infantry. I just never find that they do much for me, unfortunately. They never really perform the way I'd want them to. Because they're supposed to be a pretty big deal. That's the thing about like the lore in this game, is like a lot of units that are supposed to be a pretty big deal have to be balanced down to be less of a big deal. So for example, White Lions of Krace are supposed to be one of the like premium, like elite infantry of the High Elves. Like they are the protectors of the Phoenix King. They kill a dragon. They kill a white lion like on one-on-one combat, blah blah blah. But then when you play them in game, they're tier free. And the reality is like that Phoenix Guard and White Lions are effectively the same thing. So from a game balancing perspective, I understand why you drop them to make it better. But like, I kind of wish they didn't, you know? Like sometimes the lore, once again, it's that conversation about changing the lore to fit the accuracy, like to fit the gameplay. Like it makes sense. And it's probably better for the game that they do that, because like the main issue with High Elves, and I've mentioned this many times now, is that for most of a High Elf campaign, you are playing with spears and bows. And then if you're, and as I like to joke, if you're lucky, your bow comes with a spear. So you know your best units are the Lavran Seaguard. Those are your best High Elf units in the entire campaign, because you benefit from 2 red line tiers on top of being really competent units in general. So they're really, really good. But you're still running spears and bows. When if you compare that to like, oh, that was goddamn itchy. If you compare that to like dwarfs on like tier 2, you can run, or like tier 2, tier 3, you can run slayers, gyro bombers, traditional armies, guns, archers, artillery. You have all of this variety, and it really spices things up. And it's the same with the Empire. Now the Empire early game is a little bit more diverse, but like when you get to like the middle to late, then it really opens up again. It's like, so like it is kind of underwhelming when you're playing a faction that just doesn't have that variety. Like, as I said, like the there's no really, we need to chase him down because otherwise he'll just come back. But like, it's better. So if I'm defending a walled city, there's 2 enemy reinforcement armies that arrive in 2 minutes. Yeah, okay, I already answered that question, so I was just checking. Yeah, so like, it is just like, that's the negative, and I was hoping they would change that, and technically they've added like, they've added a few units on the lower tier, right? But it's still a lot of the same. So not very good. They're, a lot of the units you get from, Aislinn are not actually very strong. Two seconds. Something's just happened. I'll deal with that later. Yeah, so there's a lot of like, let me just, something's happening. 2 seconds, folks. I'll be back in a second. Weird. So like, there's a lot of what was I saying? That's annoying. Sorry, something's happening on like work, which is annoying. There's a lot of like these things where like, once again, the Aisling units are not essential to the experience. You don't need to get them, right? But it adds a bit of variety, but there's no units. There's some DLCs, once again. If you can own, and I'm sorry to tell you this, Capitan, but like if you can get the Elspeth DLC, you get things that are actually really good. It's actually less the units, though the Nolan Ironsides are really good, but it's actually more the heroes. But the Aisling doesn't offer any hero. The Mist Mage is not so important. The units you get are not so important. That like it's not a big deal that if you don't own Aisling for the high elf. Now, getting Sisters of Avalorn is really, really important though, because Sisters of Avalorn leave you that like Sisters of Avalorn give you that magic damage, which like your late game magic damage. So you deal with all those demons, you deal with all those threats, and they are a massive upgrade over your traditional archers, and they really make that one difference. And once again, you can pretty much stack them because once again, now getting the Alfarian DLC is actually less of a big deal because honestly, the Alfarian DLC like Silverengard are better spearmen, right? They are better, but at the same time, you can just get what is this? Oh, well, I don't have the money to remember that. But like, getting the Alfarian DLC is like the Silverengard are good. But if you're running Sisters of Avalorn behind traditional spears, like they will do the same job. So Silverengard are better because they have better stats, they have better like magical resistance, and have all those things. But at the same time, it's just not necessary. The only one you really need to get for high elves, as I would recommend, is the Alarielle DLC. Now, Alarielle used to be the strongest campaign in general for, I really wish that light would turn on. Alarielle used to be like, I really need to like work on that so for the weekends, maybe it needs to stay on. So it doesn't detect movement, so it auto turns off. But like, yeah. So, but now with all of the upgrades for Tyrion and stuff, I would need to like think about whether it is actually better or not, because Alarielle has a lot of benefits if you're trying to build like a long-term empire. Like if you're trying to build long-term, she's very good because you can get diplomacy benefits with pretty much everyone. Everyone in the world will like you. You are able to like pull out the Sword of Cain with no downsides because she spams handmaidens, and handmaiden heroes are one of the most overpowered heroes in pretty much the entire game because they have a line which gives them the ability to basically make everyone like you. So like literally you have diplomacy benefits with pretty much everyone in the entire world, like, and you can stack that over and over and over and over again, plus control benefits and other things. So you end up in this situation where basically everyone likes you and you only fight when you want to. And because elves are so dependent on that trade, right? If everyone likes you and is trading with you, then you're making ridiculous income. So just there's so many of these stacking benefits that just makes her like really, really powerful. But now once again, she doesn't have any like fancy effects the same way that like Tyrion and Teclis do. So at the same time, she like, I don't know if like her power level, she's definitely less fun because you have less to do. Because, you know, with like Tyrion and Teclis now, they've got so much going on. You know, he has basically the Karl Franz mechanic. So like it's weird that it might look, she is stronger. She might not be more interesting. So that depends. Are you playing like a multiplayer campaign? Once again, you care about the power, the raw power, or do you care more about like having a fun campaign? Because probably Tyrion or Teclis is probably more fun now because they used to have no mechanics, but now that they have mechanics, it is probably better to just run Tyrion and Teclis. Because like when they have all of them didn't have really mechanics. So playing the one that is like the most powerful is more better. But now the other two have mechanics, and because they tend to forget when they do like an overhaul of a faction, right? They tend to forget like some of them. Like Volkmar and the Huntsman Expedition didn't get an like a touch up during Thrones of Decay, and I don't think that Belagar or like I think Thorgrim and like the thing with like Ungrim Iron Fist and like Thorgrims, they didn't really need too much of a touch up, but they didn't really get much of a touch up, right? Or even like they didn't get a touch up, but they didn't really need a touch up. But like so with the elf rework, Tyrion and Teclis had a big focus, and then Alariel didn't get any work, and then Eltharion didn't get any work. Because like a lot of people complain about Eltharion. The issue with Eltharion is like because of his mechanics, you are kind of forced to play manual fights you don't necessarily want to play. Because you'll have fights when you're like, I can win this incredibly easily, but I have to fight it manually because otherwise I won't capture a lord, and I need to capture a lord and bring him to my sex dungeon so that I can like do my mechanic. So it's a bit strange why that is. It's just like you maybe like the ideal way is maybe you make it like, oh, if you auto resolve and you're winning, you have like a 20% chance of capturing the enemy lord. But if you manually fight, obviously you can have much higher chance or maybe a much lower chance depending on how good or bad you are at capturing lords. So something like that would be a compromise where like you still have the emphasis on like you need to actually capture the lord yourself, blah blah blah. But you're not like so unable to like, you're not forced to do every single fight manually if you don't want to. I think that would be like a good compromise to things, but they didn't touch it. They didn't touch him because they don't focus. They focus on the two headliners, and they didn't focus on the Eltharion, which once again is weird because like, you know, you want people to buy those DLCs so they actually pay you. So it's like, yeah, it's a stream. Yeah, so I'm just dealing with a work thing on the side. And it's just like that's what because like for the vampire counts, right? They're getting the free LC. So the issue with a free LC is usually CA justifies putting work into doing a reworking of a faction because they're releasing a DLC for that faction and they're planning to make money. So if they fix up a faction, then they get money out of it because, you know, it makes a sale. So like nobody liked Norska. So if they had kept Norska as is and simply released sale, it wouldn't have been so good for them. But so they had to rework Norska in order to guarantee sale. And it was the same with like ogres. Like ogres before the rework were not so good. So then they reworked them, and now ogres are like much better. They're not perfect. I think people still grumble here and there about like one or two issues about ogres. But ogres overall, important word, overall, are in a much better place than they used to. So because of that, it's much easier to like be like, hey, maybe you should buy Goldfang. I'm not going to say his real name on YouTube, but you know what I mean. You can buy that DLC, or maybe you even get the original Ogre DLC. But at the time, there wasn't a lot of focus on them, and they weren't so good. Don't say it. They've gotten better. There we go. We got a fully upgraded Flamethrowers. Now we can go focus on economy again. Our economy is really terrible. I don't think I'm doing that properly. I'm just playing. Once again, we're strong enough now that we're gonna win. Doesn't matter, but probably could have done that better. So once again, I'm gonna work on it, and yeah, we'll see from there. Okay. Oh well. Sorry, something work related came up. So like, yeah, it's over now. That's good. I can't over. I thought I could like underway over this mountain chain. So like, vampire counts need a lot of work. There are serious issues with the vampire counts the way they play now and blah blah blah. And I'm worried that because it's a free LC and because there's going to be so many other factions getting reworked, because obviously Nagash will have a rework, like Tomb Kings will probably have some work, Nurgle will have some work, Empire will definitely have some stuff, Skaven will have some stuff, that they're going to be like put by the waysides because like they're not making money on the free LC. So technically they don't have an incentive to fix them to make you want to buy them, because also they don't have any DLC. Like vampire counts don't have a lot of DLC. They only have one. And it's really old, so it's really cheap. And now they're not going to make any, because Neferata's DLC would have sold massively. And I'm actually kind of confused why they didn't price it individually. Because like, if you're a vampire counts enjoyer, you know, you've never had a DLC in like 50 years. So like, I wonder what's in it for you. Like, I don't understand like why they chose to like, to do that. Once again, I don't understand the change to cafe. Maybe there was some issue with it. Maybe they had to delay it. But they didn't want to announce another DLC delay, so they just put the cafe out first, and then they like, hey, we're not delaying because we're, you know, they're marketing it. I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but it's strange why they did that, because it doesn't seem like the obvious choice. Because once again, vampire count players don't have a lot going on. they can afford a few shillings to buy a DLC for something they care about, I think. So it's just strange that they're not monetizing that properly. I don't have any deals with the Tomb Kings right now, do I? I think I might just take the territory if they're not. Because like they broke the deal with me, so I don't exactly feel bad for it. But yeah, it is what it is. Let me just lock that down.
Send me to vengeance.
Keep an eye on something. Sorry, just distracted a little bit. But yeah, so it's changed. I am concerned by the. No, you don't. They're not great. Honestly, they're very underwhelming. Yeah, the one that Drazoev start with, you basically use it as like you keep it way at the back. You keep it as emergency shock cavalry because they will break, and they will break really easily. And like all demon units, they will disintegrate. So honestly, they are some of the worst aspects of the faction. So my honest advice is just don't really use them. But yeah, you want to use them as like, okay. So well then in that case, keep them together, keep them clumped up, and have them like target a squishy unit. Yeah, Bull Centaurs are a million times better. Bull Centaurs are the actual cavalry you want to be using. Like just basically bum rush one unit and kill it, and then make sure that you're not getting shot at while you're killing something, because they're very sensitive to getting shot at. They're very sensitive to like morale breaks or anything like that, and you will lose all of them. But assuming you can like, so yeah, just keep them clumped. Like you want to keep them together, you want to keep them moving, and that's the way to do it.
The dwarfs need me.
And that's, but yeah, they're not so good. Our Dreadquake Mourners, which is also they're free. Like you want the one on the train. You want the one on the train. That's the one you want. It doesn't matter which particular train, but you want one on train. The one without train is objectively a lot worse. Because you're no longer worried about infantry getting to you. Because like if an infantry gets to you, you can literally just keep chugging away and you just shoot at your own position. So you lose that worry about like infantry. Now, what you do gain from the other, so there's the Death Shrieker rocket. Now the Death Shrieker rocket is like a worse Hellstorm rocket. The issue with Chaos Dwarfs artillery is that pretty much none of it is very good at anti-large. You have the Hell Cannon, which is your solution to anti-large. But like, and the Bolt Throw is just your cheapy mass throw. But what the Bolt Throw gives you is it gives you the ability to have Siege Breaker. It's not great. You use it to like destroy a wall more than you'd use it to like kill infantry. Does that make sense? But generally speaking, you actually want, for anti-large, the thing with anti-large, right, is you actually want to just use guns. Like Fireglaves or something like that will matter a lot more than the individual, like your artillery for anti-large. Your artillery is really not there for anti-large significantly. Once again, getting Hell Cannons is a very good anti-large option. So if you do need a Hell Cannon, I would recommend that one. let me try to adjust your my box for your text. So we want to move that a little bit over there. Let me. There we go. Your name's on screen now. There we go. Completely. Just always tweaking. I'm still tweaking a lot of things, but like, Chaos Dwarfs struggle with anti-large, unfortunately. So once again, you want to use guns more than you want to try to rely on artillery for it. That's my like answer. But yeah, the issue with blunderbusses is that range thing. But hey, you land a shot on something, they're gonna feel it, so it doesn't matter so much, right? But just be careful because blunderbusses will knock units over. So if you ever shoot at a unit and you notice that it gets knocked over, while it's knocked over, the unit is not taking, it's immune to damage. It's this like really little quirk about the game. So it's actually much, if you can shoot a blunderbuss at like something like cavalry or something like that, that is not gonna, or like a lord on mount, that doesn't get knocked over, you will pump all of the damage into it. But if you ever shoot at like a unit of blunderbuss against an infantry, you're like, oh, that looked like it did a lot of damage, but it actually didn't do so much. It's because it's knocking units down, and it doesn't do as much damage as you'd think, unfortunately. Unfortunately, once again, you just have to warn people about these little quirks. It's the same with like any of the shot, like the dwarf shotgun has that same issue, where like it technically doesn't quite perform as well as it could just because of like the game quirks. But don't get me wrong, they are still very good. It's just when you can upgrade to fire glaives, like when you can upgrade to fire glaive, get that upgrade. Fire glaives are incredible. Like they do everything you could want of them. The fire glaives are great. Like just like you can stack them, or you don't stack them, you keep a few. Like one thing, the thing is with like with Chaos Dwarfs, right, is that it's better to stack, like put a few good units in a pile of trash. The issue is it's not very fun to do that, you know? So I like to just like stack one big army of powerful units and I just go wild, right? That is better, but it's up to you, you know? It really doesn't like matter so much one way or another. Like both work. So I'm just I'm just looking at this like an Amazon, like, sorry, my wife was just sending me something and I was like, oh, I saw the price. Like she's sending me an item, like, oh, there's a sale happening today. It's like, should we get it? And it's like, watch out. That's one of those like, you know, they raised the price. Like that was the same price that it was yesterday, but now it's listed as 42% sale. So they did some trickery with the sales. You have to watch out about that. Amazon price trackers are such a useful tool. Like it's just like being able to like check, oh, what was the price last week? Oh, not so good. Like it adds up. It's good to do. Yeah. Now, there are some units, there are some things that are actually on sale, and like, I feel like I might, it's only a few bucks, I probably won't do it, but I could just do the, hey Amazon, do you want to give me that sale value, or I'm just going to return the product and you send me the new one? Because I bought two things that are actually cheaper than I bought them a few days ago. So I could just return and buy them again, but that's a problem for both parties. So I might just be like, hey Amazon, give me the sale amount. Stop me from doing it. Now, we don't declare war on this, on that high elf because, you know, we're declaring war on all elves. We've been a little distracted. Hey, in my defense, we got rid of Malekith, which is, you know, pretty high, you know, pretty big high elf to get rid of, but like, we need to get rid of the other one. So I think we're gonna circle around. We're gonna kill Leafanar next. That is our next target. I'm not sure if we're gonna be able to do it. I have about 20 minutes on stream left. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to kill him today, but I am definitely going to slaughter him. He is my target. We are going to keep doing, I think I want Master of the Forge. It doesn't really matter. The issue with Master of the Forge is it sounds really good in principle, but ideally, the lord that you level up to get Master of the Forge should be fighting, right? So you don't tend to like get the benefit because it's only local province benefit. So you don't tend to get as much value of it as you think you would, unfortunately. But yeah, it's good. Leafanar, hello. You are going to. We're just gonna accept peace. I'm not fighting. I'm not peace. I'm not accepting that. I am going to just do that. Let's go. Let's attack. So, which one do we take? I think we're gonna take the Black Fortress. We can't reach either actually. No, we'll take a Hotek's column. So Hotek is that's the nice part, is like you can see the like, because I've read the books now, I can start to recognize things. Like Hotek is the guy who made Malekith's armor, and he's like an elven smith, and he's like kind of like an avatar, or like he's kind of like, he's very connected to the Vol, which is like, Vol is like the elvish god of like forge and like crafting and stuff, and like, so like your Hephaestus figure. So Vol, Hotek is like an agent of the gods in that way. He like does it. He like does their stuff. So like a lot of the like really fancy elvish like anything, like if something's like fancy made and it's elvish, it probably is made by Hotek at some point. So like, once again, Malekith's armor, which is actually, it's not just an armor, right? It sustains him, it protects him, and he doesn't need food anymore, which is good because he couldn't eat. He doesn't need any of those things. He's sustained off of magic, and that's why he lives so long. That's why, because like Malekith and also Morathi live significantly longer than like any other elf, which is, you know, if you're a high elf, it's kind of annoying that they're kind of still around and annoying you. But like, you know, it's part of just what makes them such big enemies to the high elves. Is they have been there for generations. While the high elves have had many Phoenix Kings, and it's changed. Sometimes they have a good Phoenix King, sometimes they have a bad Phoenix King. Like, the high elves have always had a Malekith. Now, once again, sometimes Malekith is fighting with Morathi. That's a much bigger source of conflict. But at the end of the day, they are still on the same side overall. It's just sometimes, you know, hey, it could be like I could be in charge kind of thing, you know? So here's an example of like, I'm pretty sure that I'm going to destroy them because once again, I have the High King, and the High King is really, really strong, right? But, we'll see. We'll see how we do. Whew. It's good to be back to streaming. I think bit of a slow day talking wise, but like, it's good. Thank you to you, Olemgar, and thank you to you, Capitan, for stopping by. Once again, we're in the last 20 minutes, so it's not over just yet. It's all over. We still got maybe 1 or 2 more good fights in us, but it is definitely like closing out, you know? So, here's the thing about his front. So you ever look at this and you're like, my god, how does he fight in this thing? It's really stupid. So this actually gives him a ton of protection. There's a lot of like dwarf there's a lot of like dwarf magic. So they have runes like at the back of the chair. You can actually, they actually did add them. Okay, you got runes at the back of the chair and stuff. So like he does have a lot of protection on the chair. And then as an additional detail, something that's like, it's so stupid that it goes back to being cool, is like the guys here are like trained to fight properly while holding up the chair. So these are still elite fighters even while they're holding up the chair. Which, like, if you think about it critically, right? It's pretty fucking stupid. It. But you don't care. It's fun. And that's what matters, right? It's like, it's a really like cool little tidbit. It's like they thought about, hey, fighting on the chair is a bit dumb, leaves you a bit exposed, but once again it has runes. So like he managed to, coming back to those yeah, but those are shit. Those are terrible units. Don't speak to me about those terrible things. But like it's the demons, what we were talking about. The Skaven demons. Like he actually fights one of them, and like during the fight his like runes activate. So like his armor activates, the power increases, and he like suddenly, you know, he can like, oh, they have guns. Oh, we need to shut down the guns. We need to shut down the guns. We need to run in. That's a problem. We need to actually change the priorities. I didn't realize they actually still had guns. We actually don't care about that so much. Let's go. Everybody go. We're gonna lose so. It's a shame because these are really good units. Okay, hide behind the hill. Yeah. But like, once again, it has like runes that activate, and one of the most important runes on the armor is a rune that like, if it ever like goes out, it'll be the end of the dwarf race. And as you can imagine, unfortunately during the end times, after a really great victory against against Queek Headtaker. The rune ended up getting broken during the fight, and it's a bit of a things are not going to end so well because they have this really heroic moment where the dwarfs, they come out of the hold, they make a glorious, like, what wasn't supposed to be a last stand. Like, he was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna go. Why are we losing so bad? Jesus, are you actually that bad? Like, he was like, oh, I'm gonna make a glorious last stand. Like, the dwarves are gonna stand tall, blah, blah, blah. And then, once again, if you're not aware, he gets snitched in the back. And he dies. And it is one of the most, like, disappointing things ever. Because, like, as I've said before on the streams, like, the way they handle Belegar's death. Belegar's death, I actually feel, is a really good, like, moment. It is, like, respectful. It does give him a heroic last stand. It doesn't break his character. No, we're getting to that. Like, it actually has a really good moment. Because he does contemplate, like, oh my god, this was stupid, right? It's like, what could have been done if I had done something else, right? But at the end of the day, he is still the guy who fights for the hold. So he doesn't go like, oh my god, I should never have done this. Like, he maybe contemplates it a little bit. Like, he does have the moment of realization. Is like, what does my life come to, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, he is the guy who, like, is the hold guy, right? He is, so he does this last stand where he holds out. So they hold in the middle of the room because they're like, it doesn't matter anymore. We're not going to try to hold the choke point. We're just going to hold in the middle. They're going to come to us and we're going to kill them. And they slaughtered them. But they fight for days because that's how the Skaven fight, right? They will send you endless hordes of men one by one, like slaves for hours, and then you'll send your storm vermin and your elite troops, and you just gradual thinning out so that that way the higher quality units are never really exposed to danger when Skaven fight until it's necessary, until like the enemy has been like bruised and bloodied basically. So, and over time his army goes from like 200 dwarfs left to 50 to like 10. Then he's fighting back to back with his cousin, and it's this glorious moment. And then Queek finally shows up because, you know, Skaven leader, even Queek, you know, Queek leads from the front, but he's just still waiting for it. And Queek shows up and he basically just one taps his cousin. Once again, that's a pretty impressive thing because, you know, dwarves are much better fighters, but like his weapon, Dwarf Gouger, is like this magic thing that they built during their war with the dwarfs, and it can just bite through dwarf and armor like nothing. And the thing is, like, Queek is really impressive. Like, Queek is an objective, it's not like by Skaven's end. No, Queek is the real deal. So when like Queek just deletes him, and then they have this duel, and it's like, I think Belegar has this moment of realization. It's like, if I was at my full strength, if I didn't have this injury that I took earlier and I wasn't so tired, I could have won this because I am one of the greatest. Like, so they don't diminish the character. And then they get to this really dark scene where like all the men were fighting out in that room and they were trying their best to hold it off, but all the women and children, well, they were hiding. And now the men are dead. And you see it from the perspective of Belegar's wife. It's like this final last stand against like, you know, death is coming, and you know you're gonna die, and you know your son's gonna die, and you know your people are gonna die, but like you are standing there and you are gonna try your best to just keep them safe, and you know it's hopeless, but you can't just give up because then it's worse. Because if they take you alive, you know, my son becomes a slave to Skaven, which, as you can imagine, it's not a good fate, you know? It's not a good time. So they have this fight, and like, and this whole time you're reading and you're like expecting, oh, maybe the son is going to get saved. Because like, you know, a lot of some dwarf characters, they make it to Age of Sigmar. No, the son gets instantly, because the Skaven, they look at the room and they're like, okay, the really small one is the weak link. Let's kill him first. And she just keeps fighting. You know, once again, she can't stop fighting. She doesn't have a choice. And like, she still does her own because, like, you know, a dwarf queen still has the armor, still is trained to fight. And at some point they throw a poison globe in, so she has to try to run out of the room, and everybody else in that room is already dead by then, but she's still fighting. And she breathes it in, so she knows she's gonna die, and once again, from her perspective, she can feel her lungs like filling up with poison. So she can feel her lungs filling up, and she knows she's gonna die, but she still just tries to make a last stand out of it. And it's like, fucking hell, like that's like, for a bunch of characters that I didn't really care about, because like nobody likes Belegar. If you come from Total War, you don't like Belegar. Nobody likes Belegar. Belegar is an awful campaign. So like, when you like to have you like actually care about these characters, even for a short window of time, it's pretty good. And it's really respectful and it's really well done. Now, Skarsnik loses as well. Queek and the Skaven end up being the winners of like the Stalingrad situation. They do end up winning it, but like it's a shallow victory, right? But they do end up getting it. But like, and then you go from that, and you go from that high, and then you go from the high, as I said, where like Thorgrim is like, hey, my whole life I have said that we dwarfs need to like push out of our holds. We need to make it like a glorious last stand. We need to actually like win this. You get from all of that, and then they make a glorious last stand and they defeat the army. And then all of a sudden it's like he goes home and he goes to rest and he left the door open and then he just gets murdered. Like he just gets assassined out of nowhere and then the dwarves lose. That's the part. So it goes from this like riding high where you know they're losing, but they made this glorious last stand and they're making a proper like go of it. And then all of a sudden, like, once again, he just gets sneaked on by Ashen, which, you know, it's Ashen, right? It makes sense, but like, and then he does this like voodoo summoning circle, and then they get a bunch of units inside the city, and it's over for the dwarves, and it's over for Kazekar Karak, and it's over for what's left of the dwarves, pretty much. And it's like, that could have been written a lot better. Like, there was a way to do that where it wasn't so like disrespectful. And I can see why, like, if you're a big dwarf fan, I can see why you are unhappy with all of that. Like, at first I thought it was a meme. No. It is. And yeah, it is a very dark thing, especially now that I have a kid. Like, and all, it's like, maybe it affects me more, but like, that's dark. Because once again, it's like, she has this moment of realization. It's like, my son would make such a good king, and she sees him in his armor because he's like 10. And she's so proud of him, you know, and she's like, oh my God, like, he is the hope, because like the whole book, they really meant in this, you don't think about it at first, but they really the whole time mention like, like this kid is a hope for dwarf kind. Like he will make such a great king one day. It's like, looking back, it's like, bit of a death flag, isn't it? Bit of a death flag. And yeah, it just like, the whole time I was expecting like something would save him, no. Once again, and it's like done so like almost brutally, so anticlimactically. It's just like they kill him straight away. They break into the room, they kill him first thing. And it's like, okay, child murder in my book. And it's like once again, all of that is done really well, and it's done much more respectfully, because as I've mentioned, there are some characters, like, once again, as I've mentioned many times on this stream, like, don't be a Vlad fan if you enjoy the end times. It's not like, he has one good moment where he sacrifices himself to save his wife, which is like, it's a solid moment. It doesn't end up mattering because his, like, the whole world ends in a little bit later, but he does do that. So he like stays true to his character, because Isabella gets possessed. She's a vampire, but she gets possessed by a Nurgle demon, which is like, it's like one of those like, I didn't know they could do that, but it's okay. It's okay. So she kills him once, but like death is never permanent on Vlad, right? But instead, so he has this ring that allows him to come back from death. And he kills himself and his wife, but as he does that, he puts the ring on her, so he's permanently dead, and his wife comes back, and it's like, okay, that's a good moment. But once again, he has really stupid moments early in the other books, so it's like, if you like Vampire Counts, probably not the book for you. If you like Empire, I think it makes a good showing of things. It's really underwhelming. So there is this character, Volton. Volton is a reincarnation of Sigmar on the field, and he's one guy, right? So he's not gonna like change the field, but he is like a great fighter. He's an inspiration. People, when they stand near him, they feel like they get that sense of hope, and like they feel like as once he is, and like during the Storm of Chaos like ending to the world, like he actually beats Archaon in a fight, and they get into this duel with Archaon, right? And like, he's actually kind of winning. It actually looks like things could turn around here. Like, because he realizes like, okay, if I can kill Archaon, like this whole army is going to fall apart. Now I will die and Marienburg will still fall. But like the advance of chaos, the only thing keeping them all together is Archaon, right? And like, so if I can just kill him, like it'll happen again. And like, you know that the end times, like anybody looking at it after the fact knows that the end times still happens. So you know it's not going to end well. But like the way it doesn't end well is stupid. A Vermin Lord, one of the like assassin ones, just like cuts his head off, and Archaon's really angry about it because he was enjoying the dual tool. But like, that's such an underwhelming end. It just feels really dumb. It's just like, listen, there are really dumb moments mixed in with really good moments. Once again, the fall of Altdorf, I feel, is a really good last stand for the Empire. It really puts like their best foot forwards. Like they lose, obviously, but they really put their best foot forwards. And then, like, so depending on what book you're reading, there are good moments and there are bad moments out of the end time. It's not a clear. If you like elves, it's probably not the book for you because it changes. And I didn't realize that at the time I was reading the elf book, but going back to it after reading the Tyrion and Teclis books, wow, they change a lot of things. So first of all, Teclis is completely changed. Malekith is changed because, like, if you read the Tyrion and Teclis book, so that's probably the lore you're familiar with, right? Malekith is just an evil dude. There's no like blah blah blah. In end times, they kind of change him to be like, oh, I'm not actually evil, but like I am leading the faction of bad guys who would absolutely kill me if I wasn't this evil. So it's kind of like a, oh, I have no choice kind of thing. It's like, I'm not sure I want my super evil bad guy that I've been reading about for so many years to just be kind of like conflicted about it. That's not what I'm looking for. I don't personally, that's like, that wouldn't be what I would be looking for. So like there's that, and there's like, and like once again, Teclis, and I don't have time to go into how much they goof up Teclis, but Teclis is like, it gets a lot of shit wrong. Like a lot of things happen because of Teclis. So Nagash comes back because of Teclis. Tyrion's daughter dies, so his brother's own daughter dies because of Teclis. And like he kills his daughter with a reason, right? He had a plan. The plan doesn't work. So now it feels extra shitty. It's like, that's great. That feels a bit dumb. He gets his brother killed intentionally because he has the curse, because he was going to resurrect him, but because they have the curse of Anarion, so he needed him to die while holding the Sword of Cain so they could wipe the curse out of their bloodline permanently. There's a lot of stuff going on. It's interesting to like read about the elf situation and read about all that, but it's not the best book if you like the elf characters as they were set up before, like you read about like Teclis and like the Gotrek and Felix book, and you get to end times, it's not the best showing for him. There's a lot of stuff going on, you know, and it's a mixed bag. If it wasn't for the end of the setting and it wasn't for some of the like the dumber decisions, I feel like the end times has some really cool moments in it. But because the status quo has to be, and then they lose, you can't have any of those moments beat anything. Because like the dwarves getting together and deciding, hey, we are no longer hiding in our holds. We are gonna show these rats why they should fear us forever. Like we are gonna bring the fear of God into them. Like that's a great moment. It is really nice. It is a really good moment. But once again, it doesn't amount to anything because 10 seconds later they die. And it's like, that's the problem with the end times. There are some really cool, nice moments. There's some very cool characters. There's some very cool interactions. Karl Franz is a really good moment, which I really like. It's one of my favorite moments about Karl Franz. But it doesn't mean anything because the whole setting ends. So that's the end of things. Now, folks, I'm going to have to call an end to the stream here. Thank you for all of you watching on Twitch. Feel free to follow. Feel free to like. For those of you watching on YouTube, feel free to like and subscribe as well. We're going to be streaming tomorrow at about the same time, so there's a lot going on. I appreciate it. And have a good evening, Alemgar. And I hope you're having a good time. Once again, Happy New Year. It's probably the last time I get to mention it, because, you know, tomorrow it's starting to get a bit too far. But have a good time, everyone. Thank you, Mega10, for watching. I appreciate. And thank you, everyone. Have a good day. Let me end the stream now.